Welcome to day 2 of the 8th Southern Africa Youth Forum. Can you give yourselves a round of applause for surviving and thriving through day 1? More hands, please. That's more like it. We are your host today for day 2. My name is V Candy from Zimbabwe.
And from the warm heart of Africa, Malawi, I am Dixon Shumba.
No one clapped for me when I said Zimbabwe. Haters. Come on. Okay, so we are really looking forward to day 2. Powerful. Yesterday we laid a powerful foundation. Yeah. We mapped blueprints for nourishing futures. We talked about food security, we talked about water resilience, we talked about climate action. And we're looking forward to what day 2 has to hold. If we mapped blueprints, I think today it will be a breakthrough day where the rubber meets the road. Who's looking forward to day 2? Woo! Okay.
What do you remember from yesterday?
What do you remember from yesterday? Let me actually go to somebody, somewhere. What do you remember from yesterday? What stood out for you? Okay, I see a hand there. What stood out for you from yesterday? You can introduce yourself as well.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bibian. I'm from Zambia, and I'm working with ActionAid Zambia on a project we're calling Meaningful Youth Participation. So we're doing all things meaningful youth participation, as well as meaningful youth engagement, and also defining how young people should be engaged and involved. So what stood out for me yesterday is the power of negotiation. I learned that in every situation, we are negotiating, and we need to get good at that as young people in order for us to advance. Thank you so much.
What this side?
Great. Soft skills from Mr. Kurasha. That was a powerful Ignite talk.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nontabeko Khatebe. I'm a Corps Africa volunteer who works in rural communities. What stood up for me yesterday was Kwateri. I so want to be at Kwateri right now because of the stories that I've heard, the amazing job that young people are showing, that we are capable once given an opportunity and a chance to showcase ourselves. And also the importance of storytelling, how we tell our own stories instead of it being narrated by someone else. Thank you.
Powerful, and we'll be waiting for you guys to come to Kwateri in Zimbabwe, Village 6. We're waiting. Okay, anyone else who wants to share with us what stood out for them yesterday?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kagiso Khomane, founder and chairperson of For the Youth by the Youth, a youth-led organization in South Africa that operates in all the provinces. So what I learned yesterday is that as young people, we need to be intentional in whatever that we do. And then we need to also collaborate, because in most cases, we find ourselves doing the same thing, but we don't communicate in order to collaborate and share the experiences that we have, so that more organizations are able to do well in their areas. Thank you.
Fantastic collaboration. It is important for us, not to compete, but to collaborate. I saw a hand here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lebogang Botlhoko, and I'm a gender and social justice advocate from Botswana, the co-founder and chairperson of an organization called Tharia Setšhaba Organization, where we focus on children's rights, women's rights, and specifically men's mental health. So what stood out for me yesterday, just like the First Lady, was the power of negotiation, which means the conversations you're having, how you're having them, and basically what your take-out will be. So yeah, I think this space is exactly what it is, the power of negotiation and networking. So yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Wonderful. I really love, how the soft skills stuck out for the young people. As Mr. Kurasha was saying, that it's important for young people to master that when it comes to, thriving in any space. Vivian, would you want to say anything?
Hello,
It doesn't suit you to be quiet.
I'm Calvin Sonyango, project officer for World Health Organization. I'm from Kenya, and two things I learned yesterday: turning the talks into action, not that presenting, but let's implement what we discuss in the conference, in all the meetings that we are in. And two, one participant also invited all of us to think of doing a proposal together and support the initiative as SIOF so that we empower the youths as a team. Thank you.
All right, I'm Vivian Joseph, and I'm the health cluster head for Southern African Youth Forum. And what my takeaway would be from yesterday, I think I was positively taken with how much young people can do. Like the whole preparation, coordination of this forum is led by young people. So just looking at it from that context, the development of the program, the sessions, and how we've responded, it tells when youth are meaningfully centered and engaged, the youth also get to feel that they're part of the process. And we've seen how the outcome has been from yesterday. I think every young person in this room can attest the results of the takeaways they have individually from yesterday. And I believe by the end of this forum, it's gonna be amazing. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Tariro Maderera from Zimbabwe, and I'm coming from Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF. And if I can say something from yesterday is that young people are already innovating, and we need to invest in the innovations that are there. There needs to be more investment. Young people are amazing, and I think we should continue to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Powerful indeed. Another massive round of applause because we're really paying attention. And
There's one gentleman here who wants to say something as well.
okay, go ahead.
Good morning. So whatever I learned today, if you judge me, I will curse you. Okay? So first things first, I learned that we should make the villages sexy. That was something Terry said, kwa Terry. So don't judge me. Then the second thing was, I think there was a presentation that was talking about young people and democracy. And one of the statements there was that empowerment without resources for young people is just complement without power. I think that stood out for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were indeed, young people were paying attention yesterday.
Absolutely.
And it's important that after such a powerful foundation that was laid, they took away something. Yes, so let's get ready to start day 2. What is lined up today?
All right, so this morning our first speaker is Mr. Ranga Majemedzi, who is the project coordinator, TSTR, Directorate for Industrial Development and Trade, Southern Africa Development Community. He is ready for his presentation this morning.
And we can put our hands together for him as he comes. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you so much. And good morning, colleagues. I hope you are all well and in good health. Are you? Wonderful. So today, it's very difficult to start the day, but let's see what is in store for us. May I kindly ask for the presentation to be beamed? Okay, here we are. So, I just want to find out from the youth who are here, how many of you have heard about just the simplified trade regime. Raise your hands. Others are doing this. How many? 1, 2. Just 2. Okay, that's fine. So that makes my work easier. So we are looking at youth and the tripartite simplified trade regime. And we want to seize the opportunities that exist for our own livelihoods and for inclusive growth. So as you have heard, my name is Rangarai Machemedze. So I'm the coordinator of this project at the tripartite level. That is, we have the tripartite regions, right? We have got regional economic communities that we have SADC, COMESA, and the East African community. So these 3 organizations came together to form a tripartite free trade area. And there are different instruments that they have come up with to facilitate trade within the tripartite region. So this is what we will be talking about today. I'm trying to see if this thing is working. Looks like it's not working. Oh, it is. Okay. So as I've said, here you are, the 3 regions. We are going to talk about customs issues. When you get to the border, you have got your goods. Do you know the goods that you are supposed to cross the borders with for countries that have signed agreements under the simplified trade regime, where you can cross the borders without even paying duties with those goods? So these are some of the opportunities that we want to talk about today as the youth. So you can see something that is in the pot that is being cooked. This thing was done by youth. It was designed by youth in Nairobi in May, when we had a meeting of the youth forum as well, who came up with this. So the question is, what is this TSTR? And this is where we want to come to. But before we get into that, it's important that we revisit some of the statistics, some of the issues that were talked about yesterday. So we have to ask ourselves this question: why youth and trade integration matter, especially for the 3 regional economic communities? Now, the researches that have been undertaken within either the SADC region or the EAC region or the COMESA region, they point to the fact that there is high youth participation in cross-border trade. Also in micro, small, and medium enterprises, in services, in agribusiness, in e-commerce. But you will find that the activities that they are doing, they are largely informal activities. Some of them, they are not registered. Some of them, they are not recognized. Yet there is a lot of trade that is taking place within this region. So informal cross-border trade, if you go into the statistics, it actually represents between 30 to 40% of all trade flows in Africa. So you can imagine, it's informal, but it represents such a huge percentage, and it's dominated by women and youth. This is what the research is showing. In fact, women represent about 70% of informal traders in Africa, while youth heavily depend on informal trade as an entry point due to unemployment. Yesterday we were talking about the unemployment issues and also the barriers that you find in formal markets. So the youth find themselves doing quite a number of activities across the borders, moving goods and with them services as well. In East Africa, for example, some research that has been done shows that about 25,000 MSMEs, it shows that 72% of these are youth-led. The MSMEs that were surveyed, 72% of them are youth-led, demonstrating high youth dominance in small enterprise activity that feeds into regional trade. So at the end of the day, informal trade provides income for approximately 43% of Africa's population. So with these statistics, you can actually see the importance of trade, informal trade, especially for livelihoods, for the young women, for the youth, for the young men that we have within our region. So, going deep into it, youth also constitute the largest demographic group across all the three RECs. I think yesterday we were talking about this. And in the EAC, the East African community, youth aged between 15 and 24 account for about 20% of the population. And people under 25 constitute over 60% of the population. So overall, in the African region, Africa has 60% of its population below the age of 25. We all know these statistics. So in the tripartite region, with these statistics in mind, there are certain instruments that the member states, the partner states, have come up with in order to meet the challenges, to address the challenges that the youth face. So, let us go into the tripartite STR itself. What is it? Can someone tell me what the tripartite STR is, even if you are looking there? Especially those that said they know the STR. Even if you are looking there, what is the STR? What is a simplified trade regime? Even if you are reading, yes. I want to be as interactive as is possible.
I'm looking there. The tripartite simplified trade regime is basically a framework that enables young people in Southern Africa within the three RECs, COMESA, SADC, and EAC to trade easily with reduced border customs procedures so that it's easier for both women and youth, particularly small-scale cross-border traders, to trade within that agreement or that region.
Thank you. Underline the word easier. That's what she said. Easier. You can clap your hands for her. So what happens is, when you get to the borders, I think most of you who have gone to the borders, you find it really very difficult with the goods. Customs officials, you are being asked, do these goods really qualify for you to cross the borders with? How much duty you are supposed to pay? Some spend 2 days, 3 days at the borders with their goods and so forth, and it becomes very difficult. So the simplified trade regime or a system, it enables small-scale cross-border traders to benefit from tariff preferences under the tripartite free trade areas. What is important to note that is it builds on existing simplified trade regimes in COMESA, EAC, and SADC, and it facilitates trade. We are going to come into details of what simplification means in order for us to understand how we can use this instrument. So it ensures small traders benefit from regional integration and not only large corporations. I think you have heard about trade facilitation, but when you think about that, most people think that it's only trade facilitation for the huge corporates, big companies, but we also have small traders who are supposed to benefit from this system. So what does it do? It sets parameters, processes, and procedures for member states in the tripartite region to promote trade facilitation, and some of the benefits that are expected or that you expect from the simplified trade regime is, number one, reduced border delays and long queues, and faster turnaround in trade, improved knowledge about small-scale cross-border traders' rights to address known challenges, better statistical data on trade in goods, which enhances planning and decision-making, also increased the revenue due to collection of nominal, we are saying nominal, administrative fee for processing customs documents, and increased manufacturing of goods for small-scale trading, leading to improved job creation and enhanced regional integration. So these are some of the perceived benefits. Earlier on, I said the tripartite one is building upon the individual simplified trade regimes that exist in the different regs. So what is it made up of? What are the key features? What are the components of this simplified trade regime? Let us look, for example, at SADC. So the simplified trade regime has got basically one, trade information desks. These are help desks that are established at the border posts, which are supposed to facilitate small-scale traders. So you just have to go there straight to the trade information desk to get more information on how you can cross the border, rather than going straight to the customs officials. Secondly, there is a simplified certificate of origin. Now, you know when you are crossing the border with goods, you have to fill in certain forms, right? Some of these forms are complex. They are long, but with the simplified trade regime, the certificate of origin is simplified. It's just perhaps a half a page with simple language, especially language that exists within the communities of the borders where it is established, rather than just English. Maybe it will be in Chichewa, or in Shona, or in Ndebele. So it has to be simplified. Number two, there is also a simplified customs document. Again, just half a page or a quarter of a page document which asks for a few questions. Then number three, there is a threshold value for the consignment. This one will come back into it in detail and explain what it means. And then there is a regional list of goods that are eligible. Not all goods are eligible for you to cross the borders with. There is a list. Say you can cross the border with these goods. Not goods from China, not goods from Yemen, but goods that originate within the region. That's why, if you go back to the issues of the benefits, one of the benefits is that it facilitates local manufacturing. So there is a list of goods that you must cross the borders with. Now, if you look at the SADC STR, it's a little bit different from the COMESA STR. It's different in the sense that for the COMESA one, there is a bilateral common list of products. Remember, at SADC, it's a regional list of products. For COMESA, it's bilateral. Bilateral in the sense that two countries can agree. For example, Zambia and Zimbabwe, they are both in the COMESA region. They can agree on the list of goods that can cross the border up to a maximum threshold value of $2,000 without paying any duties. Right? But for SADC, as you can see, I didn't put any figure there because the amount varies. Some say 500, some say 1,000, some say 2,000. Right? And you can also see on COMESA there is no simplified certificate of origin. They've removed that. There is only just the simplified customs document. Then at the EAC level, the East African Community, there is a regional common list of products just like SADC. Then there is a simplified certificate of origin, and then there is a threshold value for consignments, which is currently 2,000, and then a simplified customs document. Now with the tripartite is now trying to harmonize these three existing STRs into one tripartite STR. So the harmonization itself, it has to pick the common components from the three regs and it's put in place. So the question is, where are we with this harmonization? We have got 29 countries within the tripartite region, from Cape to Cairo, right? Out of these 29 countries, we have got 14 that have deposited their instruments of ratification. And it's good to note that out of those 14, 9 of those countries are from the SADC region, which means they are committed to facilitating trade for the small-scale cross-border traders. So a framework was developed for the tripartite region on the tripartite simplified trade regime, and this framework was presented to the member states, to the partner states. They went through it, they questioned it, they interrogated it until the technical committee of experts adopted it. The tripartite committee of senior officials adopted it, and now it's going to the Council of Ministers for adoption. And the Council of Ministers was supposed to be held next week in Nairobi. But I know that it was postponed because of Ebola, the Ebola virus that is threatening the region around DRC, Uganda, and so forth. And the heads of state were actually supposed to meet on the 31st of this month to give a stamp to this. So it has been postponed, and we are looking forward that the framework itself is just going to be adopted and become functional within the region. Now, I was talking about the key features, the different components, what needs to be harmonized, what needs to be simplified. I talked about the simplified certificate of origin, the simplified customs declaration, the common list of eligible products, and the thresholds. I'm still going to come back to some of the issues. Now, on the documentation, so as I said, these documents, the certificates that we talk about, they are originating from the different regional economic communities, and they need to be harmonized. But in addition to these documents, there could be supplementary tools as well that are required, including the TSTR identification cards that might be given to the cross-border traders, which may be introduced either at a bilateral level or at a regional level, but without replacing the core TSTR documents that we are talking about, that is the rules of origin, the certificates of origin, and so forth and so on. Then there is also the issue of electronic TSTR platforms that the TSTR framework itself is also promoting, which features different features like the translation features into local languages for accessibility purposes, and also to reduce barriers in terms of our languages, as we know that we've got different languages within the tripartite region. So this is an example of the simplified tripartite certificate of origin on the left side, which just requires, it has been reduced from long documents to just a few lines for them to be filled by cross-border traders. Then this is the simplified customs document, and it also features information that you need to fill in, for example, the name of the exporter, the border post of clearance, the name of the importer, the identification of transport. It's very important for them to know. Most of them, they use bicycles. Some of them use borders. You know borders, right? Yeah, to do that, and so forth and so on. Now, these documents that we are talking about, they do not replace, if you can just get this clearly, they do not replace certain permits. There are certain permits that are required, especially if you are importing certain products that are of a sensitive nature in the countries for environmental purposes or for health purposes. For example, there are documents like the sanitary and phytosanitary certificates, SPS certificates, for the health of environment or for the health of the people, and the other permits that are issued by the ministries of agriculture and so forth. These TSTR documents, they do not replace this. And I think you know why it is important to have such permits. But what we are also advocating for is the simplification of those permits in terms of what is required, the information that is required for you to obtain those permits, and also the permits themselves. They need to be simplified. So, well, these are some of the information just to emphasize the issues around the documents. Now, on the common list of products, as I said, there is harmonization that is currently taking place to try to take goods that you find that are on the common list, in the SADC list of products, in the EAC list of products, as well as some of the bilateral arrangements that are already in place. So what are some of the goods? The TSTR framework itself has got different goods. I'm not going to go through them in detail, but I think you can see already, if there are people who are already trading in these goods or who are already producing, I know there are some youth who are producing some of these goods, they are eligible to be traded across the borders. Mostly vegetables, cereals, sugars, confectionaries. You also have soaps, plastics, wood articles, etc., etc. So most of these goods, you can actually cross borders with up to the value that is required at that particular border post. Now, let us go into the details of the thresholds. Remember, earlier on we talked about what exists at COMESA, which is a threshold of USD 2000, the EAC USD 2000, and then SADC, which is negotiated bilaterally as well between USD 500 and 2000. You have got countries like the DRC, for example. The DRC said any country that they enter into a bilateral arrangement with in terms of the STR, the threshold cannot go beyond 500 US dollars. It's just 500 US dollars. Why? They are saying for a small scale trader, we believe 500 US dollars is what defines a small scale trader. But there are countries like Malawi. Malawi is very much into STR. Malawi said their threshold is 3,000 US dollars. Meaning you can bring goods worth 3,000 US dollars without paying any duties as long as they appear on the common list of products. But here is a challenge. You get to the border, for example, the border between Malawi and Zambia. Let's take Mwami Muchinji border, right? On the Zambian side, they say the threshold is 2,000. On the Malawian side, they say the threshold is 3,000. So what do you do? Malawi is saying 3,000, Zambia is saying 2,000. And this is the reality, by the way. It's not theory. This is the reality. This is what is currently obtaining. What do you do? So when you are coming from Malawi and you want to enter into Zambia with rice, you can only take rice that is worth 2,000 US dollars to cross the border with. But when you are coming from Zambia into Malawi, say you are bringing vegetables, you can bring vegetables worth 3,000 US dollars. But they are saying we need to harmonize these, such that at least we've got harmonization across the the borders, right? I like it for Zimbabwe, it was 1,000 US dollars. I think there was a statutory instrument just 2 months ago, which they raised their threshold from 1,000 to 2,000 US dollars. But for the tripartite is proposing 5,000 US dollars, in line with the African Continental Free Trade Area, which has also proposed a threshold of 5,000 US dollars. But of course, some of these are still under discussion. Now, this is just to emphasize the point that I was talking about. So you have bilateral agreements, but for the EAC, the interesting thing about the EAC is, remember I said it has got a regional list of products, right? And their threshold is 2,000 US dollars, which means for all the countries in the EAC region, whether you are moving from Tanzania into Uganda, or from Rwanda into Burundi, or from Uganda into Kenya, you know that there is a common list of products. You don't have to worry to say, is this product really wanted or it's not? Is it on the common list or not? Because the common list is regional. And those goods must be originating from the EAC region, which means it's facilitating those who are producing for them to continue to be producing, right? Now, there have been some review mechanisms that have also been suggested, particularly for the common list of products. You may find that as economies develop, perhaps there are new products that are needed in certain jurisdictions, in certain countries, and they are not on the common list. So every year, the member states sit down and review the products. Are there any new products that are coming in? And they can add that product onto the common list. Is that the end? Okay. Thank you for the question. Remember, we are talking about the tripartite. And earlier on, I said we are harmonizing for the tripartite region, such that what obtains in the SADC region is what obtains in the COMESA region, is what obtains in the EAC region. Also including goods that are in transit. For example, you want to import goods from Kenya to Malawi, but there is no border between Kenya and Malawi. You have to pass through certain borders for you to get to Malawi. Now, with a harmonized system, it becomes easier for you to cross those borders with those goods. So the harmonization is at the tripartite level, right? So I was talking about the reviews that each year the member states have to review the common list of products so that certain products are added onto the list. And if there are any reasons to remove certain products from the list, then they can remove those products from the list. We will discuss later on where they get this information to inform them to review those goods. So the review mechanism, the reviews themselves, they are based on data, which is collected obviously through the customs records, through the trade information desks, as well as the feedback that member states or partner states get from the users of the system itself. And that informs the reviews. Now, frequency of transactions. This is also one key feature. To say, if I go to the border today and cross with my goods is for the day, am I done for that particular day? So the framework is saying the TSTR should not limit the frequency of cross-border crossings by small-scale cross-border traders. Why? Because high frequency of transactions is typical of small-scale cross-border trade. As they operate with limited capital, they operate without storage facilities. So you will find those communities who live really within the border communities, you will find within a day, some can cross 3-4 times with their goods. So the framework is saying no limits, including even the individual STRs. They also do not put some limits, although some member states were trying to put some limits, because this is prone to abuse. How? We have had situations where big companies, and this is why some of these instruments become a problem. We have had situations where big companies bring in their goods, they break them down into smaller units, they target cross-border traders. We pay you $20, you cross with this, and you give us on the other side of the border. It has happened. We have heard about such. Now I just want to find out from you, how do you think that can be dealt with? How do you think that can be kept? The abuse of the STR. Because look, we are going to talk about goods worth 5,000 US dollars. I'm going to cross the border with goods worth 5,000 US dollars without paying duties. How are we going to deal with that? Yes.
One of the best way our governments and member states could consider is through digitization of systems. I think once systems are digitized, it is very hard to cheat on the systems, because when you put personnel, as much as humans can be faithful and loyal, but to avoid the corruption and all the corruptic gaps that can, be opened, it is important that we digitize and invest on technology with which you come with your products, you weigh on the digital weighing scale, and it reflects the tons that you carry, and that reflects the amount you need to pay, and then you digitize the monetization of the payments. So at the end of the day, it is systems within systems, and you easily track the gaps and see a room where things are not happening the way they're supposed to.
I like the hands, because this is exactly what has been suggested, even discussions by member states, the issue of digitization. It will help to curb some of these challenges that we have, the abuse of the systems. It reduces human-to-human interaction, the issuance of electronic cards to the traders and so forth. The moment you scan, it shows that sometimes the frequency is just too high, and sometimes you need to explain. So digitization is one of the ways that has been suggested. But what is important now is when you digitize, when you develop those apps, the devil is in the detail. What is the app going to be looking at when you digitize? So there is an opportunity for youth, right? Can that be an opportunity to develop apps that can assist member states? It might sound too far-fetched, but this is doable because others are doing it, as you will find out later on. Now, there are also, the framework itself is also talking about institutional arrangements around capacity building, which is crucial for the simplified trade regime and also the role of the different institutions. I'm going to focus on the trade information desks. Now, trade information desks are established at the different border posts to provide trade facilitation services to the cross-border traders, as well as relevant information that they may require. You can imagine you get to the border. You don't even know about the STR. You have got your goods. Where do you get that information from? I will tell you of a practical example. And it's said, I don't know how the youth can come in to assist in sensitizing, in raising awareness. Last week, we were doing capacity building in Tanzania and Zambia. So we went to two borders. That is Kasumulu-Songwe border, as well as Tunduma and Nakonde border posts between Zambia and Tanzania. We were with cross-border traders, customs officials, and joint border committees. You know, the different government agencies, departments, and so forth. At first, I asked, who knows the STR? Do you know that when we asked that question, even some customs officials did not know about the STR? They didn't know about the simplified trade regime. Now, if they don't know, and you come up with your goods, how are they going to assist you? Yet, member states, they had agreed bilaterally, Tanzania and Zambia, they had agreed at government-to-government level, right? Under the SADC STR. But the officials, they don't know how to apply it. So we may have instruments that are in place. But as long as these instruments are not known to the beneficiaries and to those who are supposed to be applying them, then we are not doing anything. So the question is, who is supposed to be doing the sensitization? Who is supposed to be doing the awareness raising? Is it the beneficiaries? Do they know about it? Is it the member states themselves? Some say they do not have resources. So how can we complement the authorities in order for us to have maximum benefit from these instruments?
Thank you so much. My name is Kamara. So on the challenge you are talking about, I've been experiencing this on the border between Tanzania and Uganda, Tanzania and Rwanda. And most of the time, you reach at the border post, you find the migration officers know any clue about even the agreement between the East African region, like movement of free of goods and people across the border. So I think the big challenge we have is the conversations on these tariffs and the others. They have been discussed in the high level, in the rooms where there is a lot of elites, and the local people are not even engaged in the discussions. So you cannot have the entire community which are living on the border side. For example, look at the border where you find there are two communities, and the colonialists, they just draw the line. But they are the same communities. They trade together, they are living together. They are not engaged on anything about the border. The other time we are looking on the cattle of the Maasai from Arusha to Tanzania, and they are saying the cattle, they are moving from Tanzania to Kenya. But we ask, right, does the cattle know there is a border here? Eh? For them, they are moving free, find the grasses and water to survive. So I think the first thing, the elites, they just cross themselves in the room like here. they construct something, they think this is what the citizen want, and they put in their papers, and the next day it's on the police, it's on other stuffs. But the local people, they are not even engaged in one, like, what do you want? What do you want to see happening in their areas? Because we are not the same, by the way. The needs of the borders from Kasumuro, Zambia and Tanzania, or Malawi and Tanzania are different. So if you engage the citizen around those areas, they can first give you the pre-information. But also, I think the other thing is on the political will. So having all of this, we have observed in this year, Malawi had a problem with Tanzania, no last year. You know what they did? They crossed the border. People had a lot of stock at the border. They got into loss. Tanzania went in the problem with Kenya. They crossed the border. They're not even thinking about these farmers who are bringing the goods, how much they are putting, the cost and everything, because to head of the states, they have on the misunderstanding, they crossed the border. So who are affecting are the communities. And they think they are Kenyans and Tanzania, but they are the same people. So I think maybe if we want to do a very critical analysis, let's start the conversation from the ground. And from the ground, you ask the citizen what do they want. After, when you come to implement, they are aware of what is going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, wow. So it has opened a whole can of worms. What he is saying, we noted it at Tunduma Nakonde. Do you know that even with the existence of an STR, we saw a lot of borders carrying rice and so forth through undesignated routes. And nobody's asking them. They are crossing because they are saying, the moment I try to use the normal channels, I am delayed. My goods can rot. So they are using undesignated areas. So still there is need to involve the people. Let me hear from Tembila.
Thank you so much. Such an interesting presentation. I cannot get used to it, even though it's my second time. I think what we need to, another thing we need to consider is the capacity building of grassroots organizations. I'm particularly interested in this because in my country I work with an organization. It's a grassroots organization called Women in Trade and Development. So we go into the communities. I'm imagining a situation where other grassroots organizations were in a room like this and they were trained on the tripartite simplified trade regime, and then because they have capacity to go into the rural areas and maybe in some semi-urban areas, and they're in contact with the people who are the target for this regime, then they would benefit in that sense. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just give these two and then I finish. I know Vikendi will deal with me harshly here.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Unlike my colleague, it's the first time I'm actually interacting with this presentation. And I'm going to speak from a point of interest. So when you started the presentation, you actually started with statistics that will more or less entice our appetites as persons who are pro-young people. But as you kept talking about the product, we realized it became less and less youth-friendly. And not the presentation, but the subject itself. And if you realize, if you look at some of the processes that are still retained within the borders to ensure that goods move freely, they're still not very youth-friendly. And for those of us who have implemented programs that are geared towards supporting young people into into small businesses and MSCs, you realize that middle and small-scale business enterprises, you realize that the moment you put requirements for documentation, get this certificate, get this stamp, get this customs, get this, that is where you start losing young people. Yeah, right? So as much as it's an aspirational, I actually find it as an aspirational model, and that is the first reason. The second reason is it suffers from what we'll refer to as duplicity. In fact, multiplicity of interventions. I'll tell you why. If I come from Kenya, if you come to Kenya, we already have our own national laws and that would govern and regulate trade between us and Uganda and Tanzania and the other countries. Now, within the East African community, we already have similar laws as well, right? So we are now going through the hierarchy. Now, when we come to the African Union, we already have some guiding principles, whether they will be contained in the African Free Trade Area or whichever other documents. Now, we have a tripartite that is trying to consolidate three giants who in many instances might not even be speaking freely to each other. And so anytime there is a conflict on that subject, for example, when Tanzania closed the border between ourselves and them, it's the national laws that will be prioritized at that, because then of hierarchy of laws, the national laws will take precedence. And so that is one of the challenges that will face this. And just answering your question, I find it also that the reason why this is not well understood on the ground, because that's actually the question you had asked, is I was keen to check that when you started, there was a key area which was monitoring and data collection, which was very important. However, the one thing that always misses in many of these beautiful documents, the one thing that always misses on these beautiful documents is the component on disseminating it. And so it's sad that some of the enforcement agencies might not even know, like you mentioned. And you can even imagine my brother's aspirations of the communities and grassroots organizations from my sister knowing it. So part and parcel of the document should be the dissemination element of it, making public aware of it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the inputs. Can I just give you half a minute?
Thank you so much. Let me maximize that. Thank you for the insightful presentation. I think that for me, the challenge we're dealing with is a reflection of a problem that was created at consultation level. If we're having challenges with stakeholders implementing this, especially the critical stakeholders, it's not a problem at this point. It's a problem that was probably created at the consultation level. And I think that's generally what we tend to see, that normally consultations happen at design, then the key stakeholders fall off along the way and they are left. And then by the time we want to start implementing, we want to come back to them, and at this point there's a disconnect. So ideally, meaningful participation and consultation should be that at design, all the critical stakeholders are involved, at the point of implementation, at the point of monitoring. So if they were fully involved, by the time we're coming to implement, they should have actually been looking forward to it. Now, to quickly answer your question, whose responsibility is it to sensitize? I think it's a multi-stakeholder effort. It requires, at this point, concerted efforts. The countries are saying they don't have the resources to train even their border staff and all of that. I think we need to then remedy this by bringing together critical stakeholders, both at national level and regional level, to ensure that we respond to this as urgently as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think all your inputs, they are valid. In my few slides left, I will try to answer some of the questions. Weekend gave me 20 minutes, but I said to her, no, 20 minutes is too much. I will do it in 10 minutes. So 10 minutes is right, not 20. 10, right? Thank you. So you have got trade information desk officers stationed at the borders. These are recruited by cross-border traders associations. They are the ones who recruit them, and they are the ones who man the trade information desks. Their duties include assisting traders to complete the certificates that are there, to provide information on customs, trade and border procedures, for recording data as well, on the volumes, the border crossing times, because that helps also to review the systems, and reporting what are called non-tariff barriers. There are a lot of barriers that people meet at the borders, include issues to do with corruption and so forth. And through digitization, which has been proposed and which is part of the framework itself, there is already an online system for reporting non-tariff barriers. And these are supposed to be resolved as quickly as is possible, because we have got some focal points in member states where if you report a certain non-tariff barrier, to say, I've encountered this challenge at this border post, you are doing it online, it goes straight to that particular focal point, and they are able to communicate with their systems and focal points at the border post to resolve that as quickly as is possible. So these are some of the systems. And this system of non-tariff barrier reporting is a system that should also, according to the member states and also the cross-border traders, which should be linked to the monitoring and reporting framework as part of addressing some of the challenges that cross-border traders face. But there is an issue of sustainability of the trade information desks. How can they be sustained? If they are being recruited by cross-border traders, how can they be sustained? This is one of the questions that we have come across, especially at the border between Kenya and Uganda, Busia border. They have tried to put some trade information desk officers. They are saying it's not working. We were in Zambia, as I said, with Tanzania. There is a trade information desk officer on the Zambian side, and they are saying it's working very well. On the Tanzanian side, you only have a container in place, but there is no trade information desk. So this is the container that is at the border between Tanzania and Zambia. That container has been donated by the government of Tanzania to the Cross-Border Traders Association for them to put in the trade information desk in there to help cross-border traders. It's just outside the border as they get to the border. Now, if you get inside that container, as you can see, I was there sitting with the two colleagues who are supposed to be maintaining that. They tell you that we have got a desk and a chair, but we also have a tablet that we have been given by the donors, one of the funders. We also have a digital screen that we have been given, but we do not have the money to recruit the trade information desk officer. So it just becomes infrastructure which is there. Now, how do we deal with it in terms of sustainability? Some, they say you need information booklets to be part of that process. You need the computers, the laptops, the printer, the digital screens, the notice board, internet connectivity, and so forth. So the challenge is, as some of you were saying, in terms of consultations that are done towards the end and not at the beginning, it then becomes difficult. Fine, the government has come in with that particular container, and you are saying cross-border traders associations are supposed to recruit the trade information desk officers. They are saying things are difficult, things are hard, we do not have money. How do we ensure that we pay an allowance or a salary on a monthly basis to sustain those? So there have been suggestions, and one of the models that has been suggested was to say, for each and every cross-border trader who comes and gets information on the STR, they help you to fill in the information, you just pay $1. You pay $1, and that money gets into the fund of the Cross-Border Traders Association to use now to pay the trade information desk officer. So it's one model that has been suggested. Some were saying it might not work because $1 is too much for the cross-border traders. That's what others say. But others will say, if you are able to bring goods that are worth $2,000 and then you are failing to pay $1 for the transaction that you are having, so what are you saying? So I think it's a question of making sure that we just become sensitive to the requirements of the trade information desk officers as they provide critical services. Then the member states have also suggested that there is need for capacity building across all different stakeholders, the issues that you were raising. we need capacity building, understanding of the STR at all levels, border officials, the cross-border traders themselves, the traders themselves, trade information desk officers, and other key stakeholders. You need that kind of capacity building to understand the STRs. So as I conclude, this is one of the meetings that we had last week at Kasumulu Songwe, doing capacity building for, there are also customs officials there and some cross-border traders associations. At Tunduma, we also had some youth who were part of that process in the capacity buildings, which we are currently undertaking around customs procedures, around declaration forms, examination procedures, clearance processes, as well as the need to have standard operating procedures across all the borders under the TSTR. This is why the TSTR is in place, so that when one comes from one border to the next border, you don't find things that are a bit different from where you came from. They need to be harmonized, to be standard. So we are also developing standard operating procedures, and then of course common training for border agencies. Some of you in this room participated in this meeting, which was in Nairobi, to try and introduce the tripartite. And in this meeting, I'm happy to say I saw some youth geared to come up with a youth engagement mechanism, which will be shared later on. And this youth engagement mechanism on the TSTR itself, it has got different core areas around policy and governance participation, trade awareness and information dissemination, enterprise development and market access. This was developed by the youth themselves. And I think there are some in here who were part of this meeting, right? Tembela was there. Who else? Emmanuel was also there. Is Emmanuel in here? Emmanuel was also part of this. There was also someone, I saw someone who was also part of this process. So they developed this on their own to say, for us, this is the engagement mechanism that we want to see happening around the TSTR, and if the TSTR and the tripartite region can adopt this, then we are good to run with it. It also talks about digital trade and innovation, capacity building and peer learning, the institutional structures at the national REC as well as tripartite level, the priorities for youth associations and networks, the support mechanisms, sustainability and continuity of the framework. So these are all part of the engagement mechanism, which I hope maybe we may find time to also review it, but I have got faith in the youth who were in that meeting, because there were youth from East Africa as well who were part of that process. So as a final slide, there are opportunities for the youth. Some of them, you see that young girl, that hat is actually made up of the tripartite material. They were trying to design something in that meeting and to use the materials that are produced within East Africa to trade across the borders. Is Emmanuel here? Is Emmanuel here? I just wanted to give Emmanuel 1 minute. After that meeting in Nairobi, Emmanuel and some other youth, they went ahead to create an app in the middle there that you see for the exchange of goods, where the youth can actually go to that particular website and try to trade goods across the borders using the TSTR. And so, but I'm not seeing Emmanuel. I wanted him to really talk about this, how they are envisaging this to be working. But we can see that there are opportunities for the youth that they can utilize in order for the TSTR itself not to remain a theory, but a practical tool for enhancement of cross-border trade among the cross-border traders, the youth, the young boys, the young women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's keep the applause going. Wow, what an eye-opening presentation. I think for the longest time, young people have looked at trade policies as heavy documents for giant corporations, right? But then this presentation has proved to us how the tripartite STR is literally a golden ticket for youth-led micro and small businesses. So thank you so much, Mr. Ranga, for pointing us to that, how it is clearing the path and, removing the red tape to ensure that there is smooth cross-border success, and also how we can take advantage of regional policies for sustainable livelihoods. One more time, let's put our hands together.
Yes, I love the fact that that session was very interactive. And at this moment in time, let me also recognize our friends and colleagues who are following these deliberations online. We've got thousands and thousands of young people all over the continent following the deliberations online. And our next presentation is going to be an online one as well. We have got Miss Milo Papercamp. She's the project lead at NAJK. This is a Dutch Agricultural Youth Association. Let's have that presentation.
And let's put our hands together for her. Milo, can you hear us? Okay, we'll wait for that connection.
Milo, are you there? Okay, so in the interest of time, what we are going to do is that we are going to proceed to another presentation.
Hello,
Oh,
I'm
she can hear
here.
us now. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm here now. I'm trying to share my presentation on the screen. You can now see me, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Ah, okay. Can you now see me?
Yes, we can see you now.
That's great. And I will share my presentation with you. Just a second.
Fantastic.
Can you now see my presentation?
We can see your presentation.
Yes?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I can't see you, so I will just believe you on your words. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much also for your time to listen to my presentation about NAJK. I hope you've had a wonderful first day of this big event and also had a great morning this morning. So my name is Milou Peperkamp. I am a project lead at NAJK. I'm all the way here from the Netherlands, giving a short presentation about what NAJK, the Nederlands Agrarisch Jongerencontact, actually is. And also what we have been doing, working together with the Dutch Embassy in Joburg on Agri-Youth Without Borders, a project that we've been doing for 2.5 years now. And I will first start with what is NAJK. So like I was introduced, NAJK, it stands for Nederlands Agrarisch Jongerencontact. It's actually translated to Dutch Agricultural Youth Association. So NAJK is actually the voice of the Dutch young farmers. And just to explain to you how we are structured, I will show you this schematic overview of NAJK. We are actually represented also in SEJA, which is the European Association for Young Farmers, and they represent almost 2 million young farmers over all of Europe. SEJA also has a Dutch chairman, so that we are very proud of that. NAJK is we are represent almost all sectors, and we have almost 8,000 members over the country. And I wanted to show you the structure because we have actually a national daily board. I will show you them in a minute. A provincial board, which is over all the provinces in the Netherlands. Some are combined, so we have 10 provincial boards, and we have 124 local departments that are actually independent, and they organize events and discussion evenings for their members. So we are represented on all local levels, and we combine our forces so NHJK, the daily board, can do their work. Because I wanted to tell you about NHJK because we are very strong aligned with the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture and also in Brussels. So we do advocacy in Brussels and The Hague. And this is our daily board. Actually, these are 6 of the 8 of them. So we are not complete on this photo. But they work on a daily basis on lobbying and representing the voice of young farmers, young Dutch farmers with policymakers. So they are very busy all the time. And at this moment, we recently had a chamber letter about their nitrogen policy, which is very impactful. And they've been working very hard to make sure the policymakers in The Hague know what the effect is on young farmers and how we can create a policy that works also for young farmers to give them a future and a perspective. So that's what we do actually with the daily board. But I'm introduced as a project lead, so that's good to know as well that we have a daily board that works on a national level, but we also have a project organization, and that's where I'm also responsible for different kinds of projects that we do in collaboration with the Dutch ministry, with educational institutions, and with provincial policies to make sure that we can share all the knowledge and research that has been done in these projects and initiatives on all kinds of different themes in agriculture. That we can share it with the youth. So we are also very much present at schools and other events with students and young farmers. So in short, I'm just talking to you very, very shortly because I have only 15 minutes. So that's why I go in a bigger, faster pace. Our mission is advocacy for agriculture youth in The Hague and Brussels, which are the policy capitals in the Netherlands and Europe. So we are very lucky to be so close to Brussels because we have in our daily board, I'm just going back to the photo, every person in the daily board has their own dossier. So we have a dossier on dairy milking, on horticulture, on company succession, but also on international relations. So our board member on international relations, he is all the time in Brussels as well to be present and create relationships with all the policymakers over there as well. It's good to know that NHJK has been existing for almost 50 years. So we have had a very long-term relationship with all policymakers in as well The Hague as in Brussels. It's not done overnight. We have very good relations and make sure it's part of our daily jobs. So NHJK is not only there for advocacy, but also very concrete tools for personal development and better entrepreneurship for our young farmers. And that's also what we do as a project organization. And we organize a lot of information and discussion evenings. It's very important for us to not just work from one daily board with 8 people, but continuously consulting all of our members. These are 8,000 members to make sure we still keep in mind what is happening on their company in the field to make sure we have short lines. Our drivers, project support, like I mentioned, the project team that I'm also part of, the Ministry of Agriculture, the close relations we have there, our 8,000 paying members, which makes also that we have a structure to build on because it's not voluntary, you have to pay, but with then in exchange for that, we can arrange a lot of activities and make sure you are very close to the policy making process, and also agreements with local businesses in agri and food. So Just to talk you through a little bit of the work of the policy making, there are multiple ways of influencing, in this case, influencing policies. But NHK focuses on lobby. And these are just very quickly the steps that we usually take to create our lobby. So, step one, focus within your organization. So, first, you have to define what is our mission, what is our goal, where do we stand for. So, and create unity and choices, like I mentioned, also with the local departments, and remain standing in the complexities. It gives you a rock to build on. So, if there's hard times or complex situations, you can always go back to your mission and your vision. Step two, from organizational focus to lobby focus. So, when there's a specific subject you want to talk about, what should be changed and who should be changing it. So what's your target actually, and how do we get your target to be motivated to change, which is also where the relation management comes in. And step by step, and keeping it feasible, that's very important. Sometimes you really want to take 20 steps ahead, but then maybe your target is not coming with you. So sometimes you have to just create a pathway, a start just with the first 2 steps to motivate them to change. And then step 3, making a lobby plan. So then you go research the ins and outs of the target, do a stakeholder analysis. Who are all the people involved? Who do we have to talk to? Who do we have to motivate? Make sure you're adapting. So in the policy world, especially also in the Netherlands, the past few years, it's been changing a lot. People have been changing a lot. You have to be adaptive. And then also decide whether you want to include media, yes or no. Sometimes it works very good, but sometimes it works against you. So, like I said, in the first step, you have to create your own vision. So NHK has been creating, updating their vision for the past years and years. These are some of the dossiers or the themes that we have created our visions on. So the menu policy, like I mentioned earlier, recently we had the chamber letter on nitrogen. It's also a very big dossier. Also a vision on dairy farming. What should dairy farming look like in the next 20 years? It's all about providing perspective, because that's what is very important for our young farmers to know how they can be able to succeed the company of their family, or maybe create a new farm. So that's what we also try to be very clear about as a Dutch young association, also towards our members, so they can respond and we can keep consulting them. I also wanted to show you that there's this formal side of lobbying and being involved in all these research projects and knowledge exchange. But NHK is also about informal activities, also about bonding and creating good relations with each other. So it's sometimes formal, as you see in the photos, in the boardrooms, but it's also sometimes just going on a visit at home at the Minister of Agriculture, on their farm, on their company, and playing games. And that's something that we do from the project organization a lot. We create a lot of games about, for example, soil and water management, but also about biodiversity or about safety on your farm. These are sometimes a little boring subjects, but you can make them fun and create a game and talk about it and discuss the subject. So we go to a lot of schools or study clubs or local AJKs to play these games with them. So yeah, that's also good for the member engagement. Another form of engagement is also our membership magazine. It comes out 4 times a year. You see like a photo in the corner of the slide. We create this magazine with all kinds of stories about young farmers, about experiences, but also about what do we do for you. So the organization does not remain too abstract. We have a very active social media strategy. We have this newsletter 12 times a year. We organize lots of events. Recently, we had events about the nitrogen policy, so we can explain people what is happening, what we have been doing, and also the young farmers can react and give their insights to us. And also, of course, our daily board meets every month, and the executive board. We have we make sure we continuously are in contact with our members and make sure we also have the board together very frequently. This is also the engagement with our local business partners. We are an independent organization. It's good for me to mention that. So we are not depending on these companies, but they are also our financial support. They are also, there's also an advantage for them that we are, NHK is here. So we try to connect. So what is your interest for us? And then make sure we can work together sometimes or exchange knowledge. So we have strategic discussions as well. For example, Rabobank, it's the fourth partner on the top list. It's actually a bank. Probably you've heard about it, maybe not, but it's a bank that finances a lot of agricultural entrepreneurs. And together we also create a program, a training program, for example, for young farmers to how to succeed your company, your father's company or your mom's company, to make sure they have all the tools that are needed. So that's how we work together sometimes. And they also, like I mentioned earlier, financially support us. So that's how we can keep organizing important events, but also create tools for our young farmers. We need them as well. So that's about NIJK. And now I wanted to quickly introduce you to Agri-Youth Without Borders. It's actually a project that we've been working on 2.5 years together with the Dutch Embassy in Joburg. Right now, we are still making a new plan for the coming months. But Agri-Youth Without Borders, what is it? Well, it is actually, it aims to ensure equal and sustainable participation of young people in agriculture and rural development, and it addresses local challenges. The idea is, and that's also probably what all the association networks you are part of also have as a mission, to make sure there is a voice for the young farmers, also towards the development of the agriculture sector. The membership, it's open to young people, but also welcomes individuals without an agricultural background who are interested or involved. So it's a very broad idea, but we really want to make sure that there is this room and space for young farmers to share their voices. The goal is actually to create advocacy, education and trainings, networking and exchange, market access and support. So it's not only about being involved in the policy making processes, but also about how to adapt and create more knowledge about all kinds of agricultural themes. So it's about education and training as well. That's the goal of Agri-Youth Without Borders. We started with the first chapter in Gauteng, and we have tried to set up a second chapter in the Western Cape, in Cape Town. And we are now only at the first at the beginning of this process. So we are now researching again. So how can we set it up? What is the right form? And that's actually why I really wanted to be here today with you. Unfortunately, I'm online and I can't see you right now. But I really want to exchange your experiences in how to set up such a youth council in agricultural sector. So that's also my final question later in the presentation. Please contact me or please share your details with me so we can exchange experiences. So this is something that would be able, that a collaboration could be looking like from NHK and Agri-Youth. Good to mention is that we have been visiting South Africa 2 times. So in 2025 and 2024, we went to visit the local ministries and also the Dutch Embassy, of course, and the ambassador, to create this relations, because we think it's very important. But how could it look like? Well, we could co-create workshops and educational modules so we can learn from each other. We can offer research, internships, and thesis opportunities. For example, someone from our place can come to you and all the other way around. and also engage students from multiple disciplines. We also focus on the universities, and sometimes there are already existing youth councils, but how can we continue their activities also after your studying time? Host guest lectures and seminars, facilitate student and knowledge exchanges, provide mentors and academic expertise. So it's all about exchange, exchange, exchange. We can learn from you, and we try to give our knowledge to you as well, because we see that it works in the Netherlands, and we want to try to see if we can hop over some experiences to your place as well. So I know I cannot really easily interact with you. Maybe we can try, and there are some people that can give an answer to this question. But we actually also saw it in the previous presentation. We closed with the added value of a agri-youth organization, or the representation of agri-youth. But I would like to hear from you as well. What do you think that is the added value of an agri-youth organization in your place? And maybe we can try to discuss this question together. But I also really wanted to make sure you can write down my name and my contact details. It's the email address you see in the bottom to contact me and share exchange knowledge and experiences about building an agricultural youth representation or network. So I think that was it for me now. I'm trying to see how I can start seeing you again. I hope you enjoyed and you could understand me well.
Milo, thank you so much. We really appreciate you for that inspiring and energizing presentation from NAJK, the amazing work that they are doing regarding youth-led agri-tech. Let's put our hands together.
And if you have anything to do, you want to talk to her, you can also email her. That's her email address right there.
Yes, and if you are here and you've not registered, please make sure that you drop by the information desk, which is right at the entrance, and you register, you sign in. If you did not register again yesterday, we encourage you to visit the information desk so that you register as well. We would want to thank our sponsors who have partnered with us for this amazing gathering of young people. Agra, thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for Agra.
Put your hands together for African Union as well.
SADC PF, we recognize you and we appreciate you as well. And a long list of other sponsors who have parted with their money to ensure that we are here. We appreciate you.
And just a little geography about this place. If you'd like to use a bathroom, to the left exit, women's bathroom is on the right, and of course the men's bathroom is on the right exit as well. Let's move on to our next presentation.
Indeed.
We have got a spark talk. This will be done by Mr. Ivan Atuyambe from Master Foundation African School of Governance. A big round of applause for Mr. Ivan Atuyambe.
As we wait for Mr. Ivan, would also want to recognize the presence of Mr. Kabelo Mochwene. He is the Executive Manager of the Youth Directorate in the Office of the Executive Mayor in the city of Ekurhuleni. Let's put our hands together for him if he can raise to his feet. Thank you very much. Mr. Ivan is joining us online. We can pay our attention to the screens. Thank you. Mr. Achiyambe, can you hear us? Good morning. Mr. Achiyambe, one more time. Can you hear us, sir? Okay.
Okay, he's going to join us anytime from now. But let's just mention that we do have lots and lots of activities after him. We are going to have Mr. Muli.
Mr. Achiyambe, if you can raise your hand in the Zoom meeting if you can hear us, we would appreciate. But for the interest of time, we move on to the next segment on our program, Resource Talk. And for that, allow me to invite to the stage AU EU Youth Lab, Lawrence Muli, lead expert at AU EU Youth Lab. We can put our hands together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And if Ivan can hear us, he's our good friend. Definitely, we have to listen to him. He's a youth champion and youth leader in the sector for a very long time. My name is Lawrence Muli. I'm from Kenya. I am lead expert for the AU EU Youth Lab, which is a 14 million euro grant for 4 years for 22 African countries. We give grants to innovators, entrepreneurs, people working with marginalized groups, and people working between Africa and Europe. Grants between 10 to 50,000 euros to implement projects in local communities. So I'm going to be sharing all of that and the opportunities that are available for SADC youth. Thank you so much to Meshek, Gondo, and the rest of the team for having us on board. Oh, thank you. You can clap. Yes. So I don't know if my presentation is ready. Yeah, as the presentation is coming on board, I'll give a quick context. I know the AU colleagues are here. So in 2017, there was an African Union decision at the heads of government level to make sure that Africa and European youth are cooperating in a more institutionalized manner. So what started as an AU-EU kind of youth exchange program metamorphosized into an AU-EU youth plug initiative, where there was exchanges between African and European youth on how can we, share best practice and how can we ensure that we are learning from each other, that as African youth, we are contributing to, European youth being integrated in the continent, and we are also doing the same. So moving from a tokenistic approach around just, African youth going to Europe and European youth coming to Africa and going to the EU Commission and African Union Commission into a more substantive collaboration. And that then led into this initiative called the AU EU Youth Lab, where we now said, what do young people need at the end of the day? I mean, you're well equipped, you have the skills, the knowledge, you're having impact in your community. But what's the biggest issue that faces young people? It's funding to actually implement the programs that you have. So the program is intentionally designed to ensure that young people actually have, the funding that they need to actually implement the programs they have. I know the presentation is coming, but personally also, I've been in this youth sector for a very long time. I used to be in the AU Youth Division back in the day when the youth program of the AU was starting, one of the youth volunteers. And I actually entered the AU as an environmental activist. So I used to carry placards in all the UNFCCC conferences in, advocating for, climate action. And so this has been an actual very personal, experience. Yesterday when I was listening to all, especially the youth session and hearing the young agripreneurs, it reminded me of back in the day when we founded what is called the Africa Youth Initiative on Climate Change. It was under a tree in University of Nairobi, and I'm very happy to say that that initiative, I don't know if there's anyone knows Africa Youth Initiative on Climate Change? Yes, I see a few hands, yes. It's in 45 countries right now across Africa, which is really, really good, yeah. Really, really good. And it just started when we were at the UNFCCC conference in Nairobi, COP12 actually. And we were like, what? We were students, and we were like, how are these people coming to discuss climate policy and they're not involving environmental science students? So we said, okay, let's try to find a way to inculcate this. So I'll rush through this presentation. We can just go to the next slide. Thank you. Or do I have the, do you have the remote for the, do we have the remote? I can just quickly move through it. Yeah, thanks. We have videos and stuff, but then we don't have time for that because, yes. Can we just listen to this? Can you put the volume up? It's very short. Thank you so much. So that gave a very quick summary, but the three core pillars we have, one is on participation and representation. And this is moving, I've been in this youth sector for too long, so I've seen getting young people into the room and so on, but who talks about making systems and structures youth responsive? And making sure that the structures that engage young people are actually systemically youth-centric. And so I'm sure if you're a youth development practitioner, you might know about mainstreaming youth in development planning, which is a whole science that has been studied and developed. We did quite a bit of work on this at the Commonwealth Youth Program. You can have a look at it. A few countries, in fact, sadly, there's no country in Africa that has a mainstreaming of youth in national development planning. I think South Africa is the only one that actually has shown from a policy development framework, an actual systemic way of ensuring that systems, a whole government is thinking in a youth-centric way. Mauritius also, but then many other countries have not yet done that. And that is making sure, this pillar one is making sure that we are making the systems that engage young people actually youth-centric. Pillar two is on empowerment and capacity building. Again, moving away from just training of young people. How many people know about professionalization of youth work, for example? Any people? Yeah, there's a few hands. There's actually a certificate, a diploma, a degree on youth work. The same way you can go to school and study medicine, you can actually go and study youth work. And being this youth sector for so long, the sad part is that we have people working with young people who are not qualified to work with young people. And there's a whole education around that. And that's something that is systemically lacking. And this pillar two also concentrates on making sure that any training capacity building for young people is embedded on this youth development principles. It's also embedded on the Global Youth Development Index. Again, sadly, no country in Africa has a national youth development index. So how do you measure your investment in young people as a government, for example, if you cannot have like a metric to actually measure that? It's also embedded on financing youth development. Again, very few countries in Africa have like an actual financing youth development plan for young people. What's the return on investment when you invest in young people in your country, for example? And then pillar three is now financing youth initiatives. How do we make sure that the young people actually have the finance they need to implement their projects? So I will be quickly running through this. As you will see, these are the target countries we have across the continent, 22 African countries for the four-year project. You'll see the SADC countries here. Quite a number of countries in SADC have been doing well. Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi. We just need more applications from SADC, which we've not been receiving. And we also want to ensure that we share more. Our comms team are here also just to make sure that we can share a bit more. And thanks to SIOF for the partnership we've had in initiatives before, just to ensure that young people actually know. And then we've realized from the first year that access modalities and the application process was a bit tedious in the first year. So we've got to have a hard criteria on the application and soft criteria also. The hard criteria being, one, you have to be a youth-led organization. You have to be registered in your country. You have to showcase that you're actually having social impact in your community. You have to make sure that you are showcasing a mechanism of partnership and collaboration with the state and having a sustainability plan. And then the soft criteria, we realize there might be marginalized groups that may not be able to even know about our applications, when they're coming out and so on. They might not be registered. There might be issues around registering, their own company in their community. So we're able to allow such organizations to apply through existing organizations in their communities to be able to access the grants. I'm just rushing through this. The two components are one, AU EU Youth Voices Lab, which gives agency and voice to young people. So that one we give micro grants between 1,000 and 10,000 euros. And this is just to ensure that young people can actually carry out campaigns on issues they matter about. So if you're carrying out campaigns around climate advocacy or agricultural, agro value chains and how you can have impact on that, you can apply on this. And then we have the much larger grants on Youth Action Lab, but also our coordination mechanism. I don't know if there's any of our youth advisory board members who are here, we do not run this program as just, partners as Oxfam and Restless Development and Search for Common Ground. We actually have 27 youth advisory board members from all the 22 target countries, and from SADC we have at least 6 of the youth advisory board members from SADC region. And they actually help not just to contribute to how we select the grants and so on, they co-create the program with us. So we do a lot of monitoring and evaluation and learning and development together with them. These are just examples of some of the training programs we have and hackathons. We've done a lot in SADC region. We've done a lot in Tanzania, DRC, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and even Eswatini during the AU-EU Parliamentary Forum. So these are the larger grants that I want to just quickly share. These are the 4 categories of the grants. We're opening them up in October this year for the next year. So we are sector agnostic. So as long as you're implementing any of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, you can actually apply for the grants. So the first grants are innovation grants, which goes without a question. If you have a brilliant idea that is shaping and changing, issues that are affecting the community, you can apply for these grants. They range between 30 to 50,000 euros. Entrepreneurship grants, if you're a business person and you want to scale up your business, you can apply for this grant. Representation grants are intentionally designed to make sure that people, marginalized people, rural youth, young people who may not necessarily have opportunities are actually applying for these grants. People living with any form of ailments or disabilities, they can apply for these grants, which are representation grants. And then cooperation grants are very interesting. And I want to give Mozambique, I don't know, anyone from Mozambique here? Yay, yay, muito obrigado. So Mozambique was a very unique country. We from the first year, we had very few applications. And then last year, the National Youth Council of Mozambique partnered together with the Portuguese National Youth Council to come up together with a project of institutionalizing youth councils and their engagement with global policy processes. So the cooperation grants are very unique in that you have to be a youth-led organization in one of the target countries in Africa, partnering with one of the target countries in Europe to be able to receive this grant. And we realized that it's one of the most challenging grants, because how do we then link? So we made a database. You'll go to our website, aueuyouth.com. After this, just have a look, aueuyouth.com, to be able to see. So if you want to apply for the cooperation grants, you can go and, of course, give consent, register yourself there, and then look at, whether it's agro-value chain sector you want to apply in, or climate advocacy and so on. Look for an organization in Europe. We also realize that this grant is intentionally designed to make sure that we close the gap between African and European youth access and engagement with global policy processes. Back in the day, we used to fight to get into this UNFCCC and so on. Now we are part and parcel of those, engagement process. How do we finance the engagement in this process? So that's mainly it. Please look at, or rather, get onto, scan this QR code, get onto our websites, and register, follow on board. October is when we are opening the grants. Please look at the eligibility criteria. We have a whole funding manual that explains how to apply, there's FAQs on how to, be able to see any questions that you have on the hard and soft criteria. There's also webinars. We do a lot of webinars and a lot of trainings before the grant opens up in October. We're going to be doing a series of this. Please look out on when they're coming up, register and be part of them, and be part of the consortium of partners that we have. Thank you so much.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawrence Muli. This is what we talk about, when we say platforms that actually listen to young people. Hey, and the EU Lib is not just another talk shop, but then it is a practical, bridge connecting the innovative energy of the African youth with strategic global resources and partnership networks. And we want to say thank you to them and hope the young people in this room will maximize on that. Which month did he say? October. That's it. October.
All right, we're moving on to our next item on the program. This will be a presentation and, of course, a panel discussion by AGRA and SADC Secretariat. A big round of applause for our colleagues as they are coming on the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are still engaged and enjoying the discussions that we're having today. So we will be having a panel, global discussions from 3 fantastic speakers that are going to be coming up and taking to the stage. First, we're going to hear from the CEO of Sakau, that is Mr. Ishmael Sangu. And then after him, we're going to hear from Mr. Kuda from SADC, and then after that we're going to hear from Mr. Alex, who is from the AGRA. Please just keep your ears sharp and listen to them, because after that we will be having the panel discussion, and then we're just going to open up the floor to you guys so that you can actually speak to them and ask the questions that you guys actually have, because they do want to hear from you. They don't want to just have conversation amongst themselves. They actually want to hear the questions that you guys have for them with the information and the insights that they're going to provide to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. A bit of energy, please, from the youngsters. Good morning. Good, thanks. My name is Ishmael Sunga. I work for the Southern African Confederation of Agricultural Unions, SACAU. I wonder whether there are many of you that have heard of this organization. It's an association of farmers associations in the different countries in Southern Africa. We have a membership of 20 national associations from 13 countries. So we are a confederated organization. In South Africa, we are represented by Agri-SA and AFASA. Similarly in other countries, except in the DRC, in Angola, and in the Comoros. Otherwise, in all the other countries in Southern Africa, we are represented. We are membership-based, recognized by SADC, by COMESA, by NEPAD, international organizations, as their key policy dialogue partner on matters to do with agricultural development. And there are quite a few. Some of we have already heard, could be trade, could be climate change, could be international standard setting, and all the rest of it. So we don't deal directly with farmers, but we deal with the structures that deal directly with farmers at the national level. But at the regional level, our job essentially is to synthesize all the issues coming from the different countries and come up with key messages that we then use for engagement purposes with all different manners of stakeholders, could be governmental, non-governmental, international, and the rest of it. So that's principally what we do. But we've put young agripreneurs at the core of the work that we do, intentionally and purposefully, that we've actually said this is one of the critical legs on which we stand, for obvious reasons. I won't bore you with what you know already, that of course you are the future, and being the future, then you need to also define your own destiny of where you want to go. You can't say that you are the future and you are not in a position to define the future that you want. So I think the challenge for us that I want really to challenge you with is that the future belongs to those that can make it. So don't wait for others to make the future for you. You define it the way you want. Listening from earlier on this morning, unfortunately, I was not here yesterday. was not able to pick up the vibes. But I got a sense from this morning that there's something that is common about discussions around the youth in agriculture and elsewhere, that quite often we are not as engaged as we should. And I got a sense of it when the simplified trade arrangements were being presented earlier on, that we are not as engaged as we should. Part of the reason is that we don't have the structures that enable us to be formally engaged in the processes that unfold, policy or otherwise. Because to engage in governmental processes, in any policy processes, you need the infrastructure through which you can engage. And if you don't belong to some of those structures, it becomes pretty difficult for you to engage. The reason why I mention this is because we have the experience in engaging as a structured organization. We have used our platform as the infrastructure through which the youth can use to formally engage in policy processes, CADAP or otherwise. We are actively involved. Part of the legitimacy of the youth in engaging is actually being on the back of our organization. And of course, they are also members of our organizations. I think the call for me here is that please belong to organizations, your own organizations, and if you don't have your own organizations, be subservient to other organizations that might be accommodating, so that we have the formal arrangements through which you can engage. I think that's one of the points that I wanted to make. But I also realize that from what we've done, that apart from the institutionalization of the engagement process through structured organizations, there's also the point that we've realized that engagement and effective engagement, in my view, is to a large extent a function of confidence. So confidence really matters. It might be difficult to communicate this effectively, also seeing that English is not my mother language. That is difficult, but if you are not confident, you won't be smart. And if you are not smart, you are not going to be able to engage effectively. So we've actually taken a lot of our young agripreneurs through processes of leadership training that have unlocked their potential to unlock spaces in policy engagements, because they became confident. Actually, courses that were about entrepreneurship, but focusing more on the person, on the human behavioral characteristics than the technical side, to enable them to be confident. And they've actually illustrated to us that the way they become confident, it has made them employ more people. It has made them access banks. It has made them increase productivity just by being confident. I'll give you one silly example of one agripreneur. She said that she used to be very shy. And whenever she sat in a plane, she never had a conversation with the person seated next to her. But after the training, alas, she could pick up a conversation. And guess what happened next? She managed to pick up an order simply by believing in yourself, that you can do it, that you can present yourself to the bank, policymakers, and all the rest, so that you actually are able to engage. So the core being that empowerment comes in different forms. It's not only technical, it is actually empowerment that make you believe in yourself, that make you understand yourself better. Without understanding yourself, you probably don't know that gold that you are seated on or that you have in your DNA. So understanding yourself, it could be too abstract a discussion as we are discussing now, but picking up lessons that we've learned from the agripreneurs that we work with, it makes magic. And I wish that you guys could also go through those kind of trainings if you haven't, so that you are able to discover yourself and be able to really do entrepreneurship better. it really matters. If you are not smart, you are not going to make it. In as much as we've said this, sometimes I get disappointed. If you are not connected, you are nothing essentially. So a lot of what you guys are about, sometimes I feel I wanted to go back to your age, because if I could relive my time like you guys at this age, I'm sure I could do a lot of wonders, because there's so much opportunity that is there. The problem is that a lot of what we're doing, including agriculture, is no longer in the hands. It is much more in the head. And if you don't really recognize that a lot of stuff that happens, that you can harvest, that can make you billionaires, millionaires, is actually in the head. It is not so much about you are a good person with your hands. It has to be that you're able to strategize, you're able to foresee, you're able to interpret, you're able to deal with the abstract world. Clearly, the next generation of young entrepreneurs are going to be degreed, who knows, because the issue is now dealing with complexity. And complexity really is something that you guys, because of your aptitudes, your minimum educational levels, are better able to unpack. And that is where your competitive advantage is going to be. I just want to end my brief conversation with you about two things. Quite often, we find that, it was mentioned earlier on, that policy moves ahead of people. And that's how it is. It moves, and you might not be able to change it, but you might be able to understand it and then capitalize on it. It moves sometimes and leaves people behind. The point is also, no one invites you to a good party. No one invites you to a good party. So identify where the good parties are and find ways of getting there. I'm not saying get crushed, but get crushed sometimes works. Yeah, so really take advantage, scan around. Don't wait for people to tell you that there's a policy process going on. Find out, according to your interests, what is happening that makes your entrepreneurship or other activities you are doing better. So it is up to you to find out, to search, be analytical, be a researcher, and then you will be able to get that which can actually unlock the future that you want. When you do that, make sure that you then co-create. There's room for activism, but there's also room for professional engagement. Activism works beautifully, but also professional engagement. So be able to choose where your battles and strategy lie. I think it's important that because some could accuse you of having an entitlement streak in you, which does not get you much. But it's also important to have that entitlement streak, by the way. But it depends on the dosage of that entitlement streak that you might have. So it's important really to be strategic on that. And co-create the solution. Quite often, we are reactive to something that has been initiated by others. And we don't actually make policy processes react to something that we are initiating. We only go to support or shoot below the hip those policy processes. But also apart from being proactive, also, of course, you have to follow some of the pathways already laid out by people. And one other problem that I picked up typically is that at the end of the policy processes, that's when the word domestication comes. And for me, it's one way of doing things. But there's a better way. Domestication should start at the beginning. Then say you're finished, and you're looking for someone to domesticate it. That's part of the reason why sometimes policy processes, their outcomes, are not actually domesticated. So domesticated the best form of domestication is start together. But sometimes they won't invite you to start together. So Clarion Co. search and start together with those that are making policy processes. The final point really is about the resources for you to be continuously engaged. That is always a problem, because policymakers, is their job every day. You'll be doing it. For you, it might not be your job. You're an entrepreneur. So you don't have the horsepower to really continuously engage. So we really need to look at how best such an engagement process can actually be shepherded, taking into account not only engaging from the youth side, but also the youth engaging together with the other community of practice, including the older ones. The moment you isolate yourself, sometimes you might not have the horsepower to continuously go there. But look at how you can actually work together with others for the general goodness of what you are looking out for. I think I have said quite a few words. No one has stopped me, but I think I feel challenged to stop now and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ishmael. And now we'll be welcoming Mr. Kadu to come and tell us more about his presentation. Please just give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Ishmael. I know you have a lot on your table, but you managed to come and present, and I appreciate. Actually, Ishmael has touched 3/4 of my presentation, so I'm not going to present because the theme that we are pushing as SIOF for this forum, it comes from my department. So it will be more of an interactive session, and we need to come up with concrete actions that we need to take after this forum. We don't need to come here and discuss. Then after the discussion, the next year we'll be asking each other, what did we do? What did we achieve? And we'll be discussing the same problems. So just a bit of introduction. My name is Kudakwashe Watetepa. I'm the Program Delivery Officer responsible for youth in agri-food systems. It's a new position within the SADC Secretariat, and we are being supported by AGRA, courtesy of IEFA. So it's really a new position to make sure that the youths ahead, youth participate in agri-food systems. But my background, I'm a farmer. Yes, I'm a professional farmer, but I'm like Terry. Not from Village 6, but from Azwazido in Zimbabwe. So my presentation, I would want to thank SIOF actually for inviting us, and also a job well done. My mind is blowing. I didn't expect this. I've attended a number of youth forums, but this is one of the best. And thank you for that, and well done. To move to my presentation, I think I'm just waiting. You can beam my presentation. Okay, as we wait for the tech guys, my first slide speaks to what Terry actually presented yesterday. Youth are actually participating in agriculture. They are not the future. They are currently participating in agri-food systems. But, it's a wrong presentation. So, but I'll do it off-head. But now the challenge is, are we creating good environment for them to participate? That's the major challenge. be it at country level, at regional level. You might not have land, you might not have finance, you might not have the markets. It is the duty of the member states working with the regional bodies to create good environment for the youth to participate in agri-food systems. We have took a different turn starting this year, where we are implementing the third cycle of the CADAP. From 2026 to 2035, we have an agenda to look at agri-food systems, not agriculture. Because when you talk about agriculture, people, they think about plowing, harvesting. But when you look at agri-food systems, we look at the entire value chain. You grow the crop, you rear the chickens, you process, you transport, up to the last mile whereby we see the consumer consuming what you are producing. So for the youth, there is an opportunity for you. But we need to identify, with the minimum resources that we have, what is that we can do for the enterprise that you want to venture into to be profitable. Farming is not easy. Let's not lie to each other. You need to listen to the details, be a friend to your farm. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so the first slide, whatever that I was just explaining, that's the first slide. You are not the future of agriculture as youth, but you are transforming it today. But what you need is just the support. I'll go to the next slide. Okay. Maybe start moving. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, at least, okay. Yeah, the next slide, actually, I think I was listening to all the presentation yesterday. We're talking about the demographic dividend. I'm not going to labor much looking at those figures, but the bottom line is we have more than 50% of the youth in terms of population. And in the Southern Africa, we have the best land and climate to produce. And then in the Southern Africa, we have the best brains that are coming up. That's why even if you go into America, into Europe, you see some of us, be it from Malawi, holding big positions, be it at Google, whatever command that you might think. So meaning to say, we have the brains, we have the land, we have favorable conditions to produce. And our African continent actually holds the biggest arable land to produce. But when you look at the statistics in terms of what we are producing, it's pathetic. Our yield for maize, average within the Southern Africa, was sitting at 1.5 tons per hectare, with a potential of making about 11 tons per hectare. We need to collect that, except for South Africa. They are well above 5, 6, 7 tons per hectare on average. But when you go to the communal farmers, they are not producing enough. And that speaks why we are failing to move out of hunger. And the youth, they can provide a solution to this. One of my friends in Zimbabwe, he does 1,000 hectares of maize, and he just have about 5 farmers, 5 workers. He's highly mechanized, right from planting up to harvesting. And to operate those machines, his son, with a master's degree, is the one who does the operations. Even when you go to poultry production, that's the same. So we need you to come on board. Get to know what tech is. You don't need to be an agronomist for you to be a farmer. So we're inviting you on that. So therefore, youth inclusion is no longer a social agenda. but it is an economic transformation strategy. We have to feed ourselves. So in response, okay, this thing is giving me trouble. Okay, in response, what we have done at the SADC Secretariat, I'm now speaking to my position. We have created this position to coordinate the member states. We have also created these positions to make sure that we build partnership. Currently, when I came on board, I know SIOF were partnering and shape the youth and food and nutrition cluster. And we invite you to come and give ideas on how we shape the agri-food systems in the SADC region. So our door is open. We have to walk this journey together and bring real, tangible solutions to the problems that we are currently facing. And we are looking at a number of issues to do with policy. We are looking also to do with capacity building. We're also looking at the issue to do with investments. I'll highlight some of the things that we have done so far. We have asked the ministers of agriculture within the SADC region to look at issues to do with policy, be it at country level. The first thing that have been agreed with the ministers is to have a youth desk within the Ministry of Agriculture. And this has been approved. When you go back, go and visit the Ministry of Agriculture and check if they've established that youth desk. Why this youth desk? They've committed to put 10% of the budget annually to support the youth who are going to be participating in the agri-food system sector. They've also going to give some favorable loans. I'll give, for instance, Botswana. Let's say if you borrow $100, $50, you are not going to pay it back. The $50, that's what you are going to pay back, meaning to say it's a 50-50 arrangement. The government will meet the cost of the other part of the loan. And then also what the ministers have also agreed is to make sure that annually and on a rotational basis, we are going to be having an agri-food systems expo where we meet as youth, we interact, we exchange ideas, more like a forum, but this one is going to be different. When we meet, we need to have some deals. You are struggling in your business. Let's discuss it. Let's come up with a solution. Be it training, be it financing, then that's the way forward, and we can succeed. So that's something that they've also agreed. And in conclusion, to what I was just highlighting, I would want you to know that as the SADC Secretariat, through the support of EFA, where we are working very closely with SACAO, SIOF, and the member states, the value chain that we are promoting going forward, which is a regional value chain, it is the poultry value chain. And I know we've heard what Terry has done, and we want to have, by 2030, 16,000 of the Terrys within the southern region. So without much ado, I'll call one of our experts within the poultry industry, who is assisting the region. Is also assisting West Africa and East Africa to unpack one of the documents that we produced targeting the youth, to make sure that at least we benefit from this poultry initiative. I end my presentation, and thank you for taking your time to listen. But from my presentation, I would like you to ask questions, because if you don't ask questions, when I go back to the secretariat, I'll just do my own things, because you have not asked me questions. So I would want you guys to ask questions. Then from those questions, we need to come up with the concrete steps that we need to take as the SADC Secretariat. So Alex, I call you upon just to come and maybe just do a short presentation on the SAPI initiative. Thank you so much for listening.
Could I have my presentation up on the screen, please? In the meantime, good morning all. Good afternoon, everyone. It's 2 minutes past 12, lunchtime. Who's awake? Everybody awake? Yeah, good. Could I have my... It's the one you had earlier, just before Kudas. It's a Southern African Poultry Initiative. I'll try not to walk around as much as Ishmael did, because I saw the camera was struggling to keep up with him. There we go. Okay, so thank you, Kuda, for that presentation. Yesterday, during the opening remarks, I introduced myself, but in case any of you were not there, I'll just briefly introduce myself again. My name is Alexander Stewart. I'm from Malawi. I'm the technical lead for the Southern African Poultry Initiative, otherwise known as SAPI. So I'm very happy to be here to share this with you. So where do I point the clicker? Here, down. Okay. Right. On your screen, you will see what we call our house diagram. And this will give you an idea of what SAPI is about and what we are trying to achieve with the Southern Africa Poultry Initiative. Early on, Ishmael came and talked to you about SACAO. Now, SAPI, the idea of SAPI originated from SACAO, from the Southern African Confederation of Agricultural Unions. Today, SAPI is driven by AGRA, and AGRA is one of the sponsors and partners for SIOF. And SAPI aims to catalyze inclusive and sustainable growth in Southern Africa's poultry sector through 5 pillars. I'm going to go through those 5 pillars briefly. So does the pointer work? The laser? The laser? No. Okay, sorry about that. The laser won't work, so I can't point to the screen, but let's go through them. You can see at the top of the house diagram we have the overall impact that we're looking for SAPI. We would like to see growth in local poultry sector production in each of the SADC countries that SAPI will be working in. At the moment, we are rolling out in 4 countries: Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zambia. Those are the 4 pilot countries. And if successful, we will start to roll out to the other countries. Yeah, the pointers. So, overall impact, growth in the local sector production. We are also looking to achieve improved livelihoods and increased participation and inclusion in the poultry sector by women and youth. And that's what's relevant to us here today. If any of you know what the poultry sector looks like in Southern Africa at the moment, it is dominated at the high end by large-scale poultry producers, commercial poultry producers. And in fact, there's been a lot of consolidation in the market in recent years. So I would guess that maybe 6 to 7 commercial poultry companies that control and dominate the poultry sector in Southern Africa, right? What SAPI wants to see is that we have a more inclusive poultry sector where more of our small and medium-scale producers can thrive and contribute to the poultry sector in Southern Africa. So that's our aim. Ishmael likes to call it the missing middle. Those are the producers who are maybe small, medium, or medium to large scale, who are very important, but just don't have the ability to scale and become very commercial, very organized. So that's where our approach is really going to focus on over the next 5 years. We're also looking to see improved nutrition and health of the populations in Southern Africa due to an increased intake of chickens and eggs, protein from chickens and eggs, or poultry-sourced proteins as other people refer to. So those are the three major impact areas, right? How are we going to do that is through 5 pillars. The first and most important is through a sustainable poultry feed accelerator. The cost of a chicken or an egg is directly linked to the cost of the feed. Up to 70% of the cost of producing an egg or a chicken is the feed that the bird eats. So we are looking to target the feed sector. And how we're going to do that is we're going to build a resilient and competitive poultry sector by looking at 2 things. One, optimizing the current feed sector, how it exists today. How do we improve the feed value chain? And secondly, look at innovation for the future. And how can we make the feed sector better by looking at innovation in raw materials, different sources of protein? How can we have better sustainability, availability of the raw materials that go into the feed, with the ultimate goal of reducing the cost of that feed while improving the quality, and therein we shall reduce the cost of poultry. The second pillar is in-country poultry sector development, and again, for each country that we want to operate in, to improve the affordability, the access, to improve processing, marketing, and also to start to affect the policies in each of those countries that SAPI will be working in to improve the national poultry sector in each country. We're also looking to develop strategies. So a lot of our poultry sectors do not have dedicated poultry strategies that can offer transparency, clarity for investors, whether local or international. The third pillar is intra-regional collaboration. We're looking to enhance collaboration between the Southern African countries in terms of biosecurity, disease control, and regional trade, and this is in support of the SADC Secretariat as well. The fourth is SAPI is looking to develop a regional poultry data hub. One of the biggest challenges we have in the poultry sector in Southern Africa is the lack of quality data, right? So we're looking to build or to develop a regional poultry data hub that will allow for evidence-based policy, investment, decision-making, collaboration, and learning. So this is very important. I think the poultry sector is not alone. Many sectors suffer from a lack of data, quality and timely data. Underpinning all this, and the fifth action pillar is the financing. I think many speakers today and yesterday have already spoken about how the lack of financing is a big barrier to success in many sectors, and the poultry sector is no different. All this will be managed by a regional project management unit. Now, a couple of interesting statistics on the screen, and we'll not spend too much time here, but if you look at that, you'll see that the regional demand within SADC is for 3.17 million tons of chicken meat per annum, but yet we're producing 2.5 million tons. So there's a shortage. There's about a 20% deficit of about 610,000 tons of chicken meat, right? So there's room in the sector if you want to join the sector. But even more interesting, if you look in the bottom left, you'll see that the average regional consumption per capita, in other words, the amount of chicken that each person eats per annum, is only 5 kgs. And yet the global average is 16 kgs. So as a region, we are very low consumers of chicken. So there's another opportunity. If we can stimulate consumption, then we can stimulate demand, and there's a gap in the market. The situation for eggs is slightly better. There's a current surplus in the region. We need 18.3 billion eggs per annum. We're producing 18.34 billion eggs, so there's a small surplus, about a 3% surplus, right, in terms of egg production in the region. However, again, look at the consumption. On average in Southern Africa, we are consuming only 45 eggs per person per year. Look at the global average. 170 eggs per person per year. So we're really far behind as a region, and therein lies another opportunity. If we can drive and stimulate consumption, we will create room for many entrepreneurs to enter the market and produce. So, here are the opportunities. Number one, import substitution. So with all those figures I've given you, SADC, or the Southern African region, is still importing 30% of its poultry products from either Brazil or elsewhere. So we are consuming, 30% of the chicken we consume is imported into the Southern African area. Right, so there's a problem. And yet we have the capacity to produce more locally and substitute imports. So what we're seeing, there's a strong demand growth forecast with compound annual rate of about 7% over the next decade. Rising middle classes, shifting patterns in terms of nutrition and consumption. We are predicting that there's going to be huge demand coming down the line. How do we make sure our young people are producing chickens and eggs to meet that demand? There are opportunities in employment and entrepreneurship. Ishmael touched upon entrepreneurship, specifically for young people. There's also an opportunity for the private sector to invest in the poultry sector. And as I mentioned before, there are opportunities in nutrition and food security. And how do we transform those consumption patterns to get our per capita consumption up? We may never reach the global average, but there's a lot of room for improvement. I'm going to talk to you briefly about some of the business cases. Now, there might be some poultry farmers. I know there's some here in the room, and I think some of them will be on the panel later. But here are some of the business cases, just to highlight a few, that our young people and young farmers could get involved in. Broiler production, either for your own production or as a contract farmer for an existing large-scale producer. Layer production, the production of eggs, again, either for yourself or as a contract farmer. Feed milling and processing. All those chickens need to eat feed. Who is producing the feed? At the moment, it's in the hands of the large-scale producers, but there's a huge gap and a huge opportunity there again. Maize production and soybean production, again, either growing it yourself or as a contractor or as a contract farmer for one of the large-scale producers. And then there's veterinary and technical service provision, as well as distribution and retail. So those are just a few examples. However, there are challenges in the sector. We've talked about them earlier, and many other speakers have done so as well. It is difficult to access finance and non-financing services such as insurance, credit, insurance, training, incubation, and mentorship. The extension services are touched upon, the veterinary services. We also have weak SPS and biosecurity capacity in the region, which means we have a lot of disease outbreaks. One of them being highly pathogenic avian influenza is one of the biggest risks that is affecting our sector at the moment, and that's why we need to coordinate at a regional level on that. We also have non-harmonized trade policies that are affecting our ability to trade with each other, and the weak capacity of each country at the moment to produce enough to be self-sufficient. Another challenge is the cost of inputs and inadequate infrastructure, fragmented supply chains, and weak entrepreneurship capacity. And that is something that we can work on as well. And under fragmented supply chains, you'll see that there's also the dominance of vertically integrated systems. So some of the large producers have very non-competitive actions and policies to keep others out of the market, but SAPI is looking to change it as well. We need the large-scale producers to produce at scale, but we also want them to create room for the next level of poultry farmer. I'm going to touch upon this very briefly, but one of the components that SAPI is developing is a regional poultry lending mechanism. So we're right at the early stages of the design of this, but we're looking to create this regional lending mechanism so that all the poultry value chain players can access insurance and finance. We're looking to develop with partners a concessional loan facility and an insurance facility, because insurance or lack of insurance is also a major constraint to the poultry sector. We're dealing with livestock, and livestock die. And if you're not insured, you lose a lot of money. Together with some of our partners, we'll have a tripartite cost and risk sharing facility, and that is something that we'll continue to develop and hopefully announce in a few months' time when we're ready. So, a slide here which I hope is clear enough. If you coordinate young farmers, and we have the results of this, and I'm happy that the Africa Livestock Academy are here today, and they can talk to you about the results, the fantastic results that happen when you organize young farmers, when you train young farmers, when you give them access not just to the technical skills, but also to the finance. What you see is that before, they are very fragmented, right? We have very low productivity levels. We have price volatility in the market, and we have a lot of instability with regards to young people entering the sector and then exiting it when they don't make a profit. However, after having coordination, structure, training, and technical services, you will see that our farmers do much better. The results speak for themselves. And I think the training and technical capacity building is very, very important to this. Now, I won't go too much into detail, but if you see at the bottom, there's an indicator called FCR. That is your feed conversion ratio. If the cost of a chicken or egg, 70% of that is feed, you need to improve how the chicken or the bird converts that feed into its product, into either chicken meat or eggs. And that is something we're going to talk about in detail later on. Maybe one of the questions will come up there as well. So we just need to look at that as well. How do we make our farmers more efficient, more productive, and to run their business or to run their project as a business rather than just a hobby? So I'm just putting up there so that we can stimulate some thoughts and some ideas and some questions which we can answer later on. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. That was fantastic. If we could just have our... Yes, definitely. If the three speakers can just come sit here for the panel discussion so that we can open up the floor for questions from our audience.
Am I one of the panelists?
Yes, you are. So long. Are there any questions from the audience that we can start with? Yes, we have someone at the back. Oh, I see a few hands going up. I'm going to start here in the front and then we'll just move back.
Thank you. Yes. Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. My name is Mohale Ramoshaba. I am from the city of Eguruleni in the office of the executive mayor in a division called the Youth Directorate. I'm the manager responsible for social transformation, and I'm also a member of the Gauteng Local Government Youth Development Forum. I'm the communications manager there. So my question is addressed to you, sir, on the issue of poultry, the shortages, the demands. It's an insightful presentation, but I want to find out to say, how do we then assist the youth in going into the market? Because to reach to that level of demand and producing more, young people will require support. In South Africa, we have got the National Youth Policy, which has got five pillars. It has a pillar on skills development, a pillar on social transformation, a pillar on economic transformation, social cohesion, and nation building, and the last one is effective youth development mainstreaming. So under the economic transformation one, we always talk about giving opportunities, set aside, and everything to young people. So my question is, from your organization, what is it that can be done to assist young people to go into the market? Thanks.
Thank you. So I will answer that from a technical perspective because I'm a technical person, right? So I may be a consultant for Agri now, but for the last 20 years I was an actual chicken farmer, right? So where I see the biggest gap and where I think we can ensure the success of our young farmers and allow them to enter the sector and be successful in the sector is through technical skills, right? I think that technical skills or the ability to be a good farmer, poultry husbandry, poultry production and management, if you have the technical skills, I think that sets the foundation for future success, right? I think that you cannot be successful if you do not possess the skills. And that can be on poultry production management, disease control, biosecurity, vaccination, but also the business side, right? Business management, financial management, record keeping. So if you don't have those skills, I think you're setting yourself up for failure. I think that you can be passionate about poultry, and that's great, but if you don't equip yourself with the relevant technical skills, that passion can only take you so far. Right? To be sustainable in this sector, you need to have a business mindset. You need to look at your poultry project from a professional perspective. Run it as a business, not just as a hobby. And I think that, for me anyway, is where the gap lies. But I think there are many other answers and responses to that question. So I hope I answered it from a technical perspective.
I will give a non-technical perspective. I think there are various pathways to dealing with this. And I'll go back to one of my famous illustrations about the different types of people or entrepreneurs or farmers. That there are those that farm to eat. And that's their level of ambition, perhaps. That's what they want to do. And they have to be respected for that. And can also improve productivity and production, but with less drudgery, but also with relative comfort. The second level, I call it those that produce a surplus by accident, not by design. So it happens. And then there's the last one that produces a surplus by design. So if you really want to take people into poultry, you would have to use differentiated approaches because there are some who need to see that this thing actually is there and I can tap into it. But before they have realized that it is there, there's nothing that is going to happen. So there is going to be that group you want to harvest from, that you are going to enlighten and to find ways of them understanding and dreaming that they can make a meaningful life or living in poultry. So that would be maybe that bottom of the pyramid type of, it requires attention to be able for it to have the appetite to grow and prosper in that. And of course, you have to take them through the fundamentals of poultry production. And then, of course, the others that you have to work with the existing infrastructure, including the big players, find a way of using the backbone infrastructure of large-scale commercial farmers, of existing millers or producers to find win-win solutions that could actually drag them up, put them up. So there is no one-size-fits-all. But from my experience on many things, many people don't know how big something is until they have gone to Nampo. Then we can see how big tractors can be. Your tractor that you have seen, you probably know the old Massey Ferguson that has got a small wheel in front. But the moment you go to Nampo, you're going to see a completely different, and then you get inspired, and you get confidence, and then you get going. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Ishmael. Yeah, I like the Nampo illustration. But I think you come from the National Youth Council. Yeah. I think for me, my response would be from a policy perspective, at national level and regional level. Our biggest challenge the market is there, but we produce not knowing the requirements of the market. That's our major challenge. You want to produce, once the beds are there, now you now start to look for the market. There's an issue of traceability of your product. Remember, you're producing for someone to consume. If you go to other companies that produce food, they would want that traceability to say, how have you produced your bed? Do you meet the minimum standards? So our major challenge is that we want to produce without knowing the market requirements. So let's harmonize our policies at national level. The Ministry of Youth, the Ministry of Agriculture and National Youth Councils, let's sit down, identify the SMEs, support them with the market from a knowledge perspective. They have to know what is happening on the market. That's the only way we can bypass this challenge. Because we always say there's no market. The market is there, but you are not meeting the requirements of the market. I think that's what I can say, not from a technical perspective, but from a policy perspective.
Thank you. We have a few questions from our online audience. We will come back to our live audience questions. We just want to allow the online audience to also be able to ask their questions. So we're going to receive 3 online questions and then we'll come back to our live audience questions. Are we ready? Okay. You can ask your question. We can hear you.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sharon Kaonga. I am tuning in from Zambia, Lusaka, Zambia. It's a pleasure to be here and very interesting conversations going on the ground. Thank you so much for the presentations that have been made. My question is concerning the presentations that were made around agriculture. I think one of the challenges that is quite predominant in this sector, especially when it comes to getting the youths engaged, is the aspect of access to finance. So I would like to just ask our presenters to elaborate more on some of the practical or realistic steps that youths who may be interested in entering into the agriculture sector may take in order to get started, especially when they don't have access to resources. We've talked about the aspect of getting into mechanization. There's issues to do with employing staff, but then access to finance in order to get those things on the ground is usually a challenge because sometimes funding opportunities may be there, but they want to see a track record of you having produced or maybe financial statements for the past 2 years, but then you don't have those because you're just entering into the sector and you really need the financing for that purpose. So I would just like to find out perhaps if there are any practical steps that can be taken by somebody who is just starting, and if there are any funding opportunities that are available to support such youths without requiring so much paperwork and past records of production. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the response.
Is that the only question that we have? Okay, we have one more.
Hello, guys.
Yes, you may ask your
Hello.
question. Yes, we can hear you. Proceed with your question.
Hello.
Hello. Please ask your question. We can hear you.
So, my name is Quitério Diogo from Mozambique. I have the many questions. So this, I'm not speaking well English. So in the conference, the main people is here. We not speak Portuguese to translate English for Portuguese.
We do have a translator. Just give us a minute.
I don't speak well English. I want one man for translating English for Portuguese.
Yes, there's a lady who's coming to translate for us. Just give us a second.
You not speak Portuguese?
She's coming.
Okay. I'm listening. Oh, ok. Oi, Quitério. Podes falar?
Olá, como está?
Estou bem, você como está?
Bem, obrigado. Epa, o encontro está tão rico. Infelizmente, não pode perceber com muita profundeza por causa da língua. Eu sou iniciante do falante do inglês e estava aqui a acompanhar, não sei se ouvi perfeitamente do painelista que estava aí a apresentar sobre a questão de criação de frango. Sei que eu não percebi mal, né? Visto que estava a falar em inglês. Hã?
Sim, percebeste bem.
Yeah, me parece eu que estava a trazer uma criatividade ou uma iniciativa que possivelmente esta atividade poderia em algum momento ajudar na juventude em questões de angariação de fundos para fins pessoais, não sei se ia por aí, ou para dar mais próximo às comunidades para consumir o frango. Só que as técnicas que eles estão a usar lá em Malawi, não sei se isso possibilita a outros jovens rurais, no sentido que possa seguir essa iniciativa ou esse tipo de atividade. E como é que eles podem ter essa iniciativa? E não sei se ia por aí, mas eu só estava a ouvir com dificuldade por causa da língua.
Ok. Também nem escutei esse programa. Nem escutei.
Olá, Diogo, tudo bom?
Viva, bem, não sei por aí.
Sim, o que eu estava a explicar é que na avicultura, para além da produção para o consumo, vocês também podem vender para outras pessoas. Então, essencialmente, o que eu esteve aqui a explicar é que o fórum no qual ele estava aqui a representar está em alguns países, inclusive Moçambique. Então, nós podemos associar-nos a eles, que era para nós percebermos como é que os outros países têm estado a lidar com a avicultura e podemos pôr em prática no nosso país. O que nós podemos procurar saber dele é como e onde é que a gente encontra a associação dele em Moçambique para que nós possamos nos associar, ou os avicultores de Moçambique possam aprender as técnicas e as práticas para colocar em prática e poder desenvolver nessa área. Ele mostrou também um diagrama no qual aparecia lá as disparidades que existem naquilo que é a produção em África e fora da África, para mostrar que nós exportamos muito do Brasil, dos outros países, quando nós próprios podemos ter a produção cá em África. Então, essencialmente era isso que ele queria transmitir e eu vou pedir a ele o contacto que é para poder passar para o pessoal aí de Moçambique.
Viva, muito obrigado pelo esclarecimento.
Diogo.
Então, providencia sempre. Viva!
Ok, é assim, tem a organização em Moçambique, que é AGRA.
Sim.
Temos lá a
AGRA,
organização
ok.
e também temos algumas associações. Depois vou deixar ficar meu contato, porque também sou uma avicultora iniciante. Além da AGRA, também temos o Ministério da Agricultura, que também está a trabalhar nessa área de avicultura. E em novembro teremos também em Moçambique, né? O evento sobre avicultura, que é a produção de frangos, ovos, tudo aquilo que tem a ver com a avicultura.
Ok, certo. Então, nós também pertencemos a uma associação. Oh, estou a ver aí Kamala, o zimbabuiano. Que bom. Lá o tanzaniano. Então, dizia eu. Alô? Alô?
Ok. Sim, Diogo. Tens mais alguma questão?
Dizia.
Ou...
Até questão não, só quero fazer um pedido, visto que vocês estão prestes a realizar um evento, convidem-nos, nós pertencemos a uma associação também que vem trabalhando em prol desenvolvimento da juventude, assim como a comunidade, para que neste fórum que vai se realizar cá em Moçambique, a gente possa fazer parte. Estamos sediados na Zambésia.
Tá certo, Diego, vou fazer chegar.
Ok,
Obrigado. Até a próxima. Thank you. I'm going to translate. Diego want to understand what Mr. Sorry, I forgot your name. Alex, yes. Explain it. Then he have many questions about poultry in Mozambique, and then he wants to know if the techniques that you showed us can be applied in Mozambique. And then I tell him that the program is in Mozambique too, and then I'll take the number and to understand how can the poultries of Mozambique can benefit of this program. And then he asked to be invited for more forums, especially in the poultry.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I answer that question first before we go to the next one? So the question from Diogo. So yes, the Southern African Poultry Initiative is working in Mozambique. So Mozambique is one of the 4 focus countries for now. And we have, AGRA do have an office and a very large presence actually in Mozambique. They're working in the soya value chain, now in the poultry as well. So what I would recommend to Diogo is to reach out, and we'll put out my contacts up on the screen later, either through myself or through the AGRA Mozambique country office. But I would also recommend to Diogo and to any young people who are in Mozambique that would like to join the sector to also contact the Mozambique Poultry Association, AMIA. All right, that is a very good point of contact when you want to enter the sector or are thinking about joining the sector, or even for those who are already within the sector but are looking to be part of an organization. So AMIA is the umbrella body or the mother body, the association that covers the entire Mozambican poultry sector. So 2 things: contact AGRA, contact AMIA, or contact me, and I'll put you in touch with both of them. Thank you. I hope that answers Diogo's question.
Thank you. We're going to take questions from the audience, and then each panelist will answer each of the questions because we have a time limitation as well.
Thank you so much. I'll be very quick. And my question is to the gentleman who was speaking about the poultry. Yes. So because I work primarily in natural resource governance and mining, or rather the impacts of mining. So I think the linkages between food security, water, and climate are quite interesting. So I just kind of wanted to hear from your perspective around the challenges that affect that that sort of sector, the poultry sector, right? Especially, extractives. So I'm just curious to hear around what effects, because mining has negative environmental, social effects. So I just wanted to sort of get a nice overview of the impacts of mining on poultry, or negative rather. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm not aware of any direct links between the effect of, say, the mining or the extractive sector on poultry per se, but what I would talk about is that with regards to climate, with regards to greenhouse gas emissions, poultry is seen as favorable compared to other livestock sectors because it's a low contributor, right, to emissions. All right, so chickens rather, are very efficient in terms of how they convert the feed into either meat or eggs, right, without producing too many gases. Secondly, where the challenge is, though, is where the growth or the raw materials for the feed with regards to maize and soy, right? We use land, right? And we can have soil degradation, through that. So we're always looking to see how can we increase the yield of maize and soybean while using less land and having less of an impact on our soil as well. So I'm not sure of any direct links between the mining sector and the poultry sector, but I would say that there's similar challenges when it comes to soil quality and degradation of the soil. We also need to be aware that as we go through some changes in climate, we need to adapt this poultry sector needs to adapt in terms of housing, in terms of how the genetics of the bird, how they respond to heat stress, to extremes of weather, whether it's cold or hot. So there is a lot of work happening at the moment, a lot of research into how the chickens themselves can be genetically bred and selected right, to be more resistant to the extremes in weather as well. And always, the poultry sector is one of those sectors that has continuously improved efficiency. If you look at the way a chicken converted feed to meat or feed to eggs 20 years ago compared to today is a huge, huge improvement. And those improvements are happening, all the time. Now a bird can lay close to 400 eggs in its life cycle. 10 years ago there was about 270 eggs. So the bird is becoming more efficient, using less feed, turning that feed into eggs in a more efficient manner. So the sector is very aware of that and always trying to improve. So I don't know if that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is also to you, Mr. Alex. You spoke about the demand and supply on the poultry side. I'm here. My apologies. I just want to know, firstly, I represent Ikoyaka. We're a Pan-African advisory on AFCFTA. So we're in all your countries as country chapters. You spoke rightly about that poultry business is mostly owned by Big Pharma and that the per capita consumption is pretty low. How do we guarantee for young people that once they have the opportunity, they're still going to be meeting the demands themselves and not Big Pharma on the policy side?
Should I answer that first, or do you want to take another question? Should I answer that? On the policy side, I think Kuda and Ishmael can answer, but what I would say again is that our young farmers need to organize themselves and work together, right, to create, I wouldn't call them cooperatives, but to have more linkages between the farmers of a certain bracket, a certain size, right? And then they can have economies of scale. They can purchase their feed, in bulk, become more efficient, right? And have that close interaction between, farmer groups, right? But I think from a policy perspective, if we look at what SAPI is trying to achieve, and Ishmael and Kuda should come in here as well, is to have those policies that are pro-poultry, pro-youth, right? And to create space. And I think what's important to my mind at least, is for the large-scale producers to be incentivized to work with young farmers, right? We cannot replace the large-scale poultry producers. If we did, there'll be no product in the market. So they're absolutely vital to the Southern African poultry sector, but we need to incentivize them to create room for the next generation, the next size of farmer, and how do we create those linkages between commercial farmers and young farmers, right? Whether it's an off-taker, whether it's a contract farmer, whether that's through employment, whether that's through entrepreneurship. So I think from a policy perspective, maybe Kuda, do you want to come in? Or Ishmael on policy?
Just one more answer from our panel. We have a lot of questions and time is a constraint, so if we can just manage that well so that we get to the questions as well.
I think we'll be quick and straight to the point. For this program, one thing that we will do as well is to make sure that we create policies that are friendly for the youth to participate in the poultry sector, so that at least we can create a balance on the demand and supply. But I'll call you also to come on board. When we craft these policies, you can be heard by just writing a policy brief, bring it to my table. Well, it's something that we can go and present directly to our ministers. In that way, that's the only way you can communicate directly to the ministers. So I invite you, like yourself. Okay.
Just a little add-on. As you probably are aware, there are a lot of poultry wars between developed countries and some developing countries and this part of the world. And part of the issue is about the trade arrangements that results in sometimes allegations of dumping, to be more polite about it, which is a policy issue that needs to be addressed collectively, maybe through a common external tariff for the whole of the SADC country or for the Africa Free Trade arrangement. So I think it's important to look at it that way. But also talking of policy, I think there's a lot of policy engineering that can be done to try and incentivize everyone along the chain to be much more inclusive. And I think also we need to be careful about what is the value proposition of the youth. It is not because they are youth. It is because they have something that they have that we need to harvest on. As we know, as I said earlier on, agriculture is now in the head. It's now about aptitudes. This is where the youth come in, so that we can harvest that. So there could be other ways of engineering that, and also governments are big sources of markets, prisons, schools, so that procurement muscle they have can actually be repurposed to some extent to drive the kind of market that is required. And also, once market is there, finance and all other requirements can easily come and support it. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. I'm Blessings Mulemba, the founder of Big Two Projects. I want to emphasize, mine is not a question, mine is the recommendation. The gaps that you have shown us cannot be achieved with only skills. There must be production, of mass production of chicken as well as the eggs. So for that to be done, there must be an investment. On a economic point of view, if you ask the online or here youths what they are lacking, 90% or 95%, maybe 99% will say the capital. So this project in my country, I am one of the leaders who is mobilizing poultry farmers. Maybe Mr. Kudakwashi could agree. I have over 150,000 rich farmers in my country under my organization. And 90% of them, the question is, we have the skills, but we don't know how it can get us because we do not have the resources to invest. So I would appreciate a lot. I'm not demanding, but if you go back to your desk and craft something, either revolving fund, either what type of loan, I want to tell you, that would be very impactful to us than just skills. In my organization, we implemented about close to 500,000 US dollars projects under different organizations, all of them capacity building and skills. But if we ask, can we have something for these young people to implement on the ground? They say, if you want money, go outside of the room. That's not what we want. A lot of young people are constipated with skills. But we are lacking something tangible. I'm assure you, those policies that you are making, if young people are there, would say money, money, money. But yeah, so I would recommend that, please. Thank you so much.
Maybe I can quickly react from where I stand on that observation, which is entirely correct. And there could be different ways of dealing with it. For instance, one of the major issues that we've seen is confronted by those that want to move from, say, the micro or small to the next stage, is the project preparation capacity. We know when you are crafting a bigger enterprise, you actually sometimes have to have a pre-investment facility that allows you to package your ideas in such a way that they can become marketable. That hurdle alone can take quite a few into the market. But then also there are other ways of de-risking that could be undertaken through policy engineering, through partnerships, through blended financing. But we hear you that we need to work harder and harder on that. But also understanding that the financiers themselves are selling money and they need to protect it. But we also need to assist them in protecting it in such a way that it still leverages more of the young agripreneurs to come on board. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Kamara. I'm from Tanzania. In Tanzania, we have it's called local content policy. The policy that promotes the local consumption when a company is investing in a country, they are advised to buy locally made products, and they are giving the priorities to the locals. But then you will be surprised when it comes to the terms. So a lot of young people, there was some of the companies coming in Tanzania, investing in mining, investing in other sectors. They told the young people to just go in and invest in poultry and livestock so that they can supply to the companies. So they took the capitals, they went to the projects they produce. In the end of the day, those companies that they came in, they had a high standard that the products that were produced were not actually going to meet the standards that the company wants. So at the end of the day, they found a lot of capital were invested. The government told young people to invest. They took loan from the banks. At the end of the day,
they went bankrupt because of the standard. And yet the same companies, they're going to buy goods from the fellow companies from China. The contract is given to a local company, but the local company, because of the standard, they just go to import from other countries and bring the product. Even the government themselves, when they have the functions, what they do, they order everything from China. So you ask yourself, like, why are you telling the young people to invest their money in the process? Why, when you want the services, you just go take service from other companies? So I think the problem is beyond the policy, is beyond. The problem is on the 10% that the people get when they are contracted to give the service in somewhere. So you find like most of the people, they just they will be there like it's 10%. Yeah, I'm getting 10%, and they are pushing the young people aside. So I'm thinking maybe if we are looking, for example, at the regional discussion at the SADC level, you need at least to come out, because you are working with the government, to tell them that these young people, if you are not handling them carefully, they are going to remove you from the seat. Yeah, because that's the end result. Yeah? They need to handle proper the young people, because we are investing a lot of money. If we don't see the returns, what should we do?
Okay. Yeah, I think yeah, we're running out of time, but I think we can. It was quite an interesting conversation, but we can continue having these discussions. But we can have those questions coming through. But I just want to acknowledge Bule. Yeah, Bule, one thing I like about him, he doesn't sugarcoat things. He said things as they are. Then my other brother from Tanzania, it's more of a political question, which I also try to address the other way. The Secretariat actually have got a limit, because we are a Secretariat. We are accountable to the member states. They are our bosses. But we guide them in terms of implementation. So from his question, actually he had to touch on the issue of procurement, to say we prefer to get things from South Africa because they are cheaper and you are getting a cut. And that's an institutional challenge, which as the region we cannot address. But my challenge to you, I once worked in the private sector. Youth, they are very good in terms of ideas, and they can work if they want to work. But some of you guys can also disappoint, because the issue is on the standards. And that's why on my presentation, farming is not easy. People, they think the actual work. That's why you see most of the commercial farmers, they groom their kids. You never go into a formal institution. He's a farmer and he's a billionaire. And you employ someone who went to school up to PhD because he has the skill. So as we discuss this, let's go back to the basics. If you want to be a farmer, let's maintain the standards. If we meet all the standards, then we can have this conversation when we meet all the standards. But I'm not saying it's just an umbrella, but it's not everyone. Then what Blessing have just highlighted, it's very, very important. You cannot run a company or even a household without the funds. But our challenge within the continent, the issue of partnership starts even when you want to run an agriculture business. We don't want to partner as youth. I know AFDB, they offer loans at concessional rates, maybe at 2% if you come as a group to access the funds. But when you come as a group, it's not everyone who is going to perform. And that we have got sort of a pulling down syndrome as brothers. Yeah, so I would want also to give you an opportunity to say we have someone who is also a youth who started this business, and she can also share her experience. If you are starting at a small scale, what is that you can do? If you are at middle level, what is that we can do? At commercial level, what is that we can do? But at regional level, the member states, we have made a commitment. It's actually our heads of state who made a commitment to say for the youth programs, they're investing 10% annually to support you from the financing perspective. So I'll give chance to this one, just to give 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm going to make it in less than 30 seconds. But firstly, my name is Tonga Nyirenda. I'm firstly a poultry farmer, and I'm also the founder of SidBiz, where we're an agribusiness that is transforming organic waste into affordable and sustainable livestock feed and organic fertilizer using black soldier fly. Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly, firstly, it's an honor to be on a panel with such seasoned actors in the industry, so they've already said everything that needs to be said. But I just want to tackle the issue where the entrepreneur asked to say, how can I start without enough funding? That is where now circular agriculture comes in. Like I said, we started by using waste to turn it into agricultural inputs. So just start with what you have. And before you can get access to financing, my advice would be work on the technical skills. A lot has already been said on that. So get into incubators, apply for things, not necessarily starting with access to finance. That would be a bit hard, but first build on your technical skills, know your story, and know what you're doing, and opportunities will keep on coming to you once you master your art in that aspect. So that's what I would say. Just start with what you have and where you are. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers. Apologies to the questions that we didn't get time to attend to. We have run out of time. You guys can definitely speak to the panelists during lunch. You have access to them. If there are questions that are really burning, you can definitely reach out to them during lunch. Thank you, guys.
Another resounding round of applause for the team. Wow. Showing us, that a lot of takeaways, but then, one of the takeaways in this is that policies are good, but then value chains are even better. And the Southern Africa Poultry Initiative proves that young people are ready to take continental frameworks and, run with them. And let's back this flagship and feed the Southern African region. One more time, let's put our hands together for the team.
We will soon be breaking for lunch, but before that, can we call upon Kia? She's got a single announcement to make.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Don't be tired yet. We still have tomorrow, okay? How many of you are just so happy to be in the room? Right? I mean, there's so many people that wanted to be here, so many people that had plans, so many people that could have given a lot more inputs, I suppose. We would not know because they are not here, but guess who's here? You are, and that puts you in a position of change and power. I just want to bring your attention to these little pamphlet, leaflets, flyers, whatever the technical term is. This is one of the productions that the New Economy Hub did with We the 99 People Summit that was hosted last year in November here in Johannesburg. We had about 5,000 people on the ground at the Constitution Hill. Gesson is there because the Southern African Resource Watch was also part of the organizing committees. And this is really a global South movement that aims to organize us as, the third world countries towards economic emancipation. One of our declarations was to end hunger now. So you can go on the website and look up what it's all about. join the movement and be part of it. We always organize alongside the G20, so just follow up on that. But this basically was a dialogue series that was looking at key concepts having to do with the economy. Young people, I really have to beg you on this one, actually. We need to think about how we're going to restructure these economies. They're never going to work if they're in the same system. Sally and I were talking about how this is a systemic issue. It isn't a solutions issue. It isn't an initiative issue. It's a systemic issue. How are we rethinking the economies? She just said right now, funny enough, she said gross domestic happiness index. That's really good, because our first dialogue was looking at how can we look at the economy beyond the GDP. The GDP has nothing to do with us, and it's not a metric that we can continue to use to measure economic growth, because it doesn't factor other welfare and care issues that actually affect our people on a daily basis. We looked at taxation. Obviously, we all pay tax in whatever degrees in our countries, but does that tax really care for our people? And does that tax really protect us on the ground, right? We're looking at, obviously, who actually owns the economy? So whose economy is it anyway, is a fundamental question we're asking. Please grab one back there at the administration table. Have a look at the dialogue on YouTube. Get in touch with the New Economy Hub. New Economy Hub, you have the logo there, and our website can be found. Get in touch with me. Let's see how we can collaborate and begin to just conscientize people and begin to make sense of what the economy should be and what it's all about. With that, let's go eat, because the politics of the stomach can't wait.
Thank you very much. Remember, it's 1 hour break, so we're breaking at 3 minutes after 1. We should be back by 3 minutes past 2. We're having lunch the same venue as yesterday. Let's keep time, because we have so many activities. Remember, we also have got another function in the evening. All right, so what's going to happen this afternoon is that we're going to have this session we're about to have, and then later on we're going to have some breakaway sessions. So we'll tell you how we'll go about it. But in the meantime, we will drive straight into this session. Let's have our colleagues from AMREF, Y-ACT, and SciOf Health Cluster to give us a panel discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can't hear me, clap once. Yeah, that's one of the ways to know that we are all in this room. And it's an amazing day, because first of all, I'm coming in on day, which day is this? Of the forum? Day 2. All right. So I'm coming in day 2. And in day 2, my work is pretty easy, because we have all been introduced to the forum, the themes, beautiful conversations here. And so I'm coming in to just set the stage for a very interesting conversation for us today. My name is Alex Ayub. I work with AMREF, Y-ACT. I come from Kenya, the only country that is represented in this forum, but has not been acknowledged since we started the forum by the able MCs. No worries, I understand. So we're going to have an interesting conversation today. And this conversation is basically pegged on the fact that when we talk about youth leadership, and when we talk about advancing livelihoods for Africans, not just youth Africans, but Africans at large, there are always certain elements that we forget. And in this context, we want to talk about the very essence of why young people need to be involved in decisions, but not just decisions about, yesterday one of the panelists, one of the presenters talked about, said that sometimes we give young people space. And when we give young people space, we deny them the tools to actualize the intentions, the expectations of those spaces. And one of them, I think, when I was making a joke on my table that one of the things that we needed to have was land, because everyone was talking about, they're given technology, trainings, and all of those things. But in Africa, and specifically within the AMREF Y Act program, we've been working with the South African Youth Forum for a couple of months and years now, and we've been trying to delve into an interesting topic. Whereas our forum, the 8th session, the 8th session of the SIOF forum, is talking about food systems, food security, climate change, and youth leadership. We realize that it is not just enough to talk about food security if we are not following up to know the means of production, but not just the means of production, rather what exactly is being produced. And one of the interesting things we realized was that tobacco was one of the things that was actually occupying space that could otherwise be used to produce food to feed our great population that we boast about. And so we've been working together for a couple of years now. And one of the things that we needed to have is a conversation on whether, because we are all coming on the back of understanding what tobacco is doing to our families, to our children, and to our generation, and acknowledging the difficult choices people make just to ensure that they have to stop using tobacco while it's still available in the market. And so we decided to work with partners. And one of the major partners we worked with was the World Health Organization. And World Health Organization has been one of the critical partners, supporters, and champions of tobacco-free farms. And this is, again, on the back of the fact that it's not enough to talk about food security, food systems, and climate change in Africa if we do not make sure that the land is used for food production. When AMREF and SIOF said we can do something about it, and it was not just doing something about it, it was empowering young people through policy systems, advocacy, capacity building, and championing legislation that affects this whole space. And so to start us off in this conversation, I'm going to invite my very able friend, Mr. Calvin Sotieno, from the World Health Organization. Please come on stage. We can, we have Obama clubs. Yeah? Obama clubs come up to the time the person steps on stage. Yeah? You can go back and then come. Just right. But then you say hi to them. Yeah, the Obama style. So when I say, assume you have not heard him before, okay? Just assume you have not heard him before. So I'm going to introduce my friend, Calvin Sotieno, from the World Health Organization. Please welcome on stage. Good. Did you hear that? Yes. So Calvin, please, take it away.
Thank you so much, Alex. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once more. Thank you so much. So my name is Calvin Onyango Otieno. I'm working for World Health Organization, supporting a project known as Tobacco Free Farm Initiative. We started this project in the year 2021. Am I still young? Am I still young? According to you, am I youthful? The age? Yes. I've been in the field for the last 5 years supporting these farmers. Just bringing up to the speed, I was assigned to enroll 200 farmers to this initiative. The focus was to just do a pilot and see if farmers are ready to transition to alternative value chains. I know when I speak about tobacco in the southern region, where we have country which automatically depend on it, and there's somebody who spoke before we left for lunch, who said that we've been focusing so much on GDP rather than the social impact of all that we do in our countries. So we'll see that through the presentation that we are going to share in the next 10 minutes, and then we'll break out for panel discussion. So this project is anchored on a global treaty known as World Health Organization Framework on Tobacco Control. And within that framework, we have got 38 articles. This given project is anchored on Article 17 of World Health Framework on Tobacco Control and Article 18. Article 17 requires member states to support the tobacco growers because we know that these people depend fully on tobacco to sustain their livelihood and also to pay school fee for their children. So it calls upon the member state to support the farmers so that they be in a position to get something which do not expose them to health hazards. And we'll tell you how tobacco is harmful to the communities and to the environment. When you go to Article 18, it requires us to restore the environment which has been degraded as a result of tobacco growing. Thank you. So why are we talking about stopping growing tobacco, or why WHO is in this space? Most at times WHO deals with the issue of health. Tobacco is one of the major risk factors for non-communicable diseases. And we've seen the rising in terms of the cases of non-communicable diseases in our region. And that's why we are in this space to call upon different stakeholders to support us. Why? The labor requirement in tobacco production is very high. Most farmers take close to 6 to 9 months engaging in tobacco production, but by the end of the day, get very little in terms of the return. 2, farmers experience nicotine poisoning. They're exposed to non-communicable diseases that I've talked about, such as lung cancer, lung diseases, cancer, and they end up not acknowledging these. So WHO, through different partners, we are working to ensure that we support these farmers to stop growing tobacco and at least engage in alternative value chains that can also earn them some good income. The effect of nicotine poisoning is acute, and the disease is known as green tobacco sickness. So it's more of malaria. If you go to the facility, most of the patients will present with symptoms related to malaria. So it's something that most farmers do not really acknowledge during the season of growing tobacco. Number 3, tobacco growing degrades our soils because it involves usage of too much fertilizer, cutting down of the trees during curing, and too much consumption of water during nursery establishment. In Kenya, we engage farmers who are growing tobacco. And we found out that by the end of the year, they are only able to make up to about $110 after engaging for close to 6 to 9 months in tobacco growing. And this conversation is purely on smallholder farmers who are really predisposed. So some of the reasons why farmers still stick to the tobacco growing challenges that exist within this field: 1, tobacco industries offer, or tobacco company offer, an assured market for the tobacco leaf. That's why you find that farmers are still sticking to growing tobacco, despite the fact that they're exposed to health hazards and even getting very small amount in terms of income. Number 2, company provide necessary services, like they have employed so many extension officers to help these farmers work the journey of production. 3, tobacco company grade the leaves and prices by themselves, and most farmers at times are unfavored because it's the industry who determine how much they're going to pay the farmers. But then when you are involved or you are doing production of livelihood, it's not a matter that you must sell to specific off-taker, but you can decide on where to take your produce. I talked about farmers being given inputs. It's not free. These inputs are being provided in terms of loans. And every season, these farmers have not been capacitated to an extent of just going to the shop and buy what they require for their farms, but they are being given by the industry at their own terms, and they end up still attached to growing tobacco year in, year out without any good result. And this is based from what we've seen in Kenya and mostly from the smallholder farmers. What we do as WHO, and I'll also share with you the approach that we are using. We are trying to build a viable market for the alternative value chains that we are championing for. And we are not specific on the value chain that we promote. We are just trying to create a space so that different players in the sector can as well take advantage and support these farmers in producing a viable alternative that can give these farmers more or equal income compared to tobacco without involving them being exposed to diseases or spending a lot of money when it comes to going to the facility, because during tobacco growing season, we realized from our desk review that the issue of people going to the facility to seek for medical services is a little bit high, mostly for conditions which are related to tobacco farming or tobacco consumption. And number two, we are trying to equip farmers and mostly the youths. In our country, we call them farmer service centers. These are locals who are helping farmers in accessing input, markets, and also provide trainings to the farmers depending on the value chain that they have prioritized. They are working closely with different stakeholders that I'll show you by the end of the presentation, before I finish the presentation. And our focus is to build a resilient food system whereby these farmers are not only engaged in doing alternatives, but at the same time, they get nutritious food which are good to their health and to the community as well. So in terms of partnership, we are working with so many partners. Just to bring to your attention, in Kenya, we are only 2 officers supporting this initiative from WHO Kenya Country Office. And we have reached so many farmers through partnership. Each and every stakeholder here is having a role. And I'm calling upon each one of us to identify where do we fit in this conversation of partnership, so that when we go back to our country, we can help our farmers at least do something reasonable enough. So WHO is the convener of this initiative. We coordinate all the partnership, bring all the relevant stakeholders together to ensure that we achieve our goal. World Food Program help implement through Cereal Growers Association. And their major role here is to ensure that farmers are linked to the input providers and are connected to the off-takers. And then we have Food and Agricultural Organization, which was working through the Department of Agriculture to ensure that farmers are capacity built so that they produce the right, they produce this value chain that we are talking about. And they also they are guiding in terms of agroecological aspect, the soil testing. My background is public health, so when I mention these things of agriculture, at times I'm losing track. So I'm a public health professional, so just understand that. Then we have UNCDF, United Nations Capital Development Fund. They are helping us in ensuring that farmers are in a position to access finances so that they can acquire inputs before planting. How do they work? They also work with different, with the banking sector. They identify the microfinance just within the community where we are working, and they work through them so that by the end of the project phase, we'll be sure that we still have those who will be able to support these farmers in terms of input access, the financing aspect. They can support as well the aggregators, the off-takers in terms of accessing funds, so that they can continue supporting the initiative even in our absence. Then the last 3, we have the logo for Kenya, Zambia, and Uganda. And then Farm to Market Alliance. What we do as an initiative is we grow to sell. We start from the market, walk the journey with the farmers. In fact, we engage them off-takers before we start and agree like this is the quantity of the produce that we want. And we want off-takers to tell the farmers by themselves that we want produce of this kind of quality. And then during the season, the off-takers will frequently come to the farmers, assess the result of the crop, and then we have the final business-to-business engagement, where now off-takers are coming back to assess whether the farmers have been in a position to produce what they wanted. So this is how partnership have really assisted. And as youth, I know from yesterday we presented all that we are doing. You can identify a scope here. All these partners will not be here to stay. And we've said that tobacco kills. In fact, it's poisoning our continent. And we as youth, we are standing here watching as a crop which is poisoning our continent. We have an opportunity to replace this organizational work through them to ensure that we support our farmers to shift to alternative value chains. So some of the key areas that youths have been engaged, and I can call upon you as well to identify some of the areas that you can pick up is market assessment. They have been assisting us in ensuring that we conduct market assessment through a process known as diagnostic and design and diagnostic, which is a communal participatory approach. We bring all the relevant stakeholders, farmers, agriculturalists, off-takers, who are helping shape the discussion on which kind of value chains should these farmers pick within the community. And then 2 is community engagement, which we do through radio talk shows, storytelling. Then we have the aspect of input. You can also think around that so that you facilitate these farmers to shift to alternative. The financing aspect, and mostly we've realized that farmers are not bankable, mostly for the alternative value chain, because I can contract you to produce for me beans, but you decide to side sell. As a banking institution, I'll lose my money. So you see, like the financial institution are trying to shy away from giving loans to the farmers. So the aspect that we are trying to bring up is village saving and loaning association where farmers are bringing their resources together. Then we connect them. Then they are being given funds as a group, and they guarantee one another. Then another aspect that we can focus on as a youth is production. With the erratic rainfall nowadays, we can think of better technologies of supporting farmers so that they can as well produce these alternative value chains. We can as well invest in post-harvest handling. We know quality of most of the grain depends on how we manage them after harvesting. For instance, if you poorly manage groundnut, automatically it will be most off-takers will reject it because of aflatoxin. So we can invest in that aspect as well. Then value addition, market linkage, which is the main driver of this initiative. You have to start with the market, make input available, then you can work this other aspect of the value chain. Then monitoring, and that's the last step of the value chain. And for us, when we talk about the value chain, it's not a crop. It's all what we do from the time that we are identifying the off-taker to the last step of ensuring that the produce is consumed. So some of the lessons we picked is 1, tobacco industry interference, and we've learned that youth can help us strengthen the community trust by communicating clearly about what we are doing. 2 is about the climate change. 3 is changing farmers' perception, because all along what we know is industry have been telling us that tobacco growing is profitable. And I've seen even in some of the southern countries, I know 2 countries, that's Malawi and Zambia, which predominantly depend on tobacco growing. And I've seen Zambia have got Vision 2063. And their focus is to ensure they support farmers to shift to alternatives. So as youth from that area, what is our role to ensure that we support the cause? When we talk about Zambia, they are yet to start a journey of ensuring that farmers are transition, but it's something that we can pick up. We have a champion, Kware Story can pick up, and the team, and we see on how we can champion other youths to help push this agenda of shifting farmers from the poison to better alternative. I think I've talked into this a bit. So I've also explained this, the role of the youths. We can help push the agenda by doing the right things within the value chains, right from production, and then connecting farmers to the right of takers. And as well, we can be the off takers as well, if we can be in a position to identify the right place to take this produce that farmers are producing within the alternative or tobacco-free farm initiative. So from proven result in Kenya, I said I was given an assignment just as a youth, only to deliver 200 farmers, help shift 200 farmers. 5 years down the line, I'm talking about 12,000 farmers. And these have given me an opportunity. We started in one county or local government known as Migori County. currently I support other counties. I've been able to train Zambia, I've been in Zambia, and during that session, we had the Malawi team, the Ministry of Health, we have Tanzania, and most of the South African country, and Uganda. And as we speak, Uganda, we've started the project and our target is 400 farmers. We are positive that at least we'll assist the farmers. In Zambia, we are working with WFP and other partners, and so far we've transitioned 1,500 farmers. So the aspect, what I'm visioning as a young person currently, is not to increase the number, but to also help youth identify opportunity within this aspect and strengthen our business and the services that we can offer to the farmers so that they do not reverse back to tobacco growing, arguing that these alternatives do not have market, but we have an opportunity of ensuring that we create that marketing ecosystem for them to shift to alternative value chain. So we all have a role, right, from the government, private sector, and young people. For the government, they have to lead, because it's about policy. I talked about WHO framework on tobacco control, which was developed in 2003. 182 countries adopted. And in Africa, we are fortunate. Out of the 47 countries within WHO region, 45 have ratified this given treaty, except Eritrea and Somalia. To mean the South African countries have already ratified the treaty. And one thing, once you ratify, it's good you domesticate so that you help the public service official to really actualize it and help farmers shift to alternative. So government should lead by ensuring that they put in place necessary policies so that farmers can shift or farmers can be supported. And you know, it will be very difficult even for the development partners plus the private sector to push for the farmers to shift when there is no policy supporting the same call. Isn't it true? Yeah. And then partners have stated some of the specific aspects that we can pick up as well so that we support this farmer shift to alternative. And as young people, one thing, are we going to sit back and let our continent continue being poisoned with something we know is killing, and yet we have alternative? We rather sit back if you don't have alternative, but when we have something that we can champion for, it's a call that we must change. Let's pick it up, let's identify opportunity, let's move on. As WHO, just go to the website, we have all the question and answer, their contact. Even if you do an email to Geneva, it will reach up to Africa region, will contact you and will work closely with the relevant the government department. Will link you up with the relevant organization so that we can help these farmers move away from something which is killing them slowly, but they don't know, and ensure that they do the right thing. Thank you so much, and sorry for taking so much time.
Another round of applause to Mr. Calvin. Yeah, Mr. Calvin, before Mr. Otieno, actually, I was told proper way when you use a Mr., then you have to use a second name. Mr. Otieno, before you sit, I want you to shake my hand first. Huh? Yeah. My grandmother once told me I'll meet someone very important from the WHO. It was him. So make sure you shake his hand. Thank you. Thank you. So please don't go. Please have a seat here. And just to set the stage, I know you're asking ourselves right now, why exactly are we talking about tobacco control? Why are we talking about tobacco-free farms in a space where we should be talking about food security, climate change? Why is it relevant to young people today? And to make sure that we do justice to the session that has just been undertaken by my good friend Mr. Otieno here from the WHO, I made sure that I reached out to my African counterparts. And I did not just reach out to African counterparts, I reached out to professionals. So the people I'm about to call on stage, they're not just young people, which is the most important part. They're young people, but they're also professionals. And they will help us set the stage and to understand, is there possibility that we can actually achieve a healthier Africa, healthier communities, strong food systems, if we could just support farmers to move away from tobacco farming? And to help us come on stage, remember it's the Obama style, yeah? Obama style, yeah? Obama style. So to help us set this stage and to delve into the conversation, I would like to invite Dr. Vivian Joseph to come on stage. A round of applause to her. Yes. You know, You guys, you're not, that's Ramaphosa. You need to make him, please welcome on stage. You heard that, I thought it was muted. And also, to make sure that we have a balance of this conversation, I also reached out to an amazing young leader. This person has done amazing work across Africa as a young person still. And that's what makes me happy, actually. Dr. Blessing Kasenge, karibu on stage. Welcome. I want to see whether you keep him Obama or you start playing with the African president. Welcome on stage, my brother. Please sit. Thank you, sir. So on my panel today, I have Zambia, I have Tanzania, and I have Kenya. Which is? No, I actually have very good engagement here, so sometimes you'll hear me speaking to you directly. And I'll also have a mix of languages. So if you had Karibu, that means welcome in Swahili. You see, I knew it. Good, very nice, very nice. So I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves because I realize that part of the injustice I could do is to try and introduce themselves because what they have done is so much and they will have to choose what they want us to know and what they want us to follow up on. So starting from here, my brother Daktari. Daktari means doctor, yeah? Dr. Blessing, just introduce yourself, tell us your organization, and maybe tell us one thing about this forum that you think is standing out for you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm extremely excited to sit here before you and share on this very important topic of tobacco control. So my name is Dr. Blessing Kasenge. I'm a medical doctor coming from Zambia. And of course, I do a number of things. But primarily, I'm a Secretary General of the Tobacco Control Consortium of Zambia. I'm also a SADC youth parliamentarian with the Southern Africa Youth Forum. As I can see, I receive so much love from my fellow parliamentarians, and I'm always grateful for that. And of course, I'm working with other youth-led organizations. My executive director, Mr. Mwila Bwanga, is there behind. I'm also programs manager for Be Relevant Africa. So among many other things. So one thing that stands out for me with this particular forum is just to see the number of young people that have been convened here. I always believe that when young people convene in this manner, then we are guaranteed that change is definitely on the horizons. I believe that change is inevitable, and I believe that the conversations we've been having so far have been very productive, and have really been focused on ensuring that we ensure that there's change for all of us in terms of where we're coming from, our countries, and I know we're doing amazing work. So I believe that everyone in this room here, I can basically describe you as the creme de la creme of your countries.
Ooh, round of applause.
Yeah, so us meeting here, I believe that we're going to have very meaningful engagements and we're going to push our continent forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blessing. I told you that we are doing a lot of things, yeah? Dr. Joseph.
Is it on? It is. Asante sana. My name is Vivian J. Joseph, doctor. The reason why I really avoid doctor is because I don't practice. But then, for the sake of Alex, I'd like to introduce myself again as Dr. Vivian J. Joseph. And I have many hats for those who know me personally. But as of this room, I would like to introduce myself as the health cluster head at Southern African Youth Forum. And I'm really, really excited that we're having conversations of tobacco control in this space. And I'm looking forward for a tobacco-free Southern Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. For my sake, I'll keep using doctor. I really respect people's hard work into education. And of course, Calvin, you want to say something again? You can just tell them again who you are and the organization.
Thank you so much. My name is Calvin Sonyangu Tieno. I'm supporting Tobacco Free Farm Initiative based in Kenya, working for World Health Organization. And one thing that I must speak out before I leave is, since yesterday, the perception is tobacco is profitable. I was waiting to see someone presenting about the same for us since yesterday, so that I go out knowing that it's profitable in this part of the world, but I've not seen. So I'm very happy that we have the right people, and we are going to champion for farmers to shift and start doing alternative that we are promoting, depending on the areas that we are working on. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause. So Dr. Vivian, just to have this conversation, this year, which is the 8th annual forum for the SIOF, the conversation is more about climate change, climate resilience. It's about food systems and youth empowerment. Why is tobacco control relevant in these conversations?
Thank you very much for the great question. And as you started introducing this session, many of us might have not been understanding why tobacco control in this conversation. And because we are speaking of agribusinesses, we're speaking of, entrepreneurship in agriculture and nutrition and what's not. But then when it comes to tobacco, we are naming it tobacco control. That means we are regulating the tobacco. And the reason as to why it is relevant, it's because the proportionate of the consequences and the negative impact that tobacco does, which is multi-sectoral, it is not only a health concern. It goes beyond the lung cancer that is majority known to people. It goes beyond as an environmental distraction. It goes beyond to cause loss of water resources. As if I give a fact that the production of one cigarette uses about 3.7 liters of water.
Yep.
So you might find that is a very high concern for the communities that do not have access to water resource. And it goes beyond to even harm pregnant women through secondhand smoking. It goes beyond what we are told or what is being shared. And the tobacco industry have been very creative these days. So they no longer just speak about tobacco itself. They're now producing nicotine products, which is the part and parcel of what the effects are. And it's even more lethal. Because if you take one puff of vape or shisha, hookah, it is more equivalent to taking 80 cigarettes. So how do you tell me that this conversation is not relevant? How do you tell me that the tobacco farmers do not need alternatives? Because they do. Thank you.
Wow, let's appreciate that. I'm seeing the shocker in your faces. I hope you're taking the statistics, right? All right. My brother, Dr. Blessing, your journey generally spans from, research, youth advocacy, health itself. What really inspired you to take this journey into tobacco control advocacy, and why is it so personal to you?
Thank you so much for that question. So as Vivian has said, really, tobacco control is a conversation that all of us must be having. And it would have been sad that we would have met in this manner and not talk about tobacco control. Because generally health is an issue that all of us should be very concerned about. Since we're in Joburg, I would love to quote a very wonderful quote I love from Nelson Mandela, where he said that freedom is an ideal I'm prepared to live for. But if need be, freedom is an ideal I'm prepared to die for. So I believe that true freedom comes when we are free, and we can only be free when our health is free. And therefore, anything that affects your health affects your freedom. And that should be of great concern to all of you. So every year, over 8 million people die due to tobacco-related illnesses. Those numbers are quite huge. In my country, Zambia, over 7,000 people die due to tobacco-related illnesses. So this is a conversation we should all be having as young people. As a practicing medical doctor, I've encountered so many young people that come through the doors of our hospital. Many of them are hypertensive, many of them are diabetic. Now previously we knew that these diseases were only affecting older generation and older people, but now we have more young people who are hypertensive, more young people who are diabetic, more young people who have cancer, and that is largely due to the fact that there has been an increase in the prevalence of tobacco use and tobacco consumption generally. Now when it comes to tobacco use, there's no safe level of smoking, and none of us is, if you're not infected, then you're affected, because of the 8 million people that die globally due to tobacco-related illnesses, over 1 million of those are passive smokers. So it could be as innocent as you are, you visit a shopping mall, someone is smoking next to you, you're a passive smoker. That does not mean that you're not affected by the tobacco use. It means that equally at risk of developing tobacco-related illnesses and equally at risk of dying from these illnesses. So for me, this is a conversation that I felt I should jump on very early on. And this is a conversation that I feel that all of us as young people must be able to jump on, and all of us must be champions of this noble cause if we're going to see progress in our continent and in everything that we're actually doing. Thank you.
Wow, a round of applause to that. Dr. Blessing just reminded us that you could be walking in town, or you could actually be at Birchwood Hotel and you could be a passive smoker. Has that happened to anyone so far? Daktari, maybe just to think about this, and maybe just picking it from what you're saying, you've seen young people walk into the doors of the hospitals, and sometimes they are not even walking actually because of the situation. But do you think that there is safer products that are not like the traditional cigarettes, that young people feel this is safer, it doesn't affect me as tobacco, smoking tobacco would? Or it's just a myth?
So there are no safer alternatives, unfortunately, or fortunately, to tobacco use. And what the tobacco industry has done is that they've innovated as well, because they know that for any young lady, imagine you're a young lady and you go out there, you start smoking a cigarette. Obviously, everyone is going to judge you that why is this young lady smoking a cigarette in a hotel, right? So the industry has been very innovative about that. They've come up with newer and what we call the emerging newer nicotine products. These could be e-cigarettes. These could be things like shisha. Obviously, if you're a young lady and you start smoking shisha, everyone probably will think you're cool. All right? Yeah, but in the actual sense, you're not cool. You're actually dying faster than someone who's actually consuming a cigarette. So there have been these innovations that the industry has come up with just so that people can feel that it is convenient to actually smoke, right? We've heard of nicotine gums. There are all these things that actually are coming up on the market, which many of us I know will be tempted to think that these are actually safer alternatives, but these are actually even as harmful and more harmful, if anything, than cigarettes. So researches have been done where they've actually found that even e-cigarettes actually predispose you to having lung cancer and all the other non-communicable diseases like hypertension and diabetes, which someone who's actually smoking is predisposed to. So therefore, it means that there's no way out except to quit. So there's no safe level of smoking. Unfortunately, I know there's been a lot of debate with alcohol saying maybe if you take one bottle, you're not at risk. But with smoking, there's no safe level of smoking. One cigarette is enough to actually predispose you to developing a non-communicable disease. Yeah.
So for those of us who are saying no, I can use the other one, I've seen some faces telling me they are safer. The doctor himself has said it's not safe. There are no safe alternatives. Thank you so much. Now, as Dr. Blessing has been working and treating young people who are walking into these hospitals with symptoms that would actually be probably associated to the initial causes being smoking, either active or passively, Calvin's, on the other hand, is trying to make sure that the product doesn't get to the market. You see how the combination is working? Calvin's, have there been any young people playing any role in what you've been doing, especially from the presentation we just made? Or we are just waiting to go to Dr. Blessing later on after the effects?
No, we have so many young people who are playing different role within the Tobacco Free Farm Initiative. One, the tobacco industry is cunning, and they tend to interfere with what we do. So we are working with civil society organizations, which mostly are led by the youthfuls, to identify the tobacco industry interference within the community, and then we come together and see on how to counter such interferences. So youths have been much critical on that, and I can cite one. There's a point where we have somebody planting tobacco within an airstrip. So you imagine an airstrip
tobacco within
an airstrip, government land,
where planes pass.
Yes.
Okay. So they mix the smoke from the plane with the tobacco farm.
You're landing, but you are seeing tobacco farm along the runway.
Hey.
So we engaged one of the youth who did undercover. And we were able to know who did that, and through the different engagements, we were able to stop, and the tobacco was uprooted from that portion of airstrip.
Wow.
Then we are also working with youth through our partner Serial Goers Association on an aspect known as youth for kazi kwa vijana in Kiswahili. some aspect of kazi kwa vijana, youth for
Like
work.
Youth for work, work
Yeah.
for youth initiative. Yeah.
Yeah, it's branded in Kiswahili, so I had to say it like that and translate. So what we do is we give these youths machines to support farmers in terms of doing threshing. There are those who have ventured into groundnut. They are given small machinery to start their value addition in terms of producing peanut butter. So there are those who have decided to venture on the issue of poultry. They are given small incubators so that they can start their journey along that aspect. So youth have been the center stage of this conversation, and they have been supporting us in ensuring that farmers are connected to the right input. Some of them have been opened agrovets, and they're able to help us in terms of ensuring that farmers are in a position to get the inputs within the community without going to the larger towns where they used to be then. So they have been so much critical in ensure that we support the initiative.
So the answer is yes, young people have taken a role in the tobacco-free farming.
Yes, they have taken a role, starting with the Calvins, who started when I was still less than 25 years, I think so.
Calvins is the one speaking right now?
Yes.
Okay. So Calvins, you've mentioned something quite interesting. Well, two things were interesting. One is whoever managed to identify the tobacco plants from a plane up there. That's the first interesting thing for me. What were they looking at? But the other thing is, you've mentioned something called tobacco industry interference. What exactly do you mean by that? When you say that there is interference, what do you mean by that?
When I said tobacco industry interference, is these are tactics that are being deployed by the tobacco industry to ensure that we do not actually implement the tobacco control generally. So they'll go to the government official, try to lobby. They use the lobby groups at the policy level. They'll come to the ground and start brainwashing farmers by issuing alternatives as well. So they have different tactics of interfering in the tobacco control policy at different segments of the tobacco control. So it's a very critical aspect. As you are going to start this journey, it's something that you must always think about, because they'll come, they'll frustrate you, they'll threaten you, but by the end of the day, one focus is to ensure that we win this war, not through fist, but through changing the mindset of the community who are involved in farming tobacco.
Yeah. So as you're giving them alternatives to tobacco farming, they are also giving alternatives?
Yes.
Okay. It's a war of alternatives. Dr. Joseph, there's one of the conversations here is, you know, my good friend Calvins is talking about the initiatives that they're doing, especially with the farmers. And Dr. Blessing also here talked about his own initiative and advocacy journey. And these are two different countries, actually, all within one beautiful continent called Africa. Do you see any opportunities for collaboration at a regional level, especially with your role at SIOF?
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned SIOF itself to begin with.
Okay.
Yes. So yes, I see a lot of opportunities for regional collaboration, and I'm thankful for our partners, YACT, AMREF, for creating this space for young people to, first of all, being informed. I'm a student of having the right information before advocacy. And AMREF YACT has been a partner that not only finances this project, but rather informs and ensures that we have the right knowledge on what we are advocating for. So while I'm talking about tobacco control, guys, I'm not talking about it because there's a salary by the end of the month, but it's because I've gone through the process to understand how it really means to control tobacco and the impact that it has negatively impacted our communities. So a platform like Southern African Youth Forum, we are here today. I've shared some few facts, and it's just few amongst many that we have heard of today, and I believe this is one of those platforms to enhance and, you know, mobilize more young people to be informed for the policy advocacy, while as it stands being a legal binding for the behavioral change now to our communities. There is no way the community is going to change if the policies and the laws are not speaking on the same alignment. So there are so many regional communities. We have East African community, the EAC. We've seen how the AU can integrate with the European Union young people.
Yeah.
So how about we have a Southern Africa, East African collaboration?
Yeah.
Kenya is doing a really great job in controlling tobacco.
Yeah.
So I think this could be the avenue to start those conversations and see a way forward. And we believe that something is going to happen with a greater positive impact. And of course, as much as that being mentioned, but there are also regional collaboration through grassroots non-governmental organizations. You might speak about regional work, but then this work should be contributed from the local organizations that serve young people, children, women within these member state countries. If we just sit here on a high-profile setting while not talking or speaking and engaging the communities that have community-led solutions, then we might not be doing a decent work. So I think both parties play a very great role to make sure that we are enhancing and strengthening regional collaborations.
Wow.
Thank you.
A round of applause to that. So certainly the opportunities for collaboration, certainly we can take advantage of the existing regional platforms. And it just hit me that Tanzania is one of the countries where she comes from that is already in East African community and is also in the South African Development Community SADC. So they're well positioned. You should actually lead the conversations on collaboration. Yeah, I don't know if is there any question that is coming up from the audience? Anything you want to raise? Okay, I've been reliably informed that I have less than 5 minutes. So let me see how many hands. So there are 3, 4, 5, and it so happens that gender has been completely included by excluding the men in those hands that have been raised. So I'll maybe start from there. I'll take the 3 and then make it short. I also realize that there's a temptation to present as well when you're asking the question. You can just go to the question generally.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Lisa Badenhorst. I'm from Eswatini. My question is based on what you presented today is very interesting. And I think I just wanted to link it with what's actually happening in Eswatini. But we have a problem of weed. And I just wanted to know, does it also has the same impact as tobacco? And doesn't it really have an impact with the people that are actually farming and making that tobacco or the weed? Because with us, it's a stream of income for some areas in the rural areas. So when you then say weed-free or tobacco-free, it brings a conflict. So I don't know how best we can address that challenge, because many people, especially in our country, they live out of that. So I just wanted to know how best we can address that.
Thank you. Adding to what she's saying, are we having a conversations of tobacco-free or wheat-free? Because currently what is happening in Botswana, we are advocating for hemp. I don't know if the room is aware of that. The president has made an initiative to plant hemp, to produce hemp in bulk and everything. So it brings a conversations of, are we advocating for free weed or free tobacco? Thank you.
In Eswatini, is weed legal or illegal? It's legal. Yes. All right.
Thank you so much, Alex. My name is Violetu and I'm from YX. My question is to Mr. Otiano. Given that Article 18 and 17 of the FCTC are amongst the most neglected articles, I just want to know, based on your experience in tobacco-free farming, what systematic hindrances have you seen in practice apart from tobacco industry interference that are equally important but often overlooked? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope all questions could take that format.
I promise. Greetings, everybody. My name is Lebohang Duli, and I am from South Africa. I just have 2 questions, but I'll be very short. My first question is, I understand the idea behind why we need to have a tobacco-free society, but the reality is that we cannot control the issues of production of tobacco. I believe that it's going to lead to illicit production of tobacco. So I just want to check, have you looked at how do we then control the production of illicit tobacco? And secondly is the issue of addiction. The reality is that, yes, we can speak about how harmful these cigarettes that were initially introduced to reduce the issues of addiction. But now that we have seen through research-based evidence that it's also harmful, have you ever thought about the alternatives as to how do we then deal with the issues of addiction? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very straightforward questions. Today I feel so famous. See, the cameraman will follow me. Come, guys. Come. Yeah, today I'm famous. So there was a hand somewhere here. Where was it? There were two of them. All right. So I'll start here and then I come there. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iskulegi Ngomo from Eswatini. I'm with Bapalali Eswatini Red Cross Society. My question is directed to Dr. Blessing. I want to know the difference in terms of potency, because as we know, as Africans, we tend to grind the tobacco for ourselves and the ancestor part of it. So I want to know the potency. Does the potency differ from between the traditional one and the commercial one? And also in terms of the health effects, so that, yeah, we can advise our fellow traditional healers the right way. Thank you.
There are traditional healers using tobacco. Okay, we need to advise them. All right. And lastly?
Thank you so much for that. I'm also someone who's not pro-tobacco because I'm an environmentalist by profession and I know how unsustainable it is. So if we note the statistics that were shared by the Global Forest Watch, they say that in Mashonaland West, which is one of the provinces in Zimbabwe, there was about 1.93 thousand hectares of forest that was lost in 2023, and this contributed to about 891 kilotons of carbon emissions due to the tobacco curing and the land clearance process. And right now, just looking at the 2025 and 2026 season, you see that we have had about 26,488 hectares of land that has been cultivated on just for tobacco. So there's been land clearance, there's been cutting down of trees for tobacco curing. And you see that a lot of tobacco companies are also even coming into play to give the farmers within the region inputs to say, we'll give you the inputs and then you can pay us after, like they are there with available support to assist them. So my question now is around the alternative agricultural enterprises and the support systems in place to ensure that the farmers can transition but without losing their livelihoods. Right now as we speak, I know that a lot of tobacco farmers from Mashonaland West, when they cultivate tobacco and when they harvest, that's when they go and marry, that's when they send their kids to school. They actually get to do a lot with that. So what mechanisms are in place to address that? Thank you.
You know, I thought I was the one who was famous, so they were not following me, the cameraman. Now I'm alone. So quickly, maybe I know you have noted some questions that would some were specifically addressed. I will pass the microphone from here, from Dr. Blessing, answer the ones that were coming to you. I know there is a question between weed and tobacco, whether that is still the same effect. There's also the questions around systematic hindrances, especially to the FCTC, WHO FCTC. Then there's also another question that was on illicit tobacco and also addressing addiction. I think one of the doctors will be able to take the one on addiction. And also the potency levels, commercial versus traditional. And lastly, alternative agricultural, farming instead of tobacco in a manner that they don't lose their livelihoods.
All right, I'll be very quick in making my responses. So one thing that we must be very clear about is that we're not advocating for tobacco to be banned. Even the WHO FCTC, there's nowhere where it says tobacco should be banned. So what we are advocating for is tobacco to be regulated. So what we want is to reduce the consumption of tobacco the consumption of the tobacco itself, and not to completely ban the tobacco. So when we talk about illicit production, research is actually there that countries that actually have tobacco control laws have seen a reduction in illicit trade when it comes to tobacco. So therefore, enacting tobacco control laws within our country is not going to increase illicit trade or illicit production of the tobacco. And then there was a question on addiction. So we do recognize the fact that people that consume tobacco have some form of addiction because of the nicotine that is contained in the tobacco. So the nicotine itself affects the central nervous system, which is a very important component of the tobacco itself, and that is what the industry is actually capitalizing on. So, you know, when you're addicted to something, it's like when you're in love. So the reward pathway. Yeah, so within the brain, we have got what we call the reward pathway, which is very much responsible for an addiction, right? So so they say that the same reward pathway that, yes, dopamine, I'm sure you've all probably heard of dopamine. So the same reward pathway that is triggered when you're in love is the same reward pathway that's triggered when you are consuming tobacco. And I know that if we probably told you to stop texting your better half or to stop calling them completely, immediately, many of you would live very sorrowful lives. So we recognize the fact that some of the consumers of these products are addicted, and that's why the WHO advocates for tobacco cessation. So they are what we call cessation programs. So WHO itself has developed a counseling tool where we need to take these people through some form of counseling. And that is actually happening in some of the facilities and some of the countries where these learners or these consumers are brought onto a particular program, and over a long period of time, they're asked to reduce. So even when they come, we don't ask them to reduce completely, to stop completely, but rather we take them through a process of trying to reduce and eventually stopping the consumption. So it's a gradual process, and cessation itself is one of the things that is contained in the WHO FCTC. Particularly if you look at the Empower measures, the O there actually stands for offering help to quit smoking. And then when it comes to the difference in potency between the traditional and the conventional cigarettes, so they're equally harmful. The only difference is that one of them is well packaged to seem appealing, right? But in the olden days, they would just get a newspaper, crush the tobacco leaves, and they'll be smoking it. Yeah, but then now obviously, I mean that with modernization, they said, okay, you know what, it wouldn't be good for us to be using these or to be wrapping them in newspapers, so let's try to package them in a way that's going to be easily acceptable. So when it comes to the harm, they're equally harmful, and that is why even for environments or for areas where tobacco is used for cultural purposes, I think that is also where the alternative livelihood is coming in, because some cultures or some traditions believe that tobacco has been part of them, and they cannot transition to any other thing apart from tobacco. But as we have noted, there are other safer alternatives. For example, we are transitioning these farmers into growing groundnuts, into growing maize, just so that they can actually even stop using the tobacco itself. Thank you so much.
I think Dr. Blessings has
Yes.
covered a lot.
Yes.
So I'll just add to what he said on addiction. So during the process of helping an addict of nicotine, there's something called nicotine patch for anyone who has ever heard of it. It is medically approved. So what it does, as he shared on how the brain works, so once you put the nicotine patch, it's usually on this side of an arm, it tends to inform your brain that you've smoked, but in real sense you have not. So what it does, you slowly lose the interest to smoke or use a nicotine product. So for those who want more information, please follow me. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Nicotine patch. Okay. Calvins, briefly.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mine will specifically go to the person who asked about mechanism in place to ensure that when we replace tobacco, what are some of the mechanisms we put in place to ensure that farmers still earn their livelihoods? We are trying to replace the same system that the tobacco industry are using. I mentioned UNCDF, which is focused on ensuring that farmers are in a position to access finances. We work with Cereal Growers Association and World Food Program to ensure that the market for these value chains is made available. We work through the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that farmers are trained, are capacity built. So, and finally, most of those whom we work with are from the communities. The focus is to build the capacity of those community members so that even if we exit, and I mentioned these community members can still continue with their livelihood. They are connected to the private sectors who are buying the produce from them. They are connected to the private sector who supply the inputs. One call is to ensure that at least we reduce the tobacco production so that we save the world from this menace of tobacco epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause as they come here for our group photo. And as they come for the, please join me for a group photo, because I know this is the one that will be on the cover page of SciOf magazine next year. It's this one, eh? Yes. As they come in, just to answer the question on weed, apparently it's been given to me now. Our work currently is limited to tobacco for now. We have not touched on weed yet. Thank you. So, yes.
Thank you very much. Can we give a resounding round of applause to this energetic panel? Alex, can I shake your hands? You're a special person. Thank you very much. And you know what? We cannot talk about sustainability without talking about adaptability, which is a very important conversation that was being held here. And it's amazing and also inspiring to see that young people are not just maintaining the old systems, but then they're pioneering the new ones in order to create an environment that's safe and that's sustainable. And I would also really, want to take it upon myself to raise awareness, because young people think that shisha is cool and vaping is cool.
That is not cool at all. You are just dying.
Imagine.
You are just making yourself die.
Yes. Okay, so at this point, we are having our media indaba.
Not yet. Actually,
before that, we're going to have our media indaba with the SciOf head of media and advocacy. Media advocacy and communication, Ian Vambe. Let's put our hands together for him.
That was encouraging. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So we are going to quickly do this session. Remember yesterday we said we want to make this thing trend, didn't we? Thank you so much to all those who posted and tagged us. A round of applause for everyone who posted yesterday. You guys, thank you. And keep doing so, and also take our partners. So I'm pretty sure everyone who is seated in this room this afternoon received a bag. Can you confirm? Have you opened that bag? Can you please open right now? Quickly, those bags. The bags that you receive, eh? Quickly, there is a bag that we all received in the afternoon. There are t-shirts. Take those t-shirts out. Remember the presentations that we made in the morning, AU, EU Youth Lab? Okay, we want to do this in the next 5 minutes, guys, please. Don't complain about sizes yet, I know. It's okay. Can you hold your sizes issue for now? So what we want to do, can I have your attention for just 2 minutes? What you are doing, guys, is that those who can put them on, put them on. Those who can just hold them on, stand up and hold those t-shirts. Are we together? If you can put it on, the better. Stand up. Come on. Quickly. Let's be quick, guys. Let's be quick. Just hold your t-shirts. If you are sitting down, I'm coming to get those t-shirts. So don't show us the back of the t-shirt. Show us the front of the t-shirt. Yeah? Yeah. Show us front of the t-shirt, everyone, please. Those who can put them on, the better. Where are my cameramen? Oh yeah, he's getting pictures. Where is Emmanuel? I would want pictures of this, please. So whilst Emmanuel is coming to get more pictures, make sure the person next to you is not disturbing your picture. It has to come out nice. Toby, and the way people are looking at you, you are killing their picture. They want this moment. We also want the moment. So this is all cadres of AU Youth Lab. They gave us all these t-shirts, and we are going to post on our social media platforms, and we take them. But now, when this is done, when the cameramen are done, take out your phone. Yeah? Take a selfie with that picture, with that t-shirt. Now, let's do it quickly. Just take a selfie. Two. Take a selfie with your neighbor. You use one phone. You take a selfie with your neighbor. One phone, take a selfie with your neighbor. Selfie with your neighbor. Yeah, please. Yeah, that's fine. Have you taken selfies? Selfie with your neighbors, and everyone must post on their social medias. When you post, you tag. Briefly, can we all come to the front with those t-shirts now? AU wants to get their pictures, please. Guys, let's come. Let's be quick. Let's come to the front, please. Guys, come on. Let's just come quickly. We get pictures, we go back. Let's just come to the front, please. Let's go to the front. Let's go to the front. Let's move to the front, guys. We are behind time. Let's quickly move to the front. Yes, let's go to the front. Quickly. Let's do so quickly. Everyone with their t-shirts for a good group photo. Let's go. Move to the front, everyone. Guys, those who are still here, let's go down. Please, let's do it quickly. Even if you can't put it on, just hold it. Let's quickly move. All right, everyone look up to the cameraman. Please make sure you put on your best smile. Short video, can we all say 8th Southern Africa Youth Forum? 3. Honorable Ngwila, can you record for me? Honorable Ngwila, can you record for me? Again, in a very organized manner, with more loud voices. I'll give you a cue, right? Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Again. Perfect. Let's quickly go back, take our seats. Thank you so much. AU Youth Lab, our partners. I wish they could just give grants the way they give t-shirts. Let's quickly go back and take our seats, guys. Thank you so much. So remember to post on our social media and those 2 hashtags. Yeah, now we can take them off. So quickly, please remember to tag. When you post, tag AU Youth Lab. Yeah, I know we normally just want to get these things and go. And we never visit their pages. Tag them, tag SciOff, use the hashtags we said. Hashtag number 1 is hashtag SciOff 2026, hashtag SciOff. Thank you so much. Back to you, Vikendi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's get our seats. Proceed with our program. Thank you very much. At this moment in time, let me invite Bibi and Chibeluchi. To come in front. That's Bibi and Chibeluchi from Action Aid.
Thank you so much. Am I the only one who got an extra large t-shirt? Is everybody? XXL. I thought I was the only one, but at least I'm comforted. All right, my name is Bibian Chivelushi. Chivelushi means Saturday, by the way. Yeah, so I'm coming from an organization called Action 8, and we're doing a lot of amazing work there. But specifically, I'm here to talk about something we're doing around youth engagement. So there are certain questions such as, are young people being meaningfully engaged, or are they simply being consulted? Are young people being meaningfully engaged, or are they simply being consulted? The second question, are their voices influencing decisions or just ticking a box? I want us to think about these questions. How do we move from tokenism to genuine inclusion and participation, as well as shared decision making? These are some of the questions that we have as young people on the My Part project. And I know these are the same questions that you also have within your communities and with the work that you're doing. So we have, of course, here at the 8th SIOF, we are officially launching something that we are calling the Youth Engagement Barometer. The barometer seeks to inform how young people wish to be engaged, number one, how young people wish to be included, number two, as well as providing a standard and a benchmark on how we want bilaterals, donors, governments, politicians, and even the private sector to bring us as young people on board. So the barometer is at a stage where, like I said, we are launching it today actually. So in partnership with SIOF and everybody here present today. From this barometer, we seek to produce two important things that we can all take away from this platform. Number one, a youth engagement report. I think as young people, we need a formalized document that collects all of our voices, a formalized document that also shows the status of where we are and also where we want to go in terms of how we are being brought on board into certain processes in decision-making spaces. The second thing we are walking away with, apart from the youth engagement report, is the youth engagement set of standards, a benchmark that we can hold donors, bilaterals, big institutions to say accountable to meeting those standards, should they bring us as young people, as young experts on board. So these two documents that we walk away with at the end of the barometer process, this is how we can use them. Number one, you are called upon to participate in a certain process, and you feel like certain standards are not being met. These standards are not yet agreed upon. We will agree on what the standards should look like after the barometer. So, if you feel like certain standards that we will agree on collectively are not met, you can use these documents as advocacy tools. I like what Vivian, her name is Vivian, and I'm Bibian. I like what she said. She said something in the lines of, she doesn't believe in advocacy without having proper information. And I believe in the same too. So these tools will allow us to collect views and also standards that we can use for advocacy. When we do advocacy, the type of advocacy us young people who are in this room, we should be doing is advocacy that should be informed by the people's voices, advocacy that should be backed by data. So I guess we can say the barometer is allowing us to collect that data and to have a unified voice. So on the screens you will see, of course, because the Gen Z in me had to create a QR code, right? Rather than me handing you forms, right? So you can use your phones to scan our QR code, which will take you straight to the barometer. The barometer will take you 5 to 8 minutes. You can capture it and save it and maybe complete it later, but don't lose it. If you lose it, please find me tomorrow. Find me if you lose it. And also follow the ActionAid Zambia platforms. We'll have a link there and you can still find the QR code there should you lose it. But I'm urging you to take a moment. This is important. We have to come up with a benchmark and we have to agree collectively as young people, what is it that we want? Because there's a lot of talks around young people don't know what they want. Young people are disjointed. Young people are speaking different voices. But we want to collect all of that. And we are doing that through the barometer. I had to come up with a catchy name also. Can you please clap for me? Yeah, a barometer symbolizes something that shows us where we are. It also shows us the truth and it shows us direction. So that's why we're calling it the Youth Engagement Barometer. But of course, the documents that will be produced from that will now be the report, the engagement report, as well as the engagement standards. So please take a moment to fill that in for us. And of course, if you still want to provide your perspectives beyond what you will find in the barometer, ActionAid is here and will be ready to collect your views. Of course, through a consent form, if you want to be anonymous, that is still also going to be provided. If you want to be mentioned or if you want your organization to contribute to the voices that will come out in the final statement, you are very much welcome to do that and make a submission as an organization, as a youth organization. Even if you're not a youth organization, you're still welcome. Yeah. If you're just a youth at heart and you care about how young people are being engaged, you're welcome. So at the information desk at the back, you can find our fact sheet. I didn't create a QR code for this one. I was in a rush. But you can find our fact sheet documents at the information desk where you get to learn more about the work that we're doing and also follow how this barometer will evolve. It will be interesting to see, especially because we're launching it at the SIOF. Of course, we had an opportunity to launch it anywhere else, but we said, no, let's go and launch it at the SIOF. So here we are launching the barometer with you in the room. Thank you so much. I would like to hand over the mic. Please feel free to see us, me or anybody from ActionAid and the Zambia team. Thank you so much.
BBN, thank you very much, and ActionAid for starting this with us, right? It is the 8th Southern Africa Youth Forum. Who's happy to be here? Who is learning? How insightful, how eye-opening this second day has been. We are really being stretched. And we also want to welcome our viewers who are catching us from all corners of Southern Africa. Thank you very much, those who are joining us online. We appreciate you for engaging with us online as well. And appreciation as well to our sponsors, SADC PF, African Union, and AGRA. Let's put our hands together for the sponsors. Give a double high five to your neighbor and just ask them how they are. Double high five. Double high five. 1, 2. How's your neighbor doing? I didn't see a double high five here. What's going on? Who's the cold one? Imagine if your neighbor has attitude and then you're trying. I think that the neighbors, yeah, attitude again. This side. Did you give each other a double high five? Is it this neighbor with an attitude? Huh? It can't be you. I'm trying to look for a neighbor with an attitude. When you're really trying, you know. Your neighbor is good. They're not giving you problems. No, good. High five, double high five here. You're good? You did it. Okay. Give me a sign if your neighbor is, you know. You're all good. Fantastic. Okay.
So our next item on the program is from Equality Now. I'm going to invite Salingwe from Equality Now to come in front to give us the... but also take note that at 4 o'clock,
there's going to be a breakaway session that's going to happen in the Heathrow room. That's a DJ masterclass. So if you're interested in that, you should go there at 4 o'clock. But here, we'll carry on with this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we need to pump up our room for the last session, right? So when I call on you and I say eighth, this room, you're going to say eighth as loud as you can. And this room, you're going to say Sayof. Eighth, Sayof. Eighth, Sayof. Eighth, Sayof. Eighth. Give me some love. So let's stand up because we want to be able to realign the body. And then we need to roll our sleeves because it's about to get heated. Equality, 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 equality. Equality, 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 equality. For the last time, equality, 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 equality. So now, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. You remember what you are saying? So bring the power even in your hands and your body and kick. So 3, 2, 1. Then let's see. You are now doing the eighth, and then you are now doing the Sayof. Right? 1, 2, 3. Let's do it a wave. Let's do it a wave. Let's do it a wave with some attitude. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know the body, the mind, and the soul have realigned. So take a moment to check into the room. Whatever distractions are coming between you and this session, tell them to acknowledge them and pack them in the bag, and then you deal with them later. So welcome to the Strengthening Youth Leadership in Digital Rights, Safety, and Technology Governance, being sponsored by Equality Now in partnership with the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights, together as our contribution with love, care, and in solidarity with the youth in Southern Africa. So to get us started, allow me to invite our amazing panelists so that they can come to the front of the room. Dr. Vivian, please do come to the front. Comrade Sindoga, please do come to the front. Online colleagues, do send the love emojis. We can see you are there. There's my colleague Brina Lynn, there's Dalitso, there's Slengiwe, there's Helen. They are also joining us, right? We also have, I want to pronounce it well so that I don't mix up. This one I'm still learning, yeah? Bear with me, right? Piroska. And amazing Spiwet Lamini, please do come to the front so that we arrive and ready. So I'm sure you are wondering, you know, Sally was a choir master, and then she was busy doing things, and then we were being told to do this thing. You know, we were now in a choir. Why are we gathered here today? So we are gathered here today because our lives in the present is now also connected with our life online. So because the human rights ecosystem and the infrastructure and the architecture, the legal framework that would regulate, that will safeguard, that would do, it's also now increasingly calling on the governance architecture, the leaders, the governments, and us as rights holders to also ensure that we expand the safety nets in terms of legal framework, the safety nets in terms of our policy practice and behavior online, so that we protect lives, because some of the harms are happening online and transitioning to also the physical space. So to get us started, allow me to invite Dr. Vivian so that she can give us brief opening remarks for this panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Sally. I think she's just a little bit older than us on the outside, but she has an amazing, passionate inner child inside. An applause for her, please. Great. Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Vivian J. Joseph, as I'm introduced. And I want formally open remarks as how we are used to, because as you shared on the topic for this panel, the digital space is for us all, and it keeps advancing on a daily. And we also have concerns which are positive and negative. And this is the moment where we navigate through conversations that are these technologically facilitated GBVs happening? How are we measuring about it? And how are we navigating through overcoming the challenges that come around it? Do we know our digital rights? Can we contribute through policies, through social media? Can we innovate and showcase our work? Can we meaningfully engage young people through the digital spaces? And this is the moment where I believe every one of us is obligated to be part of this conversation. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the session.
Thank you so much. I know you were clapping with one hand. You can now clap with two hands. Thank you. I'm now handing over to my colleague, Spiwet Lamini. She's an amazing, beautiful soul who rocked the streets to make us connect with you guys. So she's going to take us to the next part of the process.
Thank you so much. My name is Spiwet Lamini, and I'm the Regional Communications Officer for Equality Now, focusing on Southern Africa. And before I introduce Equality Now, just quickly by show of hands, which organizations do you guys follow, and specifically NGO, non-profit organizations, and why? 2, 3 people? Let's wake up, guys. It's almost 4 o'clock. We're going to the DJ. Any organizations that you follow, that NGO or non-profit organization that you follow, and why? That are here? No. Anyway.
Gender links.
Organization that you follow, NGO or non-profit?
Social Enterprise World Forum, because I believe in putting people and the planet first.
Beautiful. Organization that you follow, non-profit, why? Or you can just name the organization.
Afrodat, African Forum and Network on Debt and Development.
Thank you so much. And the reason why I'm asking is none of you guys said Equality Now. So one reason, from now on, please do follow Equality Now on all your social media platforms. But we do have specifically an Africa page. So please follow, especially on LinkedIn, where you will be able to see all the work that we do, opportunities especially. So even when we have job posts, any opportunities, we do promote it on our social media channels. So please do follow LinkedIn Africa. And I would also like to tell you just slightly about what Equality Now does. So we are a worldwide human rights organization dedicated to the legal and systemic change needed to end discrimination against all women and girls. And we've been operating since 1992, and I know some of you might not be familiar with the organization, but I'm hoping that from today onwards you will know and be familiar with the work that we do. And with that, you will get to find out about some of the work that we do, even for Alliance for Universal Digital Rights from our other presenters. And thank you so much. Have a beautiful day, and please follow us on social media.
Thank you. And you know the door swings both ways. So as you follow us, we also follow you. And then we also amplify your amazing, beautiful work. And also it becomes a catalyst for us to also get some of our partners. We also become your support system online. So when we talk about digital rights, human rights in the online space, we are connected worldwide. We are connected by land. We are connected by water. We are connected by air. But as much as we are also connected, you know that any platforms that we exist, they also connect us across the globe. And sometimes the impact, while it's enabling, we can see opportunities that are from other continents that builds on who we are becoming, isn't it? And it works well for us. But also the risks that can also go viral can also compromise our growth, our career opportunities. Now, even if it's a job, we do some background checks and check on you. So how you live your life online, don't just be impulse and reckless about it. Be intentional because it matters in building your businesses. It's a source of livelihood. It profiles you. It also expands. It can be an enabler or it can stand in the way. So in moderation, with responsibility, but again, all this does not exist in a vacuum. It exists in a global human rights and legal framework that I'm going to invite my colleague Mrina Lynn, who is going to join and share with you what does the global governance ecosystem of digital rights, artificial intelligence look like. And our governments are part of it. So you are the majority taxpayers, you have contributed, you have also sponsored by you being a citizen through your parliamentary policy making process where governments worldwide have committed to these frameworks. So Mrina Lini, when you are ready, please do tune in and let us know what the global framework looks like. So this is where the tech people need to help us who are, okay.
Hi, Sally. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Mrina Lynn. Over to you.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mrinalini, and I'm the manager for the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights, or AUDRI as we call it. AUDRI is co-founded by Equality Now and Women Leading in AI. We're an alliance of over 70 civil society organizations from around the world, and we advocate for digital rights through an intersectional lens focusing on women and girls. Africa is the world's youngest continent. We know that there's rapid digital transformation happening everywhere, and digital technologies are creating new opportunities for education, entrepreneurship, innovation, financial inclusion, and civic participation. Mobile technologies, for example, alone contribute to billions of dollars to Africa's economy each year and continue to grow, to drive growth across the continent. But digital transformation is creating unprecedented opportunities. It's also created new inequalities and new risks. Across Southern Africa, young people, particularly young women and girls, LGBTQ plus communities, persons with disabilities, and other historically marginalized groups continue to experience technology-facilitated gender-based violence, or TFGBV, algorithmic discrimination, online harassments, exploitative data practices, surveillance, and exclusion from the very decisions that shape these digital technologies. These are not simply technological challenges, they are governance and structural challenges, and young people must be at the forefront of driving and changing these opportunities. So I want to talk to you about the global governance space, and I'll start with the Global Digital Compact, or the GDC. It was adopted by all United Nations member states as a part of the Pact for the Future. The Global Digital Compact is the first globally agreed political framework for digital cooperation. It recognizes that digital technologies are transforming every aspect of our lives, from education to healthcare to employment, and that they must be governed in a way that upholds human rights, promotes sustainable development, and ensures that no one is left behind. The compact itself includes commitments to close digital divides, promote universal and meaningful connectivity, strengthen trust and safety online, and improve data governance, and with the responsible governance of artificial intelligence. It ensures or affirms that the same human rights people enjoy offline are protected online as well. It's important to recognize that gender equality and the meaningful participation of women and girls is essential, and the compact has a standalone action line on gender. AUDRI, Equality Now, and other partners were involved in the global advocacy effort to make that happen. But why is this significant? It's significant because this is the first time that governments, including governments from Southern Africa, around the world, have agreed on a shared vision for digital governance. The Compact gives us a common framework against which governments, international organizations, tech companies, and other actors can be held accountable. But commitments on their own are not enough. The real test is implementation. It's now been a few years since the GDC was signed, and we are seeing implementation seep in. For example, the Global Dialogue in AI Governance was a follow-up step that came up from the GDC, and it took place for the first time this year in Geneva. But how do we translate global commitments into regional frameworks, national legislation, institutional practice, and corporate accountability? There are other frameworks that exist, like GDC is one of them. There are other global frameworks such as WSIS that takes place every year in Geneva as well. As I mentioned, there's a global dialogue on AI governance, which took place for the first time and now should be a recurring annual conference. Audrey has developed, along with our other partners on Gender in the Digital Coalition, which include UNFPA, UN Women, Policy, APC, feminist guiding principles and commitments for global AI governance. I believe the people in this room might also have access to this document. Sorry, I think my blur is on, but you can have a look at it. And these principles are designed to help organizations, human rights groups working on gender equality and others, young people, young advocates, to make sure that the commitments made are informed and rooted in international human rights law. We have 7 principles which have a description of each principle and key and actionable recommendations which can be operationalized across different frameworks. At the heart of these principles is one fundamental truth, that AI is not neutral. AI systems are designed, trained, deployed, and governed with existing social, political, and economic systems. If those systems reflect inequality, discrimination, or exclusion, AI can reinforce and even amplify these harms. This is why our principles place human rights at the center of AI governance. They call for AI systems that are safe, secure, interoperable, and equitable by design, supported by independent oversight, human rights impact assessments, and accessible mechanisms for redress before high-risk systems are deployed. We demand safety for everyone, including young people, and not just having blanket bans like we're seeing across the world right now. The principles promote a precautionary approach that recognizes that innovation should never outpace accountability. Governments and companies must assess risks, conduct meaningful due diligence, and monitor the AI lifecycle and to make sure it adheres to international human rights law, environmental law, and labor laws. And this is, of course, extremely important for global South communities. The principle advances feminist data governance and data sovereignty, recognizing communities' rights over their own data, protecting indigenous knowledge in local languages, and challenging extractive digital practices that have too often concentrated power and resources away from the global South. This is also known as a new form of colonialism, as people call it, digital colonialism. The principles also make it clear that no AI system should exist above human rights. Technologies that facilitate discrimination, TFGBV, unlawful surveillance, or other violations on international rights law or humanitarian law should not be deployed, developed, procured, or profited from by tech companies or by any governments. Finally, the principles recognize effective governance depends on meaningful participation. We need to broaden our idea of experts to include survivors of TFGBV, women, young people, LGBTQ communities, indigenous people, labor organizations, and community advocates. They must not be simply consulted, but must have a genuine influence over decisions that shape AI. For all of us gathered here today, the principles are more than global policy recommendations. They provide a practical roadmap and policy recommendations to embed human rights, gender equality, and accountability into AI governance frameworks. Young people must be at the table. The decisions made today about AI and digital technologies as a whole will shape your education, lives, employment, safety, privacy, and participation in democracy in your future. And together we have an opportunity to advance AI and digital technologies that advance equality rather than deepen inequalities. I would encourage everyone to read the principles for AI governance and strategize on how we can use this as an effective tool in your policy and advocacy to help move principle from action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marina Lini. So there we are. We have heard, we have felt, we have been ignited and stimulated to action. Now we were talking about the global commitments, right? And then as Southern Africa, you're also part of the continental framework and the SADC regional framework. So I hope network will be kind. Hlengiwe, kindly confirm if you are able to come through and share the continental and regional framework. Spiwe, are you seeing any sign of Hlengiwe being online? While we organize, what does that mean? When we do this, it's not yet. Okay, thank you. So now we move to Spiwe to guide us, because now you You have some form of awareness. You have heard, you checked out, you decided to stay in for us to process this. You heard the statement we shared with you yesterday. One of the things where we say, how does change happen? It's happen when we take things personal. In our work, we then say the personal is political, because until we embrace the calling and our generational mandate and duty to play our part using our gifts and talent, it means nothing is going to move, because we are in the room because history has chosen us and called us to duty. So I will invite my colleague Spiwe to bring in some of the practices that are coming in, so that as much as you want to hold your governments accountable, you can also, as peers, hold each other accountable, and you can also take a stand against tech-facilitated gender-based violence. Spiwe, over to you when you're ready.
Okay, so what we're going to do now, based on Mrinalini's presentation, if you can please scan the QR code so you can be able to see the declaration that we've put together. And if there's any objection, it's a working document. You can go through it and just make any edits or suggestions, but please, when you're downloading it, please make a copy. And what we'd like to do with the declaration is, as soon as you make a copy, you please read it, and then you can download it as a PDF and then share it on your social media channels. And then after this, there'll also be a pledge as a young person where you're pledging to end tech-facilitated gender-based violence. So are you all able to scan the QR code? It's going to be very short. Zintle will be reading it for us, but very short due to time. The plan was for us to read it in full, but because time is not on our side, we'll just read it in short.
Woo-wee! Woo-wee! Thank you very much. Woo-wee! Thank you very much. We, the SADC legislators representing parliaments across the SADC region, virtually convened by the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Equality Now, the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights, and the Southern Africa Youth Forum, reaffirm our commitment to the equal, safe, and dignified participation of women and girls in all digital spaces, recognizing that technology-facilitated gender-based violence is not a future threat, it is a present harm disproportionately borne by women, girls, and marginalized communities across Southern Africa, and enabled to a significant extent by gaps in legal frameworks, institutional capacity, and lack of political will. Acknowledging that the SADC model law on GBV provides a comprehensive and actionable blueprint for members, or rather member states, to define, criminalize, and respond to technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and that its full domestication is long overdue. Alarmed that human traffickers and other abusers increasingly exploit digital technology to recruit, coerce, and profit from the exploitation of vulnerable women and girls, while national legal frameworks remain ill-equipped to respond to such criminal conduct. Therefore, we commit to the following. Number one, champion legislative action by tabling motions and initiating parliamentary debates to accelerate progress on domestication of the SADC model law on GBV to close legal gaps on technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and ensure national laws explicitly define and criminalize technology-facilitated gender-based violence, provide for digital evidence, and center survivor protection, consent, and prevention. Now, as our honorable member over here has already said, please continue to scan the QR code and go ahead and read the rest of the declaration. I thank you.
Thank you so much. And then just quickly. The second one will be the pledge. Please go ahead and scan it. We don't have time, unfortunately, but please go ahead and scan it, make a copy, download it, write your name, the organization that you're from, and then post it on social media and tag our social media accounts. What we'd like to do is we'd like to have as many pledges from young people to ensure that we end tech-facilitated gender-based violence. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you cannot unhear what you heard. You cannot unlearn what you are learning. The power of how you make a difference is in what you are going to do to take action from this moment forward. Now allow me to invite Helen Stolle, who is going to take us through remarks around digital rights, online harms, and youth leadership in Southern Africa. Helen, are you now connected and ready? While we wait, is Helen, okay, Helen is on.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon, Helen, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Sally. So my name is Helen Stolle. I am the Legal and ICT Policy Officer for the Media Institute of Southern Africa. Before I proceed, I'd like to say my apologies. May I have my video off? My bandwidth is limited, and I don't want any hiccups while I present. So, given the topic at hand, when we look in Southern Africa, we see that many young people are connected. There are various reports that attest to the fact that people in Southern Africa are the most connected demographic in Africa. But then when it comes to issues of digital governance, their participation is at most taken to be tokenistic rather than full-on meaningful participation. So from the onset, I'd like to flag that as a problem. We need to advocate for our governments across the region to ensure that young people's voices are included when it comes to digital governance, policy making, and even technology development, since we're now living in a world where AI innovation is spearheading the economy and conversations of public policy and issues. We've seen that governments, especially in Southern Africa, are seeing the rise in digital activism being channeled through by especially the youth. We all know about the Kenyan protests that were spearheaded by Gen Z, and most of those were coordinated from social media on an online point of view, and then they trickled offline. And those actually went a long way further than what most people thought exactly. So, but then it resulted in violent threats and surveillance and disinformation being peddled to sort of like thwart those protests. So we've seen that one of the ways that governments use is to channel certain propaganda, and that propaganda also touches on technology facilitated gender-based violence that targets especially young women. And we find that young women and girls face disproportionate online violence, including cyberbullying, non-consensual sharing of AI-generated images, and even grooming into misogynistic views, all in a bid to silence their participation in the public discourse. So African governments need to be enlightened to the fact that there is need to adopt feminist digital principles within their legal and policy frameworks so that the laws that are enacted cover online gender-based violence and ensure that oversight mechanisms are in place to hold the perpetrators accountable. Because mostly looking from, especially from the Zimbabwean point of view where I'm based, most online violence goes largely unpunished, which is problematic. Victims are worried to go and report because they don't think the law will follow through with bringing the perpetrators to book. So as organizations, we need to advocate for the enactment of laws around maybe the African Commission's Resolution 522 that speaks to gendered online violence. With the rise of mobile applications, social media has become the norm. I think we can agree that we live 50% or more of our lives online than what used to be in yesteryears. So with the rise of mobile applications, social media, the youth have found also innovative ways to be part of the public discourse, to talk about issues that affect them. These range from corruption to democratic governance and even issues that are particular to them, what they want to see, what they want redressed, the areas that they want covered. But with that, we've seen also the laws coming in, the weaponization of laws. We've seen the cybercrime legal frameworks in Zambia, in Zimbabwe being used to silence the voices. And as such, we need to call for an amendment of laws to redress them, bring them up to speed, because most of these laws are archaic. Some of them are from the 1970s period. And what we end up seeing is that even though new legislation comes in, there is now a conflict with the old outdated legislation that is still largely untouched, which hasn't been brought up to speed to cover the digital world that we now live in. So we've seen that with the coming in of artificial intelligence, it has brought many changes in as far as innovation and how we discourse online, but then there's also the issue of biases that are now channeled through the algorithms that are now orchestrated by these social media companies, the so-called big tech, that channel out certain propaganda in order to silence certain discourses that we find online. So there is need to improve engagement on that level to ensure that whatever campaigns are generated from the youth, they do get the time of day, and the campaigns are carried out in a transparent, fair manner. Without any impediment from like a legal or freedom of expression point of view. Additionally, we've seen that AI systems can be weaponized as well, so we need to be open to that manipulation. We need to be vigilant in ensuring that there is accountability and ethical use of the digital spaces, because they can work to cement democratic conversations. And in that light, we need to be open to saying that there is more digital literacy that needs to be channeled out. Civil society can work together with governments to ensure that there is formal training in digital literacy, and many young people, including young activists, can then be able to carry out effective engagement. There is need to also be aware of issues of privacy and security. I think it was mentioned at the start of this dialogue that we need to be wary of what we put out in social media, because when it sooner or later catches up with us, whether we're doing job applications or whether we're speaking on certain points that are very crucial. We've seen people being tagged about past conversations that they had, past opinions that they had coming back to haunt them. I think we need to be open to that reality and be careful of what we say online, because what says online stays online. Government needs to address the digital divide. I think this is a pressing issue, especially when we look at the SADC region. This challenge is sort of like outcast from like the marginalized communities are left out in very crucial conversations that they should be part of, because they lack access to the internet. They don't have meaningful connection. There's the issue of affordability. It also comes in. This all adds up to limiting the inclusivity of voices that we see online. These restrictions also speak to the freedom of expression. They are not able to be fully conversant of the issues that touch them, because most of them don't have the connections that can sustain such conversations. We need to be also wary about misinformation and disinformation, how it can distort certain views or channel out certain propaganda. We need to be aware that digital rights in Africa are under threat. We need to be aware that governments need to do more to secure privacy of conversation and also freedom of expression online. Yeah, I think for now I'll stop there. without taking too much time. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. A round of applause in appreciation of Helen. So now also governments in the region are embracing technology and artificial intelligence in how policies are made, in how resources are allocated, in how people participate in the broader governance ecosystem. So I want to ask you a question. When we were taking photos, these selfies that we were doing, and then when we were trending, did you go to the WhatsApp groups that you are there and say, oh no, Janet and John and Jean-Paul, please come online, we are about to trend? Why didn't you? The reality is if you are not there, no one can think about you, isn't it? So anyone, by show of hands, who have contributed to their national artificial intelligence strategy or policy, can you show by raising your hand? 1, 2. Okay. Anyone who have heard anything that their government are working on that was relating to digital rights, human rights, and you were consulted and invited, that you know what, we have committed as a government to these rights, and you as a young person come and tell us what you think, or come and sit on this board or on this committee to review how artificial intelligence, data governance, digital rights are going to be structured in leadership and the processes in your country. 1, 2. So you see where we are starting from at this 8th SIO forum. It means we are playing catch up. And to dismantle that which was designed when we were not there, it's a lot of hard work. So it means we have got work to. And if I am to ask you and give you pencils and paper and say, draw a tsotsi. Tsotsi is a Sadic language, isn't it? If you are to draw a tsotsi, what does that image look like? Shame the devil and tell the truth. If you are to draw a tsotsi, can you just describe what a tsotsi look like? By imagination.
I'm not sure if it's a a guy with a kuba head.
What color are they?
Dark, very dark. Something black.
If you hear of a prostitute, what does when you are to draw a prostitute, what does that image look like?
I'm not sure if people are going to understand, but it's Topezan.
So whatever we were talking about, it's something that have been wired in our system because it was thrown at our imagination in the consumption of image we have seen, whether it's in film, if it's in songs, in the communities, right? And some we have seen. Huh? Now imagine that if it's, do you in your own wardrobe not own something black that you can wear with a hat and walk? Shame the devil and speak the truth. Do you not own some things that when you are dressing, you can easily be misidentified as a tsotsi? Are you a tsotsi wena? Anyway, to bring that humor, I was just trying to let you know that also governments or the visa regimes or the migration laws or just the security checks by airport, they are also beginning to embrace artificial intelligence and technology. So that sometimes may unevenly profile you to a point where you can be profiled as a tsotsi when you are not a tsotsi. You can be profiled as you may not be read or be detected, and you may be denied visa basically because maybe the algorithms or maybe the digital tools that are being designed, maybe that AI does not resonate with you, right? So why this matter is the advocacy that is happening is because when tech starts coming and widening inequalities because us south of Global South, we are not at the table as experts. Our language is not in that space. We are not informing the design, the safety by design. It means we become vulnerable to things that that are beyond our control. Hence the advocates to say we should be in the room, we should innovate, we should question, we should also ensure that there is tech accountability, not just treating us as consumers of technology. There is a girl called Janet. She saw a job post on social media. Janet took the offer, and then she was trafficked. And she realized the job that she thought was the job was not the job that she had signed up to online. So some of the trafficking cases that result to exploitation and abuse, they are also emerging from the social media platforms. And then when you are not online, you are left behind like what we were doing that other time. So how many people do we know, or how many young people, those in rural areas, have access to internet and data and technology? Or you were here accessing connectivity. Are you going to have the same accessibility after SIOF 8th Forum? It's not guaranteed, isn't it? So it's about access to opportunities. It's about, and for those that are doing online jobs, there are also no legislative frameworks that some are actually, because the labor rights have not expanded to include online work. Some are also being shortchanged in terms of labor rights that are not protected online. So it's in our best interest that we roll our sleeves and participate and be included, and we will journey together. So you have been hearing quite a lot from us, from Equality Now and others. Allow me to bring a young person in the room, your constituency, your comrade, so that he can add to talk about calling you to leadership, so that we can see how best can young people take up the opportunity and get to action. Over to you, Tobia.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for giving us this opportunity. Okay, I'll do that, don't worry. Allow me to start by sending my greetings of highest regards to the leadership of the forum specifically and all relevant authorities. However, before I even speak, the fact that we want to speak about equality, the fact that we want to speak about equality and the emancipation of women, we will need to honor the name of Mama Winnie Mandela of this land. Because we are in South Africa, and already we have an icon who stood to fight for the equality that we are looking forward to preserve now. But that equality is not enough if you don't hear what I'm about to say. My name is Tobian, that is my government name. God has called me the Speaker of Nations, and the spirit of our revolution has told me that whenever you speak, you are speaking to nations. That's why I call myself that. But one critical thing that I want us to understand, I'm not a tech person, so I'll not speak in that lens. But I'm a person of identity, culture, and principles. Social media, digitalization, if we are going to do justice to talk about it, we need to talk about it from the lens of the 10 principles of feminist within the digital realm itself. Amongst those 10 principles, the most I love are only 3, which speaks about number 1, access, number 2, the economy, and number 3, expression. So we want to ask ourselves, the moment we want to talk about digitalization and the rights related to digitalization, the first question we should ask ourselves is, who has access to digital tools? The moment you tell me, I would love to quote something that she said. She said, even if you want to post, she says something like, if you're not on social media, nobody will think about you. You heard that? Which means already digitalization is being presented as an issue of class struggle. No matter how we want to talk about the rights of women on digital platforms, we need to start by talking about the rights of humanity on digital platforms. And the fact that digitalization was not started based on the standards of the African continent, which are always critically come and submit that the digital infrastructure right now that we see was not made based on the culture of Africans, but it was based on the culture of certain individuals who are already a step forward than where we are. You want to talk about equality, the first thing you should ask yourself is, in whose room? In whose room do you want to be equal? Who controls that room? What is the interest of the person controlling that room, which makes you assume that they are going to give you an opportunity to be equal? So you get to social media where there is X. I'm not apologetic about it, but X is controlled by one guy, manipulative in some way. He is motivated by profit, not by humanity and culture. Yet in the African continent, we prioritize culture. The moment you want to achieve equality and rights, and you think it is going to come because it is based on interest, you are failing this whole discussion. Because rights are motivated by interest, but culture is motivated by identity. And as Africans, that's what we stand for. And if you want to be a reader now, if you want to be a reader, I'll direct you to one icon I believe in, who is called Amilcar Cabral. He says total liberation of Africa is an act of culture. So before, as Africans, you go to someone's platform, initiated by somebody, and you think you're going to be equal, I think we are joking in this room. We are literally joking. I respect all regulations that are there. I respect what the African Union is doing. I respect what United Nations is doing. But what they are doing is based on somebody's interest. And if I'm going to be brutally honest with you, as Africans, we may be partially included, not totally included. One thing that will guarantee the success of Africans on digital platforms is when Africans themselves take an initiative to start creating digital tools that are influenced by their identity and their culture. Why am I saying so as I'm about to land? You will need to define what is culture, and you need to define what is a right. Culture is defined as a philosophy of life or a knowledge of life that is experienced, that is celebrated, and that is conserved. People do not follow things because they have been coerced to follow things. People follow things by default because it's part of them. So the moment you say there is a regulation and the law says you should respect somebody on Facebook, I am asking myself, how far is the relentless in me about my identity relating with what you're telling me to do? So we don't have thieves, or because we don't have people who don't steal, or because there is a law that says don't steal. We have people who don't steal initially because our culture says we should not steal. So as long as our culture is not influencing digital rights, we are joking in this room. Let us have young people in this room to whom they take an initiative to say, okay, I'm going to create this digital space. Why? Can I ask you this last question as I leave this mic? If the rights of women are so important, specifically African women, Instagram has a tendency of literally disqualifying you or banning you if you send something that is insensitive. Why is it they don't stop it? It is because manipulation is what motivates them. And that's what keeps them in power. The chaos in Africa based on patriarchy and the oppression of women and the marginalized is what keeps their power going on. As long as they are there and we are here and we want to be equal with them, yet we don't control the platform of equality, we are lying to ourselves. Facebook is not for us. Instagram is not for us. Twitter is not for us. There should be something for us as Africans. I think I should end there.
Thank you so much. Hence, you hear whenever you see a line written safety by design, that's exactly what we will be talking about. because they have been rewarding by other tech giants harmful content. Even in COVID, we were grieving funerals of people we don't know because things were trending, and the more we were consuming, the more algorithms were feeding us with things that we were following. So we are also sponsoring ourselves by stopping to feed those platforms, by giving them attention, by sharing, I remember there even sometimes we tag in humor to say, oh, look, this person is going through this. The more you are tagging, the more you are expanding and distributing that harm and expanding the dissemination. So that duty of care from Ubuntu is what is calling us to duty to question the platforms, to say just because you designed for us as a market, you are using our critical minerals to design some of the tools. You are using our wisdom and our energy. And you are also headquartered or using our data as we consume. You owe it to respect human rights, because digital rights are human rights, and no one can enjoy their commercial rights at the expense of our livelihood and humanity. Thank you so much. I now call upon a colleague, Dalitso, to speak more to issues around safety by design again, and some of the emerging pushbacks happening in the advocacy work, and zero into some of the SADC emerging commitments around addressing tech-facilitated gender-based violence. Dalitso, are you connected now?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Sally. Hi, everyone. So I'm Daliso Koroma, and I am the legal advisor, digital rights at Equality Now. I think we've heard a lot this afternoon about digital rights, but I want to just zone in more on technology-facilitated gender-based violence. As Tobian mentioned, a big part of it that we need to consider is protecting women and girls. For many women and girls across Southern Africa, being online comes at a cost. It comes at a mean of harassment, cyber stalking, sexual extortion, and even with the age of AI, there's deep fakes and so much more. So when we're thinking of technology facilitated abuse, it's not even just confined to the internet. It's online and offline violence that exists at the same continuum. So right now we've seen, I'm just thinking back to the media indaba that we had earlier. You took a selfie for social media, and when we think about TFGBV, it can be as little as that selfie is posted and somebody writes a mean comment. And for a lot of women and girls, that then follows, a mean comment can then follow you into school, can follow you into your workplace, it can follow you at home. It affects your mental health and livelihood, and even your education and participation in life. So technology itself is not what created gender inequality, but it's given a new tool to silence women and girls. So when we think about censorship, for example, we often imagine just governments blocking websites or restricting access to information, but it can even happen through fear. A lot of you in this room are activists. So by posting, for example, that you're at the SIO forum today, someone might not be happy. And the target often is, yes, men also experience TFGBV, but it mostly happens towards women or marginalized communities. So the censorship can be as little as someone's not happy that a woman is speaking or is present in that room and wants to cause fear. And it happens, for example, when women journalists are stopped from reporting because they expect abuse. It happens when activists like yourselves don't want to even engage in certain conversations just because the harassment is not worth it. And it also happens when women's human rights defenders withdraw for online spaces altogether. And alongside that, you also have surveillance, for example, has a similar effect. So Sally mentioned earlier, she was talking about data protection. When people feel constantly monitored or worried about how their personal information is collected and used, you become less willing to speak out or even organize or challenge those in power. So when you think about TFGBV and harmful surveillance, it shrinks the civic spaces. And it can even result in, for example, this year we've got the 8th forum. It could be that a lot of young women and girls that are present today are not even present next year, because a simple post can result in harassment and them feeling like their voices don't matter, or it's better for them to be silent. So this conversation particularly is important in Southern Africa because one of the wonderful things about Southern Africa is that it's the region with the highest level of internet connectivity in the continent. And that means a lot more young people nowadays within the Southern African region are accessing the internet to launch businesses, to build movements, even just for educational purposes. But that's also brought with a new risk. And regional evidence is pointing that with the rise of connectivity is also a rise of online abuse. And I've mentioned particularly targeting women and girls and marginalized groups. So we're seeing more online abuse, we're seeing cyber stalking, we're seeing image-based sexual abuse and coordinated harassment. And greater connectivity shouldn't mean greater vulnerability. So Tavian already spoke about leadership, but when we think about all these things that we've all spoken about this afternoon, where do you come in being sat in this room? It's one thing to listen and it's one thing to be present, but it's really about what we do from here. So the government, yes, has a role to make sure that the laws keep up to pace with technology. And then tech companies also have a duty to create safety by design platforms that are safer by default and respond effectively to abuse. But as young people, we're growing up with technology. Future generations are relying on us to make sure that we advocate for safer digital futures, not just for ourselves, but the generations following us. So every time you challenge misogyny, instead of laughing at it, you refuse to share harmful content, you support someone experiencing online abuse, or even promote respectful online behavior, you're shaping a healthier digital culture. But digital citizenship is also leadership. A lot of you are activists and you use your platforms to raise awareness on different societal issues. But also, as Sally asked a question earlier, and sadly, only 2 hands were raised when she asked about our participation in AI advocacy and making sure that it's safe by design. But more of us need to be in those rooms. The communities we build can no longer be just offline. The online space plays a massive part in that. So the content that we have should not only just amplify that, and the standards should be set on what we expect when it comes to online platforms, but also we need to be in the rooms. We need to be in the rooms when the legislations are, people are being consulted on what legislation should look like and how it impacts us. And we have a lot of lived experiences. When we look at governments, sadly, a lot of them are older and might not necessarily relate to what's going on these platforms. But for you young people, you relate. You use it daily. You used it, for a lot of you to travel where you are. You've been using it all day to contact family back home. You've used it to post what's happening today, or even to just share what you've learned today. It's a big part of our lives. And for most of us, we don't go an hour without even looking at our phones. So as young people in Southern Africa, you're not only affected by the digital technologies, I'm calling all of you to just help shape what comes next. So the challenge that I want to leave with you today is to think about every time you stand against online abuse, support someone whose voice is being silenced, challenge misinformation, and refuse to let fear determine what you say. You're defending digital rights. But also, as you're networking today and you're speaking and listening to these conversations, think about how can I step into the rooms and influence and be a voice for and represent my country when it comes to regulating safer spaces. Thank you, Sally.
Thank you, Dali. So, and also in advocacy, it's also around the takedown, regimes to ensure that in any platform there is need for them to be able to detect any harmful content and quickly remove it and not leave it for it to trend. But currently, even when we use the reporting mechanisms that platforms have, the pace is very slow because how the system is designed is not for us with our context. It takes longer, and sometimes it even misreads the context, right? So I want you to remember that there's something called a pin. Every time we engage with people who drive different platforms or interests, they have a political position. So you as the eighth SIOF, you take a position that we stand against inequality, we stand against exploitation, we stand against non-participation that is meaningful and that is also institutionalized in our digital governance architecture and AI governance architecture. They also have the I, it's their interest. Remember, the more you trend, the more the platform, the more the numbers result in profit. So refuse to be that product that sponsor your own misery by you being exploited for someone to profit and have the numbers. They also have needs. You have the numbers. Remember yesterday's conversation. that we have a demographic profile. Let's not call it a dividend yet, because it's a profile where it's working for others as a market. It's not yet working for us, where our power is in what sustains us and what feeds our interest. So their needs is you. So refuse to be exploited. Refuse to remain silent. Refuse to play catch up, and refuse to just be playing SpongeBob catching up with laws that don't work for you and platforms that don't work for you. So now, as our signature to this conversation, I can see you nodding, I can see you joining in. I'm excited. I'm going to invite us to a wrap-up dialogue that we are going to do. And for this dialogue to happen, I'm going to invite our amazing lead, who is young and who is going to hold us accountable, because she is going to be a champion to call us all to order. Allow me, with a lively round of applause as we signature this panel, to invite Piroska so that she can take us through the dialogue.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for you being struggling with pronouncing my name. I'm so sorry for that. I'm so sorry for that. I am standing because, I'm Gen Z, and we are going to talk, both of us. I'm not so much Pan-Africanism and maybe articulated as madam. I can say in terms of words and all of that, because I'm a Gen Z, I use some slangs and all of that. So we will be communicating, both of us, and all of us who are going to participate in this. So until now, I'm still struggling with the point where we were asked the question, in which loom are we seeking equality? I will tell you, my dear, my head is burning right now thinking of that statement. Like, in which loom are we asking for equality? I think that's the assignment both of us, we need to think in it. And maybe this is a call also for young people in tech, young people in that space. We need something. We cannot be speaking equality in somebody else's loom. We have been speaking here, social media have become our second home, but we cannot call it our second home if it is not from let me end there. Thank you. So what I would want us to understand, I am a digital right advocate, and I'm also using so much platforms and social medias. How many of us have ever got a content that went viral? Hands up. Yeah, content that went viral. Yeah, I can see some few hands. How many of us has a huge number of followers in any platform? Yes, I can see. Yeah. Oh, Vivian, you are, please. She has like 69K followers. You should also follow her. She has a nice content. So I am speaking from the perspective of someone who is also in platform, and I have quite few number of followers. And I started engaging myself in platform and social media last year. I just created a simple content. That I'm speaking for myself, because I have a podcast that it's doing just well. But for myself, personal, I took the content, just teaching people how to use the email, imagine, and posted it in TikTok. That content went viral. And in matter of minutes that I didn't know, my social media went viral. People were following me, people were liking, people were commenting, and all of that. So since then, I started that journey of sharing knowledge to young people, explaining different things. So when I speak about technology, gender-based violence, trust me, my dear, I understand well about it, because it happened to me. Now, I was all happy with that transformation and all things until I was started to be being attacked. And I'm telling you, at that time, I was aware about technology facilitated gender-based violence and all of that. Madam Sally has been doing a great job, and I am thankful for those education, because it helped me when the right time of being attacked came. Little, somebody will come to drag you just because of your clothes while you're speaking an important matter. Now, you see that angle of being judged because of your gender in the social media, where you are trying to be constructive. Because many times when you speak about technology-facilitated gender-based violence, we just focus on the part that someone is doing a silly thing. Someone is doing something that is not appropriate. But we forget sometimes you can be doing something that is very constructive, but someone will just choose to pick on your wig and be like, hey, it is very, and I'm telling you, it has an effect. You have never experienced it, you won't understand. But I'm telling you, there are times that I even checked my body and I'm like, am I normal? Like, what is going on? It can't be like 2 or 3 people are saying about the same thing. Maybe I need to change something. But in little sense, you come to realize we are going back. You are being attacked through social media. While you don't even know, you have never even thought that you have that insecurity. I'm telling you, the day that will come, you will know that you have it, and sometimes it will even distract your mental health and all of that. Now, let's try to check in what practice we can be doing, try to prevent ourselves from this kind of harm. And maybe as all audience here, we can start thinking what things that we have been doing that are working in trying to preserve our space in this social media. Of course, it's not our home, but while we are using someone else's home, what things can we do to make sure that we are safe, especially for women and girls? And maybe if you have an idea of things that our institution have been doing to make sure people get digital literacy, or things that people have been doing to make sure they stay safe online. Can I get a hand? Yeah. Chap, can I get a mic over there? Oh, you can just speak. Because the mic is coming. I'm trying. No, we don't have it.
So what I was saying was, as an answer to your question, I think campaigning is a powerful way to like an anti-bullying campaign. I don't know if all of us are aware of what happened last year with Women for Change, the move against gender-based violence in South Africa, where everybody put a purple profile picture. So things like that are very powerful, and it's like a solidarity against something. And also it starts with small, like if you're seeing someone being nasty on social media, why not reprimand the person who's being mean? Or, you know, the more people who reprimand the person who's being mean, quote unquote, and that gets more likes over the mean one, can you imagine what that does? So I think standing together as Africans in defending women and children, I think that's a powerful way to do that.
Thank you. We have first good practice that we can be doing, or that has been done by people that it can help us to reduce this violence. Okay, another thing.
Allow me to be a bit problematic when it comes to this, please, because another really important linked issue when it comes to social media and cyberbullying is also the fact that a lot of the tech companies are right now building a cloud economy that is creating illicit financial flows on the continent. These companies don't pay tax on the continent, but we are the revenue. I just want to know right now in the room, if you were to ask people, how many of us are willing to delete these social media platforms? For the sake of our continent, our safety, as well as our finances, nobody's going to agree. We don't have the laws right now that are governing the social media platforms economically, and that's where we should also start, so that that's also part of a democratic process. If these people are managing to get so much revenue off of the young youth on the continent that are using social media, creating so much content, we are losing money. We are broke because we are just giving them things for free.
Thank you. Nice reflection. So as we continue, I need to see another hand. What good practice can we keep doing?
Thank you. She said she would be controversial, so allow me to follow her lead, because I think mine is a twin problem to the one which she has asserted. I think one other key problem which is on the digital space, especially on our continent on a macro level, is that of it's in the covert action. Covert action, it has a lot to do with democracies or external influence on states. So if you recall in 2020, 2016 in the US, you had a lot of electoral meddling. And that's how you're seeing different actors in the international spaces using the digital platforms to influence the outcomes of elections, to influence dialogue on domestic and international platforms. And that's very dangerous, especially given what you've been talking about on digital rights, especially for women. This, we need to ensure that we review key governance practices, and also there has to be a publication of investment entry, operation entry of these tech companies in different African countries to set us, because we can't have, or we don't have the capacity to counter them. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Someone wants to speak.
So let's see the last round. Yeah, time is ticking. Hands up, just raise all those hands so that
quickly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mine, I might be a little bit different, but I'd like to point it there. They've been pointing at the fact that these tech companies are bringing the social media here and using it to send a certain influence, which is the same platform that we could be using to populate what we want. Because we also, the good thing, I would say the good thing about these platforms is that we still have the power to voice out what we want. So let's just do that as well. And not look at what are they doing that is affecting us. But let's do what we want to do, what we want to push. Let's push what we want to push and not focus on what are they doing, because we can counterattack them the way they are attacking us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was one of the things that I also wanted to say. While we are in this bold, I can say neighborhood loom, yeah, we can also look at the ways of us being safe in somebody else's loom.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nontaba Khatebe, Eco-Africa volunteer, a ground-proud volunteer. I work with deep rural communities, youth and everything. So the topic that is being discussed here, I see that it's so much educational and everything, but how much knowledge is it passed down to the deep rural communities, especially the youth? We all have smart cell phones, but one of the things that I've noticed, we don't know what to use those smartphones for. People in the deep rural communities do not know what do they want, where they can get information. The only things that they get access to is TikTok and challenges and Facebook. And you find that the very same people who are making bad comments are those people because they are not informed. So as organizations in this space, do we go down to those rural communities to educate them, to inform them, and to make them aware how to use such platforms? Because we are moving so fast with technology, but yet a large number of the communities is being left behind. And that's fact. You'll find grandmothers, they don't even know how to use smartphones, but they have smartphones, of which when they buy them, they even create their emails. They don't even know that they have emails. Up until you ask them, do you have an email? And then you take the phone and see they have emails that were created for them when they were purchasing the cell phone. So I can talk a lot about deep communities and rural communities and youth involvement, but we have to go down. The information must go down.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hear people are talking about controversies being controversial. So perhaps let me also say that I'll also want to be controversial. It will be wrong for us to come out and be here and only judge about the negative social media, but not say anything about its positives. I heard earlier talking about the regulations, to say there are regulations, compliance, non-compliance. The bottom line is that social media has invaded our space. It has taken over. And social media has got its benefits and pitfalls. Ours is to make sure that from the benefits, how do we make sure that these benefits that we are getting from social media are benefiting us effectively? And then on the pitfalls, how do we deal with the pitfalls? There are many laws that are there. Like in South Africa, there'll be laws from cyber law which are regulating the social media space, so that if there's cyberbullying, how do you report cyberbullying? How do you deal with it? Because the reality is that social media, it's a valuable repository place for information. Yeah. I don't like across Africa. We are now getting more information that we never got before because of social media. Social media assists us to demystify this thing of saying that Africa is a dark continent. Because it helps us to show them in Europe that what we are doing in Europe, we also can do it. I hear the issue that you are raising, that who created social media, why are you using? The issue is that it is a platform that you can use effectively. It does have negative issues. Let's not focus on the negatives. Let's fix the negatives, but use the positives to make sure that as the African continent, we improve our things through the very same platform that they've created. If we use them, if the platforms effectively, all these kind of social media platforms, we will do better. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. And we are finishing this round. As you can see, I'm out of time. So I can see we are having debates of people with two sides, but with all debates and all the views, we really appreciate, because they are to build us and to be constructive where we are going forward. But as we are using social media, let's not forget on knowing the procedures of how we conduct ourselves on those platforms, so that we can continue not to be in harm. Because at this moment, you are using it, I'm using it, and somehow, some way, we are getting information. There are things that you can do. As the lady spoke about information, yeah, I didn't know that sometimes I'm also a causer of this technology facilitated gender-based violence, because sometimes I would comment in such a way, but after I got a knowledge about these things, I reduced myself in commenting on the appearance of people because they are women, on the appearance of people because they are men. That is how you get to also to avoid these kind of things and all of that. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Priroska. Let's a round of applause to him. So thank you, everyone. We could see the lively excitement, and we commit as Equality Now in partnership with SIOF to do a follow-up webinar where we will take a deep dive into this conversation and continue building together. I want to emphasize that digital rights are more than social media. You are banking online. You are getting even opportunities online, businesses online. I also got my job. I saw a post online and I applied. I also saw some of the opportunities where you would get some references from people online. And I would also see some of the partnership came from online. Like yesterday, after posting, some would say, oh, we can see you're doing this with SIOF. Tell us more about it. How can we work together? So here I'm saying the platforms or the technology did not create some of the things that we are battling with. It's an expansion of the already existing inequalities in our communities, the social harms, the perceptions, the biases I was talking about on who get to be called a tsotsi. It's some of the already inequalities that are existing. So social media and platforms are now an amplifying space where, without the adequate checks, they are now milking the profit from it in a harmful manner. So whatever discomfort you are feeling, whatever joy you are feeling, whatever questions you have, that take it as an invitation. It's an invitation that you are going to read more about it, that you are going to join the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights through the QR code, and then you become part of the community where we continue to learn and learn, refine each other, co-create, and share opportunities. Thank you, everyone. You have been amazing. A round of applause to our panelists. My colleagues online, thank you. The Alliance for Universal Digital Rights, Equality Now. Thank you, everyone, and congratulations, SIOF.
Thank you, Sally. Such an electric session, right? Right? Another round of applause for Sally and the panelists. You know, we often talk about the physical infrastructure and things that are tangible, but then the digital space is the new front line for youth development. And we cannot talk of youth empowerment if it's unsafe and exclusive. So it is important that we have conversations like these, because digital, you know, is the future. The future is digital. But then we also want the future to be safe, right? And to be equal. And we love the digital space. I get paid online, man. Yeah, so we love it.
If I may ask, how much do you make? Maybe we can share.
Come offline so I tell you.
Okay, just to remind you, if you haven't registered yet, make sure you register by the door there. Make sure you don't leave without registering. It's important that you get those details.
Yes. Are we having a good time? Are we learning? Fantastic. So we move on to the next part of our program this afternoon.
Yes.
What's coming up next?
Okay, so this time around, I'm going to call upon Alex from AU. Alex, are you here? Yes, he is. I can see him. Alex will be here. He's going to give us a content creation workshop.
Indeed.
And in 10 minutes' time as well, something else will be happening in the Heathrow room. That's a DJ masterclass. So if you're interested into that, you can go into the Heathrow room. That's going to be after 10 minutes because they are setting up right about now. But this session from AU about content creation will be happening here.
Let's put our hands together for Alex.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Alex Ofelate. We've spoken about rights. We've seen a few dangers in the digital space. We've talked about how we can protect ourselves. I heard a gentleman mention that we should also talk about the positives of the digital space, and there are a lot of positives. That's what we are going to touch on. After this session, this will be a very quick session, but I'll still be around. If you want to have further engagements, you can kindly come by. So we have that. Okay, good. Just a brief overview of what we are going to do. It's to strengthen capacity of youth organizations, everyone here, in terms of what you do, and then you as an individual to have policy-driven engagements and campaigns in alignment with the AU frameworks. Quick question, and I would want 2-3 people to just give me an answer. Who needs digital skills? You can just raise your hand. Okay. Is there a microphone? Who needs digital skills?
Are you asking or? Yes, I do. Oh, who needs? Oh, the youth and the content creators, obviously, leaders, innovators, everyone.
All right. So I picked one word. Okay, let me get a gentleman to also tell us who needs digital skills, right?
Hello, hello.
Yes.
Oh,
Good afternoon. My name is David Mbele. I'm a youth activist from the Republic of South Africa within this region. I believe that no one must be left behind in incubation of digital skills. Leaders, youth activists, and the society as a whole need to be skilled when it comes to digital information. I thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So one word I picked from here, one word I picked from here is everyone. Everyone needs digital skills. You may think that it's even just for the young people, but it cuts across. There are old people now earning money online. I think the MC mentioned that she makes money online. There are people who just review contents online and then they make money. So we're going to go into briefly some statistics and the reasons why everyone needs digital skill. Again, to be digitally literate is as crucial as any degree that you may have. I know we are all charting a course, advancing our education and all that, but the same energy has to be given to getting some sort of digital skills, and that's why we are here. Now, just a quote from Dr. Victoria Kwakwa. She is a regional vice president for Eastern and Southern Africa at the World Bank Group. She said that it is estimated that there will be 230 million digital jobs in Africa by 2030. And who is going to do these jobs? If we don't have the skills, we won't be able to take advantage of them. So let's take note of that. I have a quick video I want to play. This is a testimonial video, and I really admire this video because it was a session that was given again by the AU at the Youth Connect back in Kigali. And the participant actually went ahead. A participant went ahead. Can you play the video from your end? No, it's moving to the next slide. Okay, we would fix that. We will play the video after the session. But what the video says is a participant who attended the session went back and took the lessons there to create her own agency who is now providing digital services for NGOs and hospitals. So at least we know that these sessions are able to empower us to be able to own our own jobs. Right. Now, just a few statistics. Let's just pick two numbers. 6.04 billion people in the world, and out of that we have 5.6. 6.04 billion people using the internet, and out of that 5.76 billion of them are using social media. Just these two numbers should be enough to tell us that we need to take advantage of the space. If you are advancing, if you are advocating for a cause and you are able to reach these people, it means your message is reaching a huge number of people across the world. That is just for, okay. So why and where we need digital skills, I'll quickly run through this, because it comes with some sort of speed. You don't need to go print flyers and go around sharing. Just your social media channels and your AI designed flyers will be enough to start with. It also comes with some sort of accuracy in our communication. You can easily edit what you post wrongly. You can easily delete, you can easily edit. It's not that you post something, you print something and share, and you realize you've made a mistake and you're not able to retrieve all these things. So that's about it. It's very convenient as well. Everybody can have access to it, and it is easy to use. So we use for research, for communication, for building brands, audience engagement, stakeholder engagement, and again, for fundraising. For all those who expect funds from donors and you are not taking advantage of crowdfunding and all these digital tools, please, this is something you can take advantage of. Now, for a digital journey, I've just captured 5 key routines that you must undertake. First, you look at your channel. Second, you look at the content and the formats that you want to post. You look at how you are promoting or you are pushing your contents to the audience. You look at monitoring the contents that you post. There are people who share something and they won't even go back to check what is happening under the posts, what comments are there, whether the post is even performing or not. So all these things you must do. And then you must measure results. See, the thing is you have to be deliberate about digital skills, the same way you are deliberate about your degree or about your job or anything else. And that is where you measure results to see where you are falling short, then you would close the gap, right? So that was just about the 5 key routines that you undertake in digital skills. Now, there are 3 channel mix that I've put together like a framework. We have the pull, we have the push, we have the mix. When you're able to identify these channels, I'm not saying you should be on every channel, but you're able to identify. The pull is when you have your channels where you encourage people to come and visit. The push is where you have channels where you would create your content and send to the audience, and the mix does both. The mix is mainly social media. When you have your handles, your channels there, you're able to send contents or messages to people. You're also able to invite them to your page. The push is basically emails and specifically newsletters. And then the pull is your typical website, or if you own a mobile app where you encourage people to download and then use. Now we're going to go into digital strategy. What is it? Can anybody tell me what digital strategy is? Briefly, one person. Digital strategy. Okay, just for the sake of time, let's just go on. A digital strategy is a plan that uses digital technologies to help a business, to help organizations, to help individuals to achieve a desired goal over a period of time. You don't have the strategy to execute something just for today or for tomorrow or for a week. It is a long-term thing. So if you are planning, let's pick an NGO, let's pick an advocacy group. Let's say SAYOF. Is it SAYOF or SAYOF? Okay, so anyone works. Good. So let's say SAYOF. What is your digital strategy for 2026? SAYOF as an organization, what strategy? We will go through how you can plan your strategy over the period. So good. You first look at your positioning or your unique proposition. Now, SAYOF has an objective. It's a long term. You have a vision. Let me put it that way. If it's a company, it will be an objective. Now, organization, you have a vision. You have something that you are pushing for that has to stand out in your strategy. Again, you have some target audience. I think it's all the 15 countries in Southern Africa, I guess. No one is left out. So those are your target audience. The young people, the policymakers, the leadership, everybody within Southern Africa is your target audience. So you need to have a strategy that actually have them on plan. Again, we look at digital channels where you can have some executions and your tactics, and how I will elaborate on that. Then an impact funnel where you look at from awareness to action. Awareness means somebody knowing about SAYOF and somebody undertaking what SAYOF is expecting them to do. So for example, if let's say today we are asking everybody to take a picture of themselves, post it online, and tag SAYOF 2026 with the theme, everybody must do it. And it has to come from a strategy where people will know from the beginning of the year. So it won't be we come for the event and we want to now tell people to do this. So it's something that needs to be built right from the beginning of the year. Then you must measure and optimize. So for your proposition, most of the time it varies from organization to organization. But like I said, your mission and how you want to present yourself online. Now, SAYOF is presenting itself online as an advocacy group that is bringing together the youth to influence policy to the benefit of the youth. That is how I have seen SAYOF online. So that is your proposition. Then we are looking at your target audience. So the publics, the media, the donors that you're expecting for support, partners, the community. These are most likely your audience. Then digital channels. And then your execution tactics. Okay. Hello. Which one works fine? Hello. Should I point it here or point it there? Here. Okay. No. Okay. So for your digital skills, for your digital channels, I've talked about the pull, the push, and the mix. You have your social media, you have your website. Okay, so good. So I've talked about the digital mix. You have your content execution, your campaigns, your budgeting. You plan for. You actually have to have a budget for your digital executions. You have partnerships that you have sign-ups. You have people to sign up as new members or new organizations or anything that you want them to do. Then for the impacts, like I mentioned, from awareness to action. So awareness is, first of all, people hearing about SAYOF and its mission. Then bringing them onto whatever you want them to do. So you build their interest. So if it's a donor who is your target, first the donor has heard about SAYOF. Now the donor must be interested in SAYOF. Then the donor must consider SAYOF. When they are planning their budget for the year, they must be able to consider that, oh, we need to give $1 million or $20,000 to SAYOF for their activities. Then they must actually undertake that activity by inviting SAYOF, or when they see your proposals, they come on board and then support. Again, you must measure and optimize. So your web traffic, if SAYOF has a website, how many people visit the website? How is the website performing? If it's your social media channels, you check your visibility, your post reaction sentiments. When you post, how many people engage with it? So all these are deliberate things that must be done. I'm just using SAYOF as an example. I know we all belong to different organizations. So as I mentioned SAYOF, just put your organization in there and see how you are able to take advantage of this strategy. Right, now from your strategy, you move to your campaigns. A campaign, again, I'll go ahead with it. A plan for using digital channels, content, and distributions to promote a product or a service or a brand, an organization, its mission, or anything that the organization wants to do. That is more of a short-term thing. So it usually has a definite time. You start and you end. You start and you end. You start and you end. We will go through sample campaign planning. So we are using the 1 million less level as an example. Now the campaign is to reiterate 1 million less level initiative to enhance awareness and results. You must have a campaign name if you are running a campaign. So SAYOF 2026, this forum, it must have its own campaign name that is specific to the year or to the activity. The name for this one is 1 million less level for you as the young people. Then the key message, your key message is 1 million less level is for young people of Africa. Again, there should be an objective for your campaign. Objective here is awareness and then pledge. We are seeking young people to pledge their support for 1 million less level. Now you must have KPIs. KPIs are the results that you expect to have, which you will measure as you move on to see. By the time you are done with your campaign, you check if you have actually reached those KPIs. So for example, we are saying increase awareness from 100,000 youth to 1 million youth online. So this is a digital campaign we are talking about. The second one is to get 100,000 youth to pledge their support to 1 million next level. Now, after you have put this plan, now you move on to execution. So your activities and your timelines. We are saying that the campaign will last 8 weeks. So week 1, there should be an activity. We are going to have a teaser. So you have teasers around 1 million next level. It's actually not even talking about the campaign yet, but driving some sort of awareness around youth engagement, driving awareness around how we want to impact policy, how we want youth to be, to have dignified living and all that. Now you move to week 2. We have your online launch. You can, depending on what your organization is. This time we are talking about online launch because we are talking digital. Now week 3, you have your daily posts coming in. Every day you must have a post. You must post something about the campaign. You don't need to, you can do a day, you can do maybe 3 times a week or two times a week. Then you have your regional stories. So for this, we would have stories from all the, so Southern Africa, West, Eastern, Northern, from all the regions. So these activities go on and on and on and on and on until your 8 weeks is done. When you are done, you move to your post-campaign, which is to measure and then see what went right, what went wrong, how you can refix things, and how you can optimize when you are doing your next campaign. So those are assessing your KPIs, what changed, expected results, and also to review the impact of your campaign. So in a nutshell, for your digital executions, you must have a strategy first that looks at the long term, and then you must have your campaigns. So 1 million less level is just one campaign for the AU Youth Division. There can be another campaign about, let's say, Pan-African Youth Forum that we will run over a period of time. There can be another campaign. So campaigns come on and on and on, depending on how you are planning, depending on what your budget can accommodate. Quick one, we are going into social media influencing. It's something that is actually taking shape. Somebody mentioned content creators as people who need, and we are all content creators. As far as you post something on your WhatsApp status, you are a content creator. Just that you are not making money yet, right? If you post your friend's business and your friend, that one post got your friend to make, let's say, $5,000, your friend will come to you and ask you to post again. True? True? Good. Now, how do you become that person who can post something to get people, for lack of, let me say, how do you post to drive, to influence people's decision, right? This, okay. Do we know this gentleman? What's his name? Good. The level of influence this guy has actually made his net worth to shoot up very, very high. I will show a few others. Now, it is all because of their social influence. So what is social influence? Like I was trying to explain. Your ability to alter people's decisions. If I want to buy something and I see that thing on your WhatsApp status, and because of what you have posted, I'm able to, I go ahead to buy from that vendor or from that shop. It means you have influenced or you have altered my decision pattern. Do you know this one also? Okay. It's good we all know them. So like I said, we are all content creators. Just that some are making money, some are not making money. Now, if you want to make money, you have to be deliberate about it. I saw one content creator who has a staff of 70. He's a content creator. He just does videos. But his staff, people who work with him to get that content to come out, they are 70. It tells you how deliberate some people are about creating content. Now, this guy, his social currency is what is driving all the monies, the sponsorships, the endorsements, everything. Typically, it is the extent of which people will engage with and share information with regards to brands, both corporate and then individuals, as part of their daily social lives. You can be somebody who wants to share motivation. You can be somebody who wants to influence policy. You can be somebody who wants to actually encourage people. It's all part of it. This guy wants to do comedy. He wants people to feel light. So that's his. There are a whole lot of other forms of content that you can create. We will get to that slide and we will mention a few. Now, in the big picture, building your influence as a voice for your cause. I keep mentioning, you all have some things that you are doing. You all belong to some groups. How are you able to get, how are you able to be heard by the like, let me say, your target audience, the people that you want them to hear your message, right? How are you able to get them to hear? Now, first of all, you have to be social. When it comes to social media, you don't have to be, you don't have to be rigid. You don't have to be, I know you know what I'm trying to explain. So let's be social. Let's connect with the audience that we are engaging. All right. Then we must create exciting content. Content is king. Exciting here don't only mean comedy. It's something that really informs or educates or, again, entertains people. Now, you must have a plan to grow your followers. Again, I'm coming on to the organization. You must have a plan to increase or to grow the people who are following your channels. You must also know and understand the objectives of your organizations or the cause that you want to drive. There are people who are writing things on their pages. They write this today, they will write something else tomorrow. I'm following the page, but I really don't know what they are doing. You must really understand that. You must adopt new and relevant technologies. Now there's artificial intelligence, AI. We all know it can help you craft all the plans that I've talked about. Just tell AI that you want to have your strategy for 2026 and give it a few prompts that you are an organization that undertakes ABCD, so it will do it for you. So these are things that we have to adopt. Now, exploring few content areas, so product reviews and recommendations, that's something you can do. Short skits, like the gentleman I showed, comedy, pranks, people are just having fun. And this, most of the time, I recommend that it should connect some way, somehow with your cause. I know there are a few people who are getting youth to actually scale their creative arts or their creativity. So if that is what you are championing, then short skits and pranks will be good for your content. You're talking about motivational content. I know people share these things a lot on their WhatsApp statuses. If you are a lot more deliberate about it, it's something that can help you to grow your social currency. Knowledge or thought sharing, photo modeling, workout sessions, social commentary, blogging, photography. These are just examples. So if there is anything that triggers your interest, that you can do with minimum effort, that I suppose that you actually take that as your content area and then advance it for your own social currency. And these are a few videos I picked. We are not able to play the videos yet. I don't know if it will work this time around. No, it's still not able to work. But these are some videos from TikTok influencers. The first one, that's cooking. She's never a chef. She just loves cooking, and she started creating videos of her cooking, and that is it. She has over whatever million followers, and she's even won an award for his followership and some of the things that she is doing. Second one is he does motivation. The third is skits, comedy. Now, how to measure your I've put ROI because I expect that for your campaigns and your strategies, there will be a budget that you put to it. So measure return on investment. Of course, you are investing your time, you are investing your resources, you are investing your money. So how to measure? You can measure monthly or weekly or even quarterly. What do you measure? You measure impressions. Impressions are views. So, when you post even on your WhatsApp, you go and you see how many people have viewed it. So those are the things you can measure. You can measure likes. Again, I'm just using WhatsApp status because that is the most common thing that we all do. So likes, when you post something, somebody can like it from your WhatsApp status. These are how you measure comments, followers, conversations, advocacy, conversions, actions, impact, and then referrals, testimonials or referrals. If you are able to get people to actually engage with your content to the point where they're able to say things about you, the two gentlemen I projected, I've actually done a testimonial about them. They don't even know, but I've done it. That is the level of impact that you can have on your audience. These are tools that you can use to also do some sort of analysis on your channels or your handles online. Now we are moving straight into some content creation elements. We are talking about AI. You can use ChatGPT for your text or image contents. You can use Flyerways. You can use Canva. I don't know how many of you know some of these tools. Canva, Flyerways, and all that. Yes, good. So you can use some of these. For video editing and all that, Canva can do video as well. But you can also take advantage of Filmora. People use CapCut and Vimeo and other things. Then for websites, if you are interested in developing websites also, GoDaddy helps you do everything from beginning to end. They even have an AI in there that can build a website for you, and you just host it, right? For email marketing and for newsletters, you can take advantage of MailChimp or NewsWeaver. So these are a few tools that I would want you to, you can just take a picture of it and later you go through it. Now for content executions, where you pick contents to talk about, with regards to your organizations. First of all, your initiatives. If there are some various initiatives that your organization is undertaking, you can write about those. You can post about those initiatives. Now, campaigns. I've talked about digital campaigns. Engagement, so connecting to the interest and the passion of your followers. If you are doing something that you think your followers are young people, they would definitely like music. They would definitely like soccer and other things that connect to young people's interests. You use all those to engage them. Then content marketing. I'll dive deeper into content marketing, so I won't touch it here. Employee advocacy. If you have members in your group and all that, you can use them also as channels to promote the things that you are doing. That is advocacy from your employees. And then thought leadership. Thought leadership is you or your organization positioning itself as an expert in a field. All the people, the panelists who came to speak here, they are thought leaders automatically because they are experts in the field that they are discussing. And thought leaders typically share knowledge. So back in the other slide, I said thought leadership is one of the content areas that you can pick. And when you are consistent about it, it's going to help your social currency. So let's go a bit deeper into content marketing. Content marketing is typically creating contents that are relevant and are able to drive attention to a need, educate, inform, or entertain a target audience. Now, I should go back. So, sorry, my time is almost due. I just have to round up, so I'll run a bit quickly now. Good. So why content marketing? It helps to drive audience, and then it also helps to engage. It helps to drive brand awareness. It helps with your search engine optimization. If somebody is looking for your company, if somebody is looking for your organization, it comes up on top of the search results. Then loyalty, it helps to build loyalty with your audience. Now, I will just give, this is one of my favorite slides. I think if you have attended my training before, you definitely have seen this slide before. I'm just going to differentiate between product marketing and content marketing, right? Product marketing is typically talking about the specs or the specifications of what item it is. And content is when you are able to be creative about other things apart from the specs of the product. So this is a jollof rice. I don't know if it's Senegal jollof or Ghana jollof or this is Ghana jollof. Okay. All right. So typically the product marketing will be talking about the vegetables, the meat, the proteins that are, how the rice is, what kind of rice that was used for the cooking. Typically that is what it's going to be. And now the content marketing is how to prepare Ghana jollof, 5 recipes of nutritious Ghana jollof. If you're able to identify some of these things and write about them, they help to drive attention, they help to build loyalty, they help to actually lift your search optimization to a higher degree and all that. Now, if you are selling a bag, the same thing, difference between the specs that you are talking about and why somebody should use the backpack. I will move again quickly to this. Okay, this one speaks to us because this is a take on organization that is into HIV advocacy. Typically, the regular communication goes like, get tested, know your status, HIV testing is confidential and free. Protect yourself and others, use protection, know your HIV status. Mostly these are the things that you will hear. But for content, you can get people to tell their story. So you write an article on my story, my voice, share your story. And then you encourage other people to also share their stories. HIV 101 video series. You can host a podcast just on advocating the prevention of HIV. You can have Ask an Expert sessions. You can have a social media challenge. You can drive conversations around a day in our doctor's life. If there are doctors who see HIV patients, a day in their life. It's really got nothing to do with the disease itself, but it's a content that people will be interested in. It's something that will connect with your audience. That's why we are pushing for content marketing. Again, I just use gender-based violence also as an example. The regular communication will be stop gender-based violence now. If you see abuse, speak up. Report domestic violence. Don't sit down and die, and all these. They are good. I'm not saying choose one over the other. I'm saying add the content marketing to your regular communication. So a typical content marketing storytelling kind of communication will be the days before Mora gender-based violence became a victim. Who else is affected by gender-based violence from Karen? So this is a scenario where you see somebody is a victim of gender-based violence, and we think that he or she is the only person that is affected. But you will realize that it may affect their kids, it may affect their jobs, it may affect their family, it may affect other people. So you are talking about the other people that this gender-based violence victim, the other people that are being affected apart from the victim himself or herself. So that's the mentality behind that. I'll quickly move into some digital terms and definitions that we can also go and then learn about, so we can quickly close on this session. One is search engine optimization. I talked about it. If you are seeking donors and you are into, let's say, education, or you are into food security or agric or whatever, they don't know your company name, they don't know your organization's name. They will look for organizations advocating for food security. Is your organization going to come up? I'm asking. Is your organization going to come up? Exactly, because you have not optimized it. It has to come number one. And all the things that I've spoken about, I said it drives your organization to the top of the search results. So that's something we have to take note of. So it is the practice of improving your website visibility in search result pages to attract more traffic. You can do this by paying or do the content marketing activities. Okay, so all these are just, this is an example. So I was heading to Antananarivo and I had to search hotels in Antananarivo. If you own a hotel there, will your hotel come up? If you have not optimized your page, it won't come up. Right. Let me just move quickly to, okay, I think that will be the end of my slides. Now, the task I will give all of us is to write down the names of organizations, write down what the strategy we want to have, our digital strategy for 2026. We've covered more than half of the year, but write that down, and a digital campaign for your organization. That is the task that I will give us. Thank you very much.
One more time, give it up for Alex. Maybe a question. Would you want to ask a question to Alex before we let him go? Is there someone? Maybe one question. The information that he shared here is gold. As I said before, that the future is digital and we can't run away from it. And millionaires have been birthed from the digital space. Yeah.
So sitting here with my neighbor, we're just discussing, as much as we are enjoying the session and everything, we still acknowledge the gap between rural communities and access to digital skills. So, and digital training and everything. So we were thinking and discussing, what happens if, because we don't know, or maybe there are existing organizations trying to bridge that gap by going deep into deep rural communities to advocate for such? Or do we have to do something about it ourselves? In case we come up with an idea on bridging that that gap between rural communities and such platforms, will we be assisted in going forward with the plan or with the idea in actually executing it?
Okay, do you mean that's what you do already, or that's what you are looking at doing? You want to help bridge that gap? Okay.
Oh, okay, so we were speaking on issues around digital literacy, media and information literacy, to say we were doing the work, maybe kind of mainstreaming, but we want to focus on that niche now. To say, are we going to be supported? So we had the idea to say, maybe as such organizations, if we come up and be intentional on improving our digital rights and all that in the rural communities where there's much of the digital divide.
Right. I think there is a lot of support out there. I know of the International Telecoms Union that is very big on this. They are much more focused on infrastructure first, because there should be accessibility before training. So, but they are still into organizations that are helping to take the message to those people. The beautiful thing about this is the people in the villages or the rural areas, they are eager to learn about it. If you took a smartphone to a village and somebody sees a video on that small device for the first time, you could see the interest that they have. So it's a very good cause you want to undertake. Let's identify which organizations are ready to support you. But I know there are a lot. I've mentioned the ITU. AU is doing InnoFest. So if you can find an innovation around what you want to do, and you sign up you register for this InnoFest and you are selected, there are supports. You have trainings, you have access to other donors who are ready to assist. There is also how your organization is able to project yourself for donors to see you and then come and support. And that is all this training that I did is on, right? You need to be able to yourself present your brand in a way that when an organization sees you, there are banks who are already supporting other people to just go to the village and train 5 people for us. Take these devices. They just want them to have a feel of the digital era, right? So it's a good cause. We can talk more after here. I'll figure out a few organizations and then you can send your proposals to them, right? There's another question, I think.
Unfortunately.
Let me just take this one because she has the mic. No, please, because you have the mic. Right. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, you see now my mind is all over the place. Okay,
Take your
quickly.
time and then.
So, my name is Netemba. Hi, everyone. I think what's difficult also with digital marketing is when we are young professionals, who understand the digital space. I've worked as kind of like a marketing person within a bigger organization, speaking to older people who don't necessarily understand like the importance of communication on social media becomes very difficult to try and also get a point, a positioning, a brand identity to reflect that on TikTok. I'm not going to do a PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to maybe try and do it in a different format, in a different way. So sometimes it is very difficult to communicate as a young person to older generations within our larger orgs. And then something I've noticed as someone who owns their own organization is having to position yourself on social media also becomes very difficult because you don't want to play the game, but you do want to show your portfolio, right? And I think as young people, we focus on being on social media more than our brand identity, what it is we're trying to do, and all these different things. So my question is also to the rest of us that are here in the room of how can we, as young people, use social media, but more to focus on our identity and communicate our message more than just appease the algorithm, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah, it does. So typically, let me touch on the first one. In addressing this, you must show them results. So the little things that they have considered for you to do, when you do, make sure you measure and then you have good results. When you show them the results and they see how tangible these results are, the next proposal you take to them, they are at least 90% they will be 90% willing to accept. Like, so that is how you build that influence. Because it is very difficult to get, like big organizations, CEO to do a video, they'll say, no, they won't. It is not their era, it is our era. We know something they don't know, so show them results. That is one. And then for your personal brand, we should all, in our personal brand, know what you want to do, and then be intentional about it online. Because somebody mentioned in the panel discussion, apply for a job. They will go online to go and look for you and see what you represent before they will call you for an interview, because nobody wants to. It is an easier way to actually understand who you are now. So this is where I end my session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Sorry.
Can we pick this? We can talk about this. I think
it's not a question.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
My name is Tlotlo. I'm from Botswana. I grow organic herbs and vegetables. Could you kindly just post your contact details so that we can engage further?
Okay.
Thank you.
It's not like, but I can give you that after here. Right. All right. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause once again for Alex. Well, that marks the end of our session this evening. Time has gone already. In due time, we will be proceeding to the Heathrow Room for the Pan-African Night. Thank you very much. See you.